And we're live. Welcome to talkSPORT's coverage of the first test of 5 here at Headingley, where the sun is out and the suntan cream is being applied liberally. Myself, Jon Norman, and Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand international, here perched above. What a scene it is. The crowd has started coming in, filing in early. We're expecting a capacity crowd here at Headingley over the first 3 days, and a good crowd on day 4 if it goes that far, which it probably will. Good morning to you, Jeremy. It's great to see you here in England.
Morning, John. Morning, everybody from Headingley. Lovely day.
Oh, it's an absolute beaut, and the sun's going to be on us for the next 2 hours, so let's take things easy. First up, the news from the middle. The toss has occurred. Ravi Shastri, a man who does not need a microphone. It's like one of the... I imagine the Colosseum back in the day would have had a Ravi Shastri type in the middle, announcing the arrival of the lions and the gladiators.
How true. You could see him when they actually used to have water, didn't they? They'd have boating. You could see him rowing his little dinghy out, couldn't you?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
No dinghies needed today, thankfully. A little bit of rain forecast for tomorrow, possibly. But the news is that England have won the toss. Ben Stokes calling correctly, and it's England who are going to bowl first, which is the way of the world these days, isn't it, Jeremy? It wasn't when you were playing the game. And no real surprises. There's a feeling that any movement that's going to be extracted from this pitch may happen earlier rather than later, possibly as the sun beats down. Conditions may ease for batting, and if you look at the record here at Headingley, this famous old ground, certainly history favours the team that bats second. So that's what England have done, and the new India captain, Shubman Gill, said he would have done exactly the same thing. The England team we've known for 48 hours, but I will list it. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett opening up, with Ollie Pope selected ahead of Jacob Ethel at 3. Joe Root. Nobody has scored more runs, test runs, in games involving these two famous test playing countries than he. Is at 4. Harry Brook at 5. He of course missed the series the last time these two teams came together. Stokes at 6, with Jamie Smith, the wicketkeeper. Chris Wokes back in the side at 7. Bryden Cass, who we spoke to a couple of days ago, is going to share the new ball. Josh Tongue at 10, and Shoaib Bashir coming in at 11. So no real intrigue surrounding that, but plenty of intrigue surrounding the India side, Jeremy, which we have just found out.
Yes, it's certainly both these sides. I think it's 3v4, isn't it, in terms of the ICC now. South Africa have just snuck up ahead of England, haven't they, after that win against Australia in the World Test Championship. But I think really both these sides have weaknesses.
Yes.
They're both strongish sides, but at the moment, let's call it transition, whatever we want to, whether it's retirements or whether there are injuries. Both these sides, perhaps you just feel, aren't playing the best possible players they can have access to if everybody was fit. So the England bowling, you would have to say, is less of a threat than their batting.
Yeah.
And I think no Anderson now, of course, no Broad, no Wood, no Archer, no Atkinson, no Stone. All of those bowlers I've just mentioned either retired or awaiting kind of assistance at the garage to get fixed, to get an MOT. You've got Cass and Tongue, who are their opening bowlers, who are both coming and returning from injuries. You've got perhaps, and therefore, bowlers who can't bowl very long spells. And therefore you've got who can. Wokes is returning from an injury. They will be looking to him, I think, to really shear things up. And of course Bashir is the other one. And Stokes, you won't want to be bowling big long overs as well, with the past knowledge of how his body has been, and also the Ashes round the corner. So it's going to be interesting if the Indians can get a partnership going. But the weakness of the Indian side is their batting. We don't know quite enough about it. When I say weakness, it's perhaps uncertainty, I think, is really a better word to use. Rahul is well known, and Jaiswal. Jaiswal has played against England, but not in England. And so this is a new time for him. Rahul is an elegant, good player. We know that. Now, number 3, we've just heard, is Sai Sudarshan, the left-hander. He hasn't played any test matches at all, so he's on debut. And then we get to Gill, whose away average is 29. So he has a lot of work to do with the bat when he's away. Put off your captaincy hat, get your runs, and earn respect through runs that you have scored in the match. And so Ishwaran not playing at this stage. And then we move down to Punt. Is he too high? Good player, but is he too high for a keeper? We'll wait and see about that one. Karan Nair at 6. And then we move on to Jadeja, a lock-in, and then the bowlers from there. And I think Shardul Thakur has taken the spot at number 8 ahead of Nitesh Reddy, and then the expected bowlers. I didn't quite hear the bowling, other than Bumrah, of course, and obviously Siraj. But who is the last seamer?
The last seamer is Krishna. So he will be batting
Prasid Krishna.
Prasid Krishna.
The right armour, rather than Ashdeep Singh, who's the left armour, who I actually would have preferred, because he's the left armour and because he swings it and has a point of dish. Prasid Krishna, more of a bounce bowler.
And they're the team. So I suppose what leaps out of that, and succinctly put as ever, Jeremy, is that these are two flawed teams. They are number 3 and 4. ICC rankings, it almost seems like a bygone era where we would refer to them, but they do tell a tale, don't they? And India's recent record has not been, doesn't bear scrutiny. They lost against Australia. There's no disgrace in that. The first time in 3 visits that they lost the Border Gavaskar Trophy in Australia. They were 1-0 up and then never really looked like they would maintain that lead, but it was certainly an exciting series. They ended up losing heavily though, and the series that preceded that we covered on talkSPORT and Sport Nation, didn't we? As surprising a result as you'll ever see in Test cricket. New Zealand winning in India 3-0. So now we find ourselves in a situation where 2 teams that only met last year, but the India team is very, very different from the one that beat England at home at 4-1. KL Rahul was almost out the side at that point. Sudarshan had obviously not made his debut. Thakur didn't play, Krishna didn't play, and nor did Karan Nair. So that's, how many players is that? That's a good part of 5 or 6 of them that are in this side. So you talk about transition.
I think uncertainty, isn't it, as well, about just how these players will actually
go
bat
about
on a surface that's a little bit, there's a tincture of green, if you like, about the surface. It looks to be a very fast outfield. And as I say, the England batting possessed danger. There's no doubt about that. How will India bowling, which is their strength?
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's, I think, who wins that contest? India bowling, England batting. Who wins that contest might well determine the way this series goes.
But flipping that round, it is fascinating to see how India go when England are bowling, because this is as inexperienced a bowling attack as England have put out on the field in quite some time. Now they're buoyed by the fact that Ben Stokes is back bowling. Ben Stokes didn't have himself to call upon for much of the last 12 to 18 months. So the fact that he is fit and firing, and we saw him against Zimbabwe, and forget the opponents for a second, he bowled alongside Gus Atkinson, Sam Cook and Josh Tongue, and he was head and shoulders above the others. He only bowled about 3 overs, but you could see there is a quality to his bowling, the balance it brings to an England side. England are better for having the all-rounder Ben Stokes within them, but as you say, he's not going to be bowling those 12 over spells we saw in New Zealand, which essentially finished him off in Hamilton. So a lot is going to be reliant on Chris Woakes, but he himself has just come back from injury. And then when you get past those two, Bryden Cast, Josh Tongue have not played. I think Josh Tongue's played 3 test matches, and Bryden Cast made his debut in Pakistan possibly play 5. That is an inexperienced bowling attack, and Shoaib Bashir, shoulders go back. He becomes a different man when he's bowling under Ben Stokes' captaincy. But against India, in England,
on day one,
I don't know. There's big questions, right?
These are all questions we're really eagerly awaiting for, and I hope you are too, who are listening, because if you follow the game, there are so many questions swirling around the England attack and also the Indian batting, so it should be a fascinating morning. Can two of the Indian batsmen, can they get in? Can they let the ball go? We can expect a little bit of nip, I think, for the first session and maybe a half. Once, if you haven't lost too many wickets at that point, there's an opportunity, I think, for India to really start to push ahead. And if Shoaib Bashir is not bowling quite as he can, and you might be going for 3.5, 4 runs and over, which is around about his average, then it's possible to get a decent total. It's really these first 20 overs of this innings, 20 to 30 overs. England need to pick up wickets. India need to see them off. And if they can do that, we're into a really good game. We don't normally get a 5th day in Test cricket now. It's a case of shrinking tests. And so, that's why I think both captains felt this pitch can only get better and it'll suit their batting. And if it becomes very nice and clear, it's starting to clear now, this wispy cloud that's been above us most of the morning is starting to clear, and we can see blue peeking through, little more than eyelids, they're open eyelids now, and if that happens, it could become quite a good batting surface early on in this match. If that happens, my word, we're in for an interesting test match.
I think we're in for a very interesting test match and test series. I think two flawed teams, two teams that like to attack. They're not defensive minded, I don't think. Certainly a new era for India under Shubman Gill. He's going to, we're all waiting to see, what is his template for captaincy. And of course, this test match is being played at one of those special grounds where special things happen. I don't know what it is about this place, but it has led to some of the most dramatic cricket that's been played in the history of our sport. So when you factor all that in, we could be set for something truly special here. It looks an absolute picture. It's hot. So it's not quite oppressive heat, but with these black trousers of mine, a dark shirt, and heavy shoes. We all make mistakes in life, and you realise too late there's nothing you can do about it. I'm committed now, so we'll see how the day pans out. But it's a heat that will be interesting when those English bowlers come back, if they are pushed into those second and third spells, coming into the game with. Let's not forget, Bryden Castle also comes into this series under a little bit of an injury cloud. Chris Wokes, Ben Stokes. So if Bashir can't bowl that holding role, can't take a wicket or two, let's not forget the same questions were being asked in Christchurch, and he took 4 wickets on day 1 in the first test against New Zealand. More often than not, he has come up with the answers just at the right time, but it's going to be fascinating to see. The players, we're quite high up here, aren't we? We've got an amazing view over this famous old ground. Just to the left of us down on the track, the kids are in their England shirts. There's a couple of test tops, a couple of, I'm not sure what you get in New Zealand, but they call it All-Stars cricket here. It's essentially a scheme to get kids into cricket as cheaply as possible. There's a couple of their kids wearing the All-Stars tops. There's some red pyjama England tops as well, holding the Union flag. I think we might even get the national anthems very shortly. The India team have just trooped out. We can see Jaiswal, my tip for top scorer. It's not really going to be raising any eyebrows with that, are we? But we know he's a player that when he gets in, not only does he score runs, he's a kind of batter that assesses the conditions and adapts accordingly, doesn't he? He doesn't just have one way to play.
Very clever, fearless and robust player as an opener. And Rahul, as I mentioned, he's had lots of experience in England. He knows how to play a moving ball. It's just a question of Jaiswal can get himself in. He gets big totals, doesn't he? And so there is a danger there for England. Go out and get the first catch and hang on to it. That's very important. And who knows, they might break through and there might be 3 or 4 wickets in this first session. We've no idea, but it is a possibility. But also, no wickets is also there as a possibility if these 2 openers can get in and withstand, an attack that is yet to really prove itself.
Absolutely. Both sets of players are wearing black armbands. They're paying their respects to those that lost their lives in the recent air crash in Ahmedabad, flight that was on the way to England. It was a truly tragic scene, so we will have a moment's silence before the national anthems, but the players just getting ready, or the Indian players just getting ready to make their way out onto the ground. It's that time of the series, isn't it, when you just have so many questions. You wonder how everything's going to go, but one of the aspects you just brought up is the catching. We were just at Lord's, weren't we, for the World Test Championship final, and I wonder where the destination of that trophy would have gone if not for 8, 9 out of 10 catches that saw Australia fall down on that first session of play. You know, that set the tone for South Africa. I think they dropped 1 late on day 2. Yeah, late on day 2, Marco Jansen put 1 down in gully. Up to that, they've been flawless. If not for that catching, then maybe it would be Australia celebrating for the last week or so.
Yes, and it was Rabada, wasn't it, really, who was creating the opportunities through the edge, and a little bit of nip, and that's what we're expecting to see this morning. So the cordon is very important, so that you support your bowlers. I get quite excited at this stage. I love test matches, as some listeners will know.
What a sight here at Headingley that we're bringing you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We're going to be here for every ball of every day of every test of the summer. We were at Trent Bridge for the 3-day test match in the end against Zimbabwe, but this is really where the summer truly begins. Ben Stokes just exchanging pleasantries with the 2 umpires, Chris Gaffney and Paul Rifle, and the players just lining up just down on the pitch to the left of us. And as I mentioned, we will have a moment's silence as we remember those affected by the air crash in Ahmedabad.
Thank you. Please remain standing for the national anthems of India and England.
lights go off at Headingley, and we're underway. Well, not quite, but my goodness me, that's quite the build-up. It's unusual for Headingley to stage the first test of an English summer, but here we are, and there's nothing to be disappointed about. They've put on quite the show, the daytime fireworks. We saw them a week ago, start of the World Test Championship, and we can barely see the field of play at the moment. It looks like a military exercise. The smoke has enveloped the outfield, and it's an absolute scorcher, Steve Harmison. It's a belter of a day. We're outside, we're in the sunshine, there's no complaining about air conditioning today. How are you, mate?
I'm very well, Manners. Very well, Manners. Good morning to you, good morning to everybody that's listening all around the world. So excited, I mean ridiculously excited about what's going to happen over the course of not only these 5 days, but over the course of these 5 test matches. I've just been over to the other side of the ground. Simon Jones, Ryan Sidebottom, Richard Blakey with the corporate hospitality, and the excitement and the buzz around the ground is amazing. There's not many people inside the ground at this moment in time. I think they're sheltering from the sun. I was at Sedbury School yesterday, Manners, and I am very, very red raw. So this commentary position was not exactly needed for me today, but the excitement will soon dampen down the heat of my arms, because the heat of the battle will start. Jaiswal and Keir Rahul. I wasn't surprised at the start, at the toss, Manners. I don't know about you, but over the other side, got over there about 10:15. Ryan Sidebottom played a lot of cricket here for Yorkshire. Richard Blakey played his whole career here, nearly 20 odd years for Yorkshire. And you should have seen the look on their face when I said, don't be surprised if Stokes wins the toss and bowls first. I mean, I fully see where the England captain was. This pitch will get better and better to bat on, and England will fancy chasing whatever India potentially give them in 4th innings, probably on day 4.
I like to think that I'm a man who can move with the times and change with the times. I just can't do it very quickly. And every single one of the instincts that I was brought up with and that I was taught led me to believe from yesterday that today was the ultimate bat first day.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. It's red hot. There's a bit of the only time there's any sort of rain, I think, forecast is tomorrow afternoon. So that might have swayed.
A couple of thunder showers.
Thunder showers. But I just wonder if no Rohit Sharma, no Virat Kohli, Ben Stokes has decided this young Indian batting unit, let's see what they're made of. And if there's anything in the surface, it's going to be on first morning. Wokes' record in England with the Duke ball is fantastic. Non-tried. Bryden Carter's his home debut really for England, and Josh Tongue, who is in the infancy of his career. So Stokes is getting warmed up. He's at sort of extra, wideish extra cover, straight man. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of Ben Stokes in this first session. But I wasn't surprised when, as much as it probably is a bat first day, I'm not surprised England captain, the way his mentality is, that he put India into bat.
So England starting with 4 slips and a deepish gully. So let's just go through the catches then. It's Joe at first, I assume. Harry Brook at second. Zach Crawley third. Ben Duckett fourth. Here's Chris Wokes, first ball of the series, and it's KL Rahul. It's Shazvi Jaiswal, sorry. He comes forward and pushes it straight back to the bowler. So 4 slips and that Ollie Pope at what is he, backward point, deepish gully, flight to
backward point, gully line on the sort of on the outer 30 metre circle, the one off the sort of mistimed drive off the face. That's probably what he's there for. The ball pitched up by Wokes.
Ben Stokes wideish mid-off, Josh Tongue at mid-on. Here's Wokes again, bowls, Yashasvi Jaiswal leaves alone outside the off stump. And there's no run. Bryden Carter's at square leg, and Shoaib Bashir, I assume, will be doing long leg to long leg. He'll be covering some ground in this first session.
Yeah, he's got the Jack Leach roll, hasn't he? He's got the Jack Leach roll. Can you remember that in New Zealand? He must have done about 350 lengths of the field, and it was just simply, you're our worst fielder, so we'll put you where the ball we don't think is going to go.
We were talking about this on the following on programme, weren't we, about having a spinner at number 11 and not being your best fielder. Wokes in again outside the off stump. Jaiswal leaves it alone, and he's not happy with a little bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. There's lots of movement behind the bowler's arm. When you said that there weren't that many people in the ground, it's I don't mean this as a criticism, but it's actually quite difficult to get into the ground.
Yes, yeah, it is. Yeah, I mentioned two former Yorkshire stalwarts, and they were outside the ground for about half an hour this morning. They wouldn't let them in. Who are you? They're looking up, and you're looking at Ryan Sidebottom, and who are you, sort of thing. And, yeah. Unfortunately, Sid, times have changed, and everybody moves on.
Here we go. Works been bang on the money, just outside off stump, and once again it's just outside off stump, and I mean just outside off stump, because there's a yelp from Jamie Smith as he takes that one. It was not far past the off stump, but he's got very, very good stump geography, Yashasvi Jaiswal. He scored 2 double hundreds in the series against England in India. When was that? 15 months ago?
15 months ago, yeah. In different ways, if you remember, Manners. He had a one where
ground one and smashed one.
And smashed one, yeah. So that's the beauty about what this exciting young talent's got.
Here's Wokes again, bowls and beats the outside edge, I think, of Yashasvi Jaiswal's bat. He might just have tucked it inside the line, but Wokes this is why he's so good. It's why he's one of the very best with the new ball in English conditions. He's just probing and asking questions and pushing and prodding outside the off stump, making the batsman think about whether to play or not.
Good carry, Manners. Good carry. We'll see once we've finished 2 overs whether the carry. Wokes is bowling it down. He's bowling downhill.
Jaiswal now opens the face of the bat and gets India underway with a 4 down to the unguarded third boundary. Very nicely played. There were no oohs and ahs. There was no question at all about whether that was a thick outside edge or even the outside half of the bat. I think he's just opened the face of the bat and allowed that one to glide off the full face down to the boundary. So India underway, batting first. I really don't think that... it was interesting actually to hear Shubman Gill say that he would have bowled as well, but he was also pretty quick to say, but we're quite happy to have a bat.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy to have a bat as well. It was a toss where I think you look at it, if you win the toss, you could be made a fool on by the end of day, halfway through day 1, halfway through day 2, or the end of day 2, if the opposition that you've stuck in is still going, or they put a big score on. This is a big over for me in the context of where this battle is going to be, the opening batter against the opening bowler, because we know what Wokes can do with a new ball in England, and he's a very, very an excellent threat, and he moves the Duke ball very, very well. But the opening bowler from the other end is a little bit untried and tested with the new ball in Bryden Carse. He had it at Trent Bridge against Zimbabwe, but this is a different story again. This is higher quality opposition.
It is Bryden Carse then, running in from the football stand end, and forward comes KL Rahul. Guides that one gently straight back towards mid-off. What is the difference, specifically, because he hasn't had much experience with the brand new ball. He's been first and second change for pretty much all of his career, apart from with the white ball. He's taken the new white ball more often, but there'd be lots of people who, sort of can't work out the difference. Why is there so much difference maybe between opening the batting and batting at 4? But I think there's even more of a difference taking the new ball than bowling first or second change. Ball back of a length now, but Carse bangs it in. Rahul guides it to gully, no run.
Some people, I didn't particularly like the new Kookaburra ball, because it was a little bit more the lacquer slipping a little bit more in your hand and grabbing it. You're getting a good grip of it. I didn't mind the Duke. The Duke ball was fine. It didn't have a shiny leather on it, a shiny coating on it. Some people are more comfortable when the ball's just got a little bit less pronounced seam on it. It's 4 or 5 overs old.
Here is Carse once again, bowls to KL Rahul, back and across, and knocks it down towards square leg, and thinks about setting off for the single. I was wrong about Shoaib Bashir going long leg to long leg, because he's only got to do half the ground. He's in at somewhere between square leg and mid wicket. I mean, it's a bit like, forgive the golf analogy so early in the test match, but there's a sort of theory that if you're playing a par 5, then you hit your driver in your next biggest club. That's how it goes. But there's golf course management, and of course many people would say, well, Steve Harmison, Mark Wood, if they're your fastest bowlers, they surely go first. They're your big guns. Here is Carse once again. KL Rahul leaves it alone outside the off stump. And that's also not necessarily the case, because Chris Woakes isn't the quickest.
Yeah, definitely not. And some of the best bowlers of all time that's been bowled with a new ball has been probably the slowest bowler in the team. Matthew Hoggard was our opening bowler, and there was never a conversation with Michael Vaughan thinking that Matthew Hoggard would bowl first change behind me and Simon or Andrew. So yeah, I think there are bowlers who bowl perfectly with the new ball, and sometimes because they swing it and they use the seam very, very well, they're not always the fastest.
Brydon Carse up to the crease again, bowls outside the off stump once more, left alone by KL Rahul. Now we've had 11 balls, only 3 of them have been played at. It's I'm not suggesting that. The thought occurred to me after 11 balls that England must make sure they use this new ball.
Yeah, and I think that's to sort of carry on the new ball chat, that your slowest bowler, your new ball bowler will make a batter player more often than not in the first 6, 12, 18 balls, because that's his job.
Brydon Carse again, left alone once more outside the off stump by KL Rahul. So 9 out of 12 balls bowled, and only 3 of them have been played at. So it's 4 without loss. Yashasvi Jaiswal with the 4 to the unguarded third man boundary off Chris Woakes in the first over. India losing the toss, being asked to bat first, 4 without loss.
A good start from both. I think England would want to bowl that little bit fuller. I think Jaiswal played that over off Woakes very, very well. I think Woakes, he was full of length. He was just slightly sort of fifth stump as opposed to fourth stump, but I thought Jaiswal handled that over perfectly. That last over, Brydon Carse's natural length is not at the stumps, so KL Rahul had an easier time in leaving it.
Woakes begins his second over outside the off stump again, and it's left alone by Jaiswal. He's such a modern day player, Yashasvi Jaiswal, and you think about how he opens the batting for the Rajasthan Royals, and how devastating he can be, what an incredible six-hitter he is, and yet we've already seen him. It was one whole session. You'll have to remind me of the test match, which one it was. Was it Visakhapatnam? He just absorbed a whole session of pressure. He now pushes forward to Woakes and is struck on the pad, but it was outside the off stump and going further away. It bounces out to Ollie Pope at backward point. Do you remember? And then he absorbed all that pressure, played like a really old-fashioned traditional opener, left everything he could, only played at what he had to, was happy to defend, with some really good bowling at him, and then remember 2 hours later he was suddenly smashing it.
Yeah, and that's what this player, this boy's got. It was Visakhapatnam. I think it was in the middle. It was in the middle of day 2 or day 3. I think it was.
Woakes in outside the off stump again. Jaiswal happy to leave alone. Just those old-fashioned qualities, and it's not like he was just in a mood to defend. He was acknowledging that the ball was new, the bowling was good, he was being put under pressure, and he was just going to absorb it.
He was respectful of the bowler at the other end and valuing his wicket, something you don't normally see in modern day batting. If you put a bowler puts a batter under pressure, it's either hit or it's out.
Here's Woakes again, bowls full, and it's drivable, and it is driven through wide mid-off. Ben Stokes is in pursuit, but they'll just be a comfortable 2. It was more of a push than a full-on cover drive from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Picks up 2 more. India 6 without loss.
I think England would be happier with the opposite way around here, with KL Rahul facing Chris Woakes and Yashasvi Jaiswal facing Brydon Carse. That ball that bounces from Carse, and the one that comes back into the sort of ribcage of the hip area of the left-hander, and Chris Woakes bowling to the right-hander, taking the ball down the slope and away from the right-hander. At this moment in time, he's just bowling a bit too wide.
Woakes again bowls full driven. This one will be 4. He's pitched it up, Chris Woakes. He wants to see how much swing there is with the new Duke's ball, and Yashasvi Jaiswal's answer is not much.
Yeah, to be fair, you can swing it as much as you want, but you bowl it right underneath his nose, he's going to belt it for 4. I think if that was swinging a little bit more, he would hit it the other side of Ben Stokes. Full of length by Chris Woakes. Not the area he'd want to bowl, but the way he's gone so far, he's bowled in and around that 5 metre mark, but it's just been a touch wide with the new ball. Not like Chris Wokes, he's normally right on the money, challenging outside off stump. That there, he's just gone for the jugular, gone for the big magic ball.
Works again, bowls outside the off stump. Again, full. I think it was also drivable, but it was just a bit too wide and he wasn't tempted. Yashasvi Jaiswal. And he remains on 10, and India are 10 without loss. I don't know whether it works like this, Harmy, what your knowledge of the informal ticket market is. Don't suppose you've ever sold a ticket second hand or bought one.
I don't think I've bought one either.
But so the outside there were, the touts saying any tickets for sale, because they're all from South London. Ticket touts.
Yeah, that's not a Yorkshire accent,
no,
was it?
they all can't. But maybe it's just a sort of unwritten rule that's the way they
Market
speak.
trader, innit?
Yeah, that's right. Tickets for sale, any tickets for sale. Here's Bryden Cast, driven thick outside edge, in the air, not in control, past gully, down to the third boundary for 4. KL Rahul is underway. That ball was in the air, he's thrown the kitchen sink at it, and it was an edge, and it's flown away. Anyway, my question is, if they're flogging tickets outside second hand, sort of thing, or second time round, black market, does that mean it's a sellout? Was Headingley Day 1 sold out?
I thought Headingley Days 1, 2 and 3 were sold out.
Right, okay.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday were sold out, but I'm sure you bought a ticket for your mate's can't make it for any reason, so you're selling a ticket.
Oh, I see. Carson again outside the off stump, and that's left alone, taken by Jamie Smith, no run.
It doesn't look full, if you know what I mean. There's quite a lot of seats on the Western Terrace which are empty. The Howard stand, which is a beautiful stand now. I mean, during my time, and you'll have spent a lot of time in the press box in the dingy dungeon of Headingley's. The change rooms on either side of this ground were horrendous, and the media centre and the viewing gallery, it was pitch black. I mean, every single day.
Here's Bryden Cast outside the off stump, left alone again, no run.
If you remember in the old viewing area on the other side, I mean, you're looking outside and going, these must be mad. They've got no tops on. There's nobody got a shirt on outside, but they were all tinted glass. It was all tinted windows, and everywhere I looked, it was always pitch black, and it wasn't a very, very nice area. Now over there, man, it's beautiful. The whole middle tier. You can watch the rugby from one end. It's a stand which is built for the rugby and for cricket hospitality. They've done a magnificent job here at Headingley.
Here's Broadcast again, quick one this time, into the body, hits KL Rahul on the thigh pad, bounces out on the offside, no run, fielded by Ollie Pope. The change rooms were actually, there were 4, weren't there? Down, and they were sort of, kind of felt like you were in a dungeon, felt like you were in the basement.
There's no windows, you were in the basement.
Yeah.
There were rugby change rooms. Yeah.
And there was a shared dining room.
Yeah, shared dining room, shared viewing area, balcony area, which was up a flight of stairs, and it was, say, the tinted windows on it made it just look horrible outside.
Carson again bowls to KL Rahul. He's a bit of a lunger sometimes, KL Rahul, and he did just thrust bat and pad forward to that, and gets away with it, hits the inside half of the bat, pops out on the onside. So there were some memorable exchanges, and also the new press box, the original old press box in the 1980s was a horror show. Then there was a new press box which was quite close to where the players' viewing areas next door to
exactly
it.
Next door.
And so we would sometimes in the new press box be aware of here's and Cast again outside the off stump. KL Rahul leaves it alone. We would be aware sometimes of an atmosphere after a particular session in the shared dining room
area, shared dining room, shared
viewing area.
Yeah. If somebody's had an altercation, a bowler and a bat. To be fair, it didn't always have to be opposition players having a go at each other. I mean, you naturally same as your captain. You didn't have to be in the change rooms to sort of vent his frustration. It happened everywhere. So, yeah, it wasn't the greatest. It's now fantastic. I mean, you remember there was a media area inside, but there was a little bit of a a drop-off area on the outside.
Four slips, Wokes in again outside the off stump. Jaiswal leaves alone. No run.
And if you remember, there was a little bit for the players bit that the players could sit outside, and then the media could sit outside as well. And I mean, I think it was 2003. I think we played here. I can't remember we played 2003 or 2004. And I remember. I mean, you talk about starstruck and everything like that. One of my favourite programmes ever, Only Fools and Horses. You know, probably the greatest sitcom ever. And Roger Lloyd Pack was sitting right on the edge of the press box, and I got a chance to speak to Trigger from Only Fools and Horses.
Works in again, pushed the way out on the onside, and there's no run. Picked up by Shoaib Bashir at square leg. Faulty Towers?
No, Roger Lloyd Pack was Trigger.
I know. I'm just questioning the greatest sitcom
greatest
ever.
one. No, Only Fools and Horses by miles, man.
Okay.
Miles.
All right.
I mean, Del Boy, Rodney.
Oh, I know all the characters.
Trigger,
Anyway,
Boise.
so you were having a chat to him.
And I sat, and he was sitting sort of behind me, and I thought, I can't. Yeah, he knows I'm playing, so he'd probably have an idea who I am. Sat with him for about 20 minutes. It's one of the best experiences ever. What a man!
Outside the off stump, and there's no run. I just can't get the image out of my head of the two of you trying to out starstrike each other.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was also if he became in character like he was in Trigger in Only Fools and Horses, or the character he was in The Vicar of Dibley, when he was a little bit sort of a bit vacant and wasn't classed as one of the brightest tools going. It would have been a good conversation between me and him, wouldn't it?
Wokes. Jaiswal drives, pushes again really rather than drives. Stokes intervenes, running around from mid-off to extra cover, and they go through for another single. Jaiswal moves on to 11. KL Rahul has 4. 15 without loss. So he was a massive cricket fan. You were an even bigger Only Fools and Horses fan.
I think I was probably a bigger Only Fools and Horses fan. There's a few from Only Fools and Horses that love their cricket. John Chalice, who played Boise, he was on Marcus Trescothick, who's sitting just in front of us here. He was on his benefit committee. John sadly died a few years ago. I think Roger Lloyd Pack died a long time ago, 7 or 8 years ago. But what a TV programme that was. I reckon I once did a thing on. I did a mastermind for Matthew Hoggart's benefit. I mean, the general knowledge questions, I think I got about 2 out of 10.
And your specialist subject was?
Only Fools and Horses. I got 18 out of 18. So I held me own, but the general knowledge ones I was no good at.
Here's Wokes again, bowls to KL Rahul. This is the way that I think the bowler wants it, certainly bowling to the right-hander. Capital of Peru?
Capital of Peru.
I'm just testing you in general knowledge.
No. Oh, I should know that. It's not there. No, capital of Peru.
Is it Lima?
Is it Lima? It's not Lagos. That's
Nigeria.
That's Nigeria. It is. Is it Lima?
I think it is.
Yeah. I knew it was it. Yeah.
Jaiswal 11, KL Rahul 4. You're listening to us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. It's the first day of the Anderson Tendulkar series, and it's outside the off stump again from Wokes, and left alone by KL Rahul. Chris Wokes, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 11. Broadcast 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. India batting first at England's behest, 15 without loss. And I'll say it, Harmy, I think Chris Wokes will be a bit disappointed with those 3 overs.
Yeah, I think you will. I think you're right to make that point, and I think Chris Wokes who has not had the greatest when he comes into this series. What has he bowled? He's bowled 60. He's bowled 64 competitive overs since January the 23rd, and that's because he played in the Lions game. He was in a championship match around about a month ago. So that's all Chris Wokes has played after an injury. So yes, he's slightly rusty. Yes, he needs a gallop. But first morning of a test match, when your captain's asked you to bowl first, probably isn't. He's disappointed with the 3 that he's bowled.
Broadcast now to Yashasvi Jaiswal on the back foot, playing defensively, pushing it straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. We know why England chose to bowl first. The 2 obvious reasons are the pitch is going to get flatter in the hot weather, and if it is going to do anything for the bowlers, it'll be on the first morning. And secondly, England love to chase. But, if if India are 360 for 3 at the end of the first day, here's Kaas into Jaiswal, flash drive, shoots away past backward point down to the boundary for 4. It was full and wide and had Headingley written all over it, and Jaiswal accepted the invitation. The thing about bowling first, Harmy, is that if you do have a horror day, it's really hard to get back into the Test match.
Absolutely, and yet then you are, if you go with what you said there, 360 for 3 at the end of day 1, then you're in survival mode. You are not winning. You're not winning from there. Not even the great Ben Stokes' teams are winning from there. So, yeah, you're right. It can backfire.
Here's Kaas again, bowls out very wide of off stump, and Jaiswal leaves it alone, and then just instinctively sort of flung his head round and glared at the umpire as if to say, how am I expected to hit that? But it's a Test match, Shazvi. You've got to let the bowlers have a few wide ones. There's no arms going out for that one.
But also that with that, Manners, I think sometimes Ben does make decisions, and the group makes decisions when they haven't got the tools to sort of fulfil the skill sets for them decisions, and I'm talking about an inexperienced bowling attack.
Ben Duckett's gone from third slip to leg slip. Opens the face of the bat, Jaiswal, 4 more. That's beautifully played. It's a shot of great skill. I won't say ingenuity, because it's a shot that any opener at any level of the game should be able to play, but Jaiswal just manages to make it look so easy and effortless and simple. I mean, he's just on the back foot to a length delivery, rising up towards ribcage height, and guides it away past gully for 4.
Yeah, just dropping his hands. We've seen a sample size of what this young man is. If he's given width, the sink goes at it. If it's in a decent area, he respects it by, like Joe Root, just dropping his hands on it, letting the ball hit the bat, no chance of it sort of carrying to slip. And he's been rewarded with another boundary, and he's flying here, 19 off 20 balls.
Here's Kaas again, bowls beats Jaiswal outside the off stump. And again, I just have to question that. It looks like it, but it's the lack of animation amongst the slip cordon and the keeper, Jamie Smith, that actually makes me think, I think perhaps he just tucked that bat inside the line of that one. He did, didn't he?
Yeah, it's one of them balls that look good. You're just watching it here on the big screen. Yeah, he's just took that. He's in total control there. Is Ashfi Jaiswal. He is, he sees the line of it, picked the length up, and he's just took his bat in and said, right, the ball, you get an oohs and ah, but it looks good, but there's actually really very, very little effect to it.
Here's Bryden Kaas up to the crease again, bowls Jaiswal, struck on the pads, and there is some animation now, but with Bryden Kaas threw his arms in the air, almost there's a sense of relief that he's actually, the ball's missed the bat. It's just hit the batsman on the thigh pad, nowhere near the stumps, but at least he got one past the bat.
Yeah, from that length you can't get, as much as you're over the wicket trying to swing it back, from that length it can't pitch in line and then go on to hit the stumps. I actually think it was doing it a bit too much. I think it swung down leg side. But again, we all look, as bowlers, we look at passages of play in the first Test match in the first part of the summer. Is that what type of ball they're using? And I'll come on to that in a second once Chris Folkes has bowled his next delivery. But there's a different batch of balls every year. They're made differently. There's a different type of lacquer on them.
4 slips in a gully for the right-hander, works in, 2 wide of the off stump. Again, KL Rahul leaves it alone. It's a Root, Brook, Crawley, Duckett. First, second, third and fourth slips.
Kaas at backward point.
He is an athlete, isn't he? I mean,
he is an athlete. Yeah, he is. But to go on the ball, it's like you were a few years, in years gone by. Sometimes the brand new ball swings right from ball 1. Sometimes the lacquer comes off, and it's about 7 or 8 overs before it starts swinging properly.
Works in again, bowls KL Rahul, thick inside edge, inside half of the bat. My goodness, that ball has flown away past the practice net wickets. Gosh, it looked like an inside edge. Rahul looked like he was playing it up towards maybe mid-on, and it's gone through square leg and just flown away. So I think he's turned the face of the bat, given that a good clip.
I think the ball's turned the face of the bat in the point of contact. I think as he's gone to sort of push it down the ground, the bat's just twisted in the ball because of the ball hitting the bat, And here there's pitches all the way across the ground, a bit like the Oval. There's no net area off this ground.
Works again to KL Rahul, chips it up towards mid-on and sets off for a single. Stokes can't prevent it, and they go through for another single. 26 without loss, India. There are literally, as Harmy says, that you normally have a square, which is, you know, pretty much
20 pitches.
Yeah, 20,
yeah, 18, 20
on
pitches.
an
In England,
international
a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more.
Here there's got to be 40.
Easy 40.
Yeah,
easy 40. A bit like the Oval. The Oval's the same. But there's no net area behind the ground, so you have to practice on the actual playing surface.
Here's Wokes again. Bowls. Jaiswal pushes up towards mid-off. Stokes does the fielding, and there's no run. So it's kind of, you can almost think of it as a sort of phony war for the first, while the ball remains brand new with the lacquer on it, and then you have a new weapon, don't you?
Yeah, and I wonder if that's Wokes bowling a bit wider. So Wokes is bowling a bit wider because he's trying to get the lacquer off the ball without the damage, and now he's going to bowl straighter, make the batter play more, because actually the ball's starting to swing.
Wokes outside the off stump, and that's left alone. But you and Scott Taylor have been working together for 5 years on Following On. We were reminiscing last night. We haven't missed an episode for 5 years. No. But Scott's just shown his true worth. He's just like really gone the extra mile. He's just counted the pitches. 45.
Yeah, well done, Scott. Yeah, 45. That's a lot of pitches for a groundsman to sort out over the course of a year. So fair play. We're getting an absolute belter here.
It is a belter. Wokes in. Peel for leg before wicket, pitching outside leg, I fancy, and that certainly was the shot that Jaiswal was playing, looking to whip it through the leg side, and there's no run. It's an absolute belter at Headingley in Leeds for the first day of the first test between England and India for the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy, recently renamed. The Pataudi name, however, remains a part of the prize. The winning captain of the series will be awarded the Pataudi medal, and the team will take away the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. Anyway, it's time for a change in the commentary position, which is a stunning balcony area. It's a bit warm, but it's stunning in the breeze. Sensational atmosphere. Jon Norman is going to take over from me, and you'll be joined by Jeremy Coney. She's in again, bowls to KL Rahul, left alone, and here is Jon Norman.
Thank you, Manners. We're all looking after each other here, wiping the mics, because boy oh boy is it hot up here on the gantry. Is cast continuing, and KL Rahul just comes forward and defends, and pushed up to mid-off, where Stokes picks the ball up, gives his thigh a rub, walks back to Brydon Carse's mark, the Durham teammates. Carse has got a little bit more movement from the pitch than Chris Wokes, sharing the new ball, playing in his first test match in England after a winter away. Debut in Pakistan and bowled with great success, certainly the first two test matches against New Zealand before that injury started to hobble him somewhat. He's in again, this time he's left alone. Jeremy's alongside me. Your thoughts from the first half an hour, the opening half an hour, Jeremy?
Interesting half hour. Having put India in, obviously there's an attacking field. Most of the half hour has been three slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, and also, what is it, 7-2? No, 6-3. There are 2 men back, so the short ball just in front of square, and also a fine leg squarish as well, and the mid-on the onside. So that's been the general field and the approach, and the line basically just outside off stump for the England bowlers.
Here is Cass again, and this is just dropped down towards Ben Duckett, who's stationed in the gully. No run.
That's better, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't make much difference,
Sorry,
does it?
everybody. I actually took John's earphones by mistake.
It's all right. I mean, these earphones are just giving us the sound of the crowd, which you can hear anyway, but also a little mix with your voice coming through as well. India 26 without loss then here at Headingley, resplendent in sunshine. Jaiswal 19 not out, KL Rahul is 7, and it's KL Rahul facing, and he leaves this ball alone from Cass. Just zips through, possibly keeps a fraction low.
Interesting to open the bowling with Wokes, wasn't it? Obviously, if the ball was going to nip, in other words, from the seam, then that's why he's chosen Wokes, because he's probably the one who's most accomplished at that skill. And then at the other end, Cass, and he's got the ball to swing more. And when the ball swings away from you, say you're a right-hand batsman, it generally carries on in that angle as if it had seamed. So there's a bit of movement away towards those 3 slips gullies.
Cass again, and this time KL Rahul just playing inside the line. Short enough to leave on length, and Rahul is not forced to play, and this is really what it's about for the first hour, possibly the first session of play. India asked to bat first. We are expecting batting conditions possibly to ease as the day progresses into days 2 and 3, although there's a little bit of rain now forecast over the weekend. This test match getting underway on a Friday, which always messes with the mind. But if these two who walked out about 35 minutes ago can walk back again in an hour and a half, that would be a huge challenge navigated. Much changed India lineup for this first test of 5, which we're bringing you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, as Chris Wokes continuing, and this is left alone by the enigmatic Jaiswal.
It's been probing rather than surgical, I'd have to say. The surgical much closer to the off stump, demanding. Jaiswal has been the predominant scorer because he's been moving and changing his position on the crease. In other words, not in terms of width and line, but in terms of length.
Wokes again, fuller, but too wide and left alone.
He's been happy to attack width, and he's got a square boundary a couple of times. He's found the sort of a thickish outside edge, Wokes, a couple of times, and it's run away to the 3rd man boundary. That's going to be an interesting position. We keep our eye on that because there could be a lot of runs. This is a very quick outfield. I mean, right across the square it goes where all the pitches are.
Yeah.
It's very quick, and you get good value for your shots across that square.
He'll only speed up as well, as this time he's beaten his Jaiswal past the outside edge as he seeks to cover the line. There's a dive to his left from Jamie Smith behind the stumps, and a couple of those slip fielders just have their head in their hands.
Yep, and that's the sort of delivery that Wokes will provide for you, drawing the batsman into a stroke. He's pulled the length back a little bit there, and it's just nipped away enough, and there's enough bounce in this pitch that it will carry through to Smith, even though he dives and it's quite low to his left. That should carry through to the slip cordon.
Yes, that's the line to the left-hander as Jaiswal moves down the track. So first ball after being beaten past the outside edge, playing defensively. He seeks to negate any movement and just mess around a little bit with Chris Wokes' length. Comes forward and just punches that to mid-on.
And it's a good idea from Jaiswal too, because you don't want an accomplished bowler like Wokes to just settle into a metronomic kind of bowling where you can get away with bowling the same length all the time. He's got to keep adjusting. It's pressure of a different kind.
Wokes again with Jaiswal batting now outside of his crease, and he just opens the face of the bat a touch, guides this down to Ben Duckett, who's stationed at backward point, who puts in the dive.
We hear about that putting pressure on the bowler a lot nowadays. Generally, it usually is with reference to attacking shots. Jaiswal isn't doing that really. What he's doing with it's a pressure, but it's the pressure of changing the length of Chris Wokes. He's got to pull his length back if he's going to come at him. Then he goes back in his crease then.
Jaiswal facing up, leaves this one, does the batter.
The other thing that's been quite evident so far, as that's the end of the over from Wokes, is that both these Indian batsmen seem to know the position of their off stump quite well, and they are watching and judging that. The more you force the bowler to bowl short, then the bounce is going to take the ball over the stumps here today. So it's hitting high up on the thigh, it's passing over the top of the stumps. So I think it's quite a good move from Jaiswal, because it's not out and out pace from Wokes, it's more of a kind of a probing line of length and then nip from the actual contact on the surface of the pitch. That's where he gets his wickets.
Yeah, taking out two modes of dismissal by doing exactly that, aren't you? And this is the problem England will face. They do not have a Rabada, stroke Cummins, stroke Bumrah within their ranks anymore. As KL Rahul lets this one go from Bryden Carse, bowling from the football ground end of this famous old ground here in Leeds.
Carse, probably of the two bowlers, not quite able to be accurate enough and using that swing that he is getting. It's just getting too wide of KL Rahul, and KL Rahul loves hitting square on the offside. He's got a very strong left side. He gets a good stride and then controls that and opens the face of the bat. It's a very productive area for him.
Continuing over the wickets. This is a touch too straight and clipped away fine by KL Rahul. Here's a question for you, Jeremy, because one of the questions that was asked to Bryden Carse 2 days out from the Test match was, where are you going to bowl, Bryden? And he didn't know. As in, he didn't know if he was going to be opening the bowling or whether he was going to be first change, whether his role was going to be more of the enforcer, bang it in, rough them up, get in their face. And he doesn't often open the bowling for Durham. Hasn't opened the bowling a lot for England. In fact, this might be the first time. Yeah. So, you know, you talk about a batter knowing their game. What about the bowler?
Absolutely. At the moment, as I say, now he might be more dangerous to Jaiswal coming back in.
Here he is. Jaiswal swing and a miss. Loses his body shape. That's a heave, really. And misses the ball by some distance. A huge gap on the offside between point and mid-off. And Jaiswal was throwing the kitchen sink at a delivery from Carse there.
Yeah, he likes a big shot, Jaiswal. He likes width, and he'll go after it. Bashir is the man there, I think, at backward point, and he'll be, you know, if it's either side of him, whether it's in the air or not, it'll be going, that's for sure.
Well, that's one of the reasons I love watching this guy bat, because he does have different ways of going about his work. Lets this one go, leaves on length as Jaiswal. He scored a double century against England last year in India, and essentially he made a decision early that he was just going to sit on Jimmy Anderson. I think he may have scored, I don't have the stats in front of me, I'll get them, maybe 2 runs from 60 deliveries from Anderson, and he attacked at the other end. And then when he got set and Anderson came back for his third spell, then he thought, no, okay, I'm going to take it, I'm going to take you on now. But that's what I love about him. We've just seen 2 very different modes against Chris Wokes, who beats him past the outside edge, so he comes forward down the track, and then that big expansive shot against Carse, who is an extravagant forward defence by Jaiswal. And this is why he's such an exciting talent.
Oh yes, he seizes on any opportunity, who feels he's got such a game, and he's quite mature, isn't he, in that sense, for a 23-year-old to be able to see the line early and know the areas he wants to attack in, and that's square, and he'll play a cut shot or he'll play a square drive. Anything that's just a little bit full from the bowler as he's trying to get into the stumps or into his pad, he'll drive him pretty straight down the ground as well. But he's quite happy to attack.
Here is Cast continuing from the football ground end, and he's beaten Jaiswal with a ball that Jaiswal, well, he shapes to cut, then almost looks like he's trying to get out the way of the ball as it comes into the left-hander, as Jeremy was saying, and it's wrapped him on the gloves. That ball could have gone anywhere. It's just dropped into the strip, and Jaiswal is just giving himself a bit of a rub. Has it hit him on the side, actually?
Yes, it has.
It's the side, not the glove.
He was looking, length troubled him then from Cass, and it was dug in a little shorter, and he wanted to play a stroke for a millisecond, then he looked to try and get out of the way, and that then caused him to be hit. So I think just above the hip on the right side, that's his front side as a left-hander, so he's just holding that a little bit at the moment, giving it a rub. So a good delivery from Cass, trying to change things up for himself.
It was a rib tickler.
He can hurry you up, Cass. He bowls, as they call in the vernacular, the heavy ball, doesn't he? That just is onto you a little more quickly than you expect.
Which is usually what you'd expect from a first change bowler rather than an opening bowler, isn't it? So it's that kind of natural back of the length. He's a tall man. We're going to see the first bowling change of the morning here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where we're getting a couple of questions in. Aidan messages us, says, Jeremy, what are some of your memories of playing at Headingley? Josh Tongue about to bowl his first delivery. Right, I'm over the wicket, and that's fired in. It's a full toss, defended back to the bowler who fields. And, that surprised me anyway, but if not the batter. That's from Aidan. Aidan McLaughlin, friend of talkSPORT Cricket.
Hello, Aidan.
He never sleeps, does Aidan.
Oh.
He'll message me at 3 a.m.
All right, well,
New
we'll know
Zealand
you
time.
when we see you, Aidan. You'll those big circles under your eyes there. That'll be excellent. Good to hear from you. Look, yes, I do remember one match I played. As I look away to my left,
Tongue for his second delivery does get the ball to bounce this time, and KL Rahul is forward and placing this to backward point, no run.
there's a big scoreboard there at the moment, but when I played, that was actually the administration building for, here at Leeds, and we changed in the upstairs room, which was actually formerly a kitchen, and you could see where all the fridges and the ovens had been because they'd been removed out of the building when we got changed there. And that was the match actually where we beat England. Was for the very first time in coming to England since 1927, 1983 it was. We won our first Test match in England. Can't forget that.
Almost feels like Aidan was with us last night. As straighter from Tongue and on good length, and it's just helped round the corner by KL Rahul, who adds a single to his score. He moves to 9, Jaiswal 19, the score 28 without loss here in India after being asked about first.
I remember the last day when we happened to win the game, and a lot of New Zealanders had arrived by train and bus and so on to sort of witness it, and they came up the stairs after us and joined us in a number of songs as I got the guitar out, and I was still in my pads, and I had a revolting drink. It was a bit of sort of orange from drinks and a beer someone had poured in there, and a bit of bubbles as well. It's sort of a fud pucker, I would call that. And certainly that actually burnt a hole in my pad.
3 slips in place with a backward point and a gully, or a gully and a backward point. And there's another wild shot from Jaiswal, who's trying to smash that through point where there's no fielder on the boundary. But just like that shot against Bryden Cass, he doesn't connect. He's actually beaten by the bounce, I think.
Yeah, it's good bounce. As I said, here's decent bounce for the bowlers if they get it right. The edges should carry. That's why the 3 slips are still in, and gully deep.
Tongue again, first ball, or rather first over, and Jaiswal doesn't move an inch. As soon as that ball, which has just been smashed down the ground, left the bat, it was only going to be going in one direction. No stopping that one. 4 more runs to the score.
When you see a shot like that following a beaten outside off with bounce, it says that this is a man who can actually forget what's just happened a little bit, and he sees the next one, and actually he seizes on it, doesn't he, because he's gone too full as Tongue looked for the stumps. 4 runs, good stroke.
Yeah, no real consistency from this first over by Josh Tong, and this is short and cut powerfully. It bounces just in front of Ollie Pope at backward point, who fields at the second attempt.
And just to finish that story for Aidan, I remember looking over it, and it was the whole of our dressing room was filled with people. We're singing away, and all I could see in the corner was 3 generations of Hadleys, and all of them in tears. There was Walter, the dad. He was the captain in 1949 when they came out here. He was in tears because of the moment. You know, it was quite emotional for him.
Long journey.
Yeah, and then
throughout the decades.
Yeah, and then Richard Hadley had his son Nicholas in his arms, who was crying a lot. I think Richard had got mixed up between nappy rash and deep heat, and so that was most uncomfortable for poor young Nicholas. And then the third part of it was Richard Hadley in tears because he hasn't got a wicket in the match.
Dare I ask how many wickets you took, Jeremy?
4. I can tell you
There
that,
you
and
go.
that's the only time I could ever go up to Richard and say, thank heavens you can bat.
Brilliant stuff. KL Rahul has just languidly driven Chris Wokes through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot of the day as Chris Wokes has switched ends, and India move on 36 without loss.
That easy elegance that you get from KL Rahul when he gets a ball outside his off stump, and he has a very strong left side, and he gets a good stride in, and he opens the face slightly, so it's that square cover area that he just finds, you know, that's a very strong area. You've got to keep away from there.
Here is Wokes again, left alone by KL Rahul, who's got his boundary for the over, but perhaps. Martinez Jans van Vuren. Hello from Cape Town. I'm a South African supporting England. Let's go. Well, he must be a very happy South African, because that was one of the best Test matches I've been privileged enough to be at Lord's last weekend. What a crowd! What a sense of occasion. There was joy in the air. It was intense at times, nervy for sure. There was quality on field. There was some exceptional bowling and catching. A really good pitch, and you know, South Africa with the win, which sees them crowned World Test champions. Dot ball, by the way, from Chris Wokes' latest delivery to KL Rahul. 36 without loss, India.
Yeah, congrats to South Africa. I'm sure you're delighted with that. The way they learned very quickly throughout the match. It was kind of 2 pitches, I felt. The first 2 days, 14 wickets falling on 28 wickets from the first 2 days, and then suddenly the sun came out, the pitch became brown, and we got 4 wickets on the 3rd day only, and one of them was number 10.
This is a touch too wide from Chris Wokes, who saw his first ball drilled square of the wicket through the covers for 4.
And one of them number 11. So, you know, it suddenly became wickets were very difficult to claim, and Markram played a magnificent, you know, innings, that 4th innings of the match. So, well done, South Africa. Yes, you're right. Good bowling, mostly decent catching, and the last innings being the easier time to bat. It helped South Africa too.
Wokes again, left alone again by Rahul. I love it about Test cricket. You know, just confound. After 2 days, I was getting a lot of angst about the inability of batters to be able to bat anymore. It's all about wickets. No one can bat against the wobble seam. The bowling's too strong. And then day 3 was a batting day, and so was day 4 really. And that's the beauty of this great game. The pitch changes, the conditions change, the ball changes, the bowlers get tired, the batters get more used to the conditions, and it can then go the other way as well. Left on it again, shoulders arms to KL Rahul. End of the over. India 36 without loss.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, look, a 5-test series, folks, you can't get better. You can't get better. The fact of it is that when you sometimes look at the 3rd and 4th tests of a series, of this 5-test series, it looks nothing like the first test.
Yeah.
Why? Because players have nowhere to hide. They've got nowhere to go, and if a weakness emerges from an opposition player, it's exposed ruthlessly from then on by various bowlers. And so suddenly going in with some confidence, you lose all that, and it's a real battle to get through.
Round the wicket, Josh Tongue to the left-hander Jaiswal. This is a touch too wide, left alone. Ed Cowan, who used to open the batting for a while for Australia, played in England, he wrote a good piece, and he said he came up against India. Must have been 2008. He was opening the batting with Chris Rogers, and he said, who would it have been? It would have been Zahir Khan bowling for India, Ashish Nehra maybe. And he said after 2 tests, Zahir Khan had just worked him out. And he said it just does not take very long for international class bowlers to work a batter out. Full, and there's a big shot for a leg before wicket. Josh Tongue wants it, the fielders want it. Ben Stokes running in from mid-off. I wonder if that's just going a little bit leg side, but Jamie Smith's just walking up to Josh Tongue now. It will be the wicket-keeper who I think will make the big call on this. Where was the wicket-keeper heading?
It's either line. It looks like that's a review, is it?
Well,
yes.
The crowd will tell you. It's gone upstairs, yeah.
It's a question of, has he hit it? That's the first thing. And the second thing, if he hasn't, what's the line of the ball? It's certainly not going over.
Well, it's been a little bit licorice all sorts from Josh Tongue. He's bowled 8 deliveries. There's been 3 Yorkers, a couple of short ones. It's a Yorker that is clearly it's going down leg side. It's wrapped the pads. The England fielders aren't even going to wait and see what the third umpire's decision is, because this would have hit maybe a fifth leg stump.
Yeah, that's the line of the ball. It's coming around the wicket. There's always the angle, of course, the natural angle back into the left-hander. It's kind of even not pitching in line with the stumps. That's what we're seeing. So a good call from Gaffney, the umpire at this end. What do we call this end? Is this
This is the
Kirkstall Lane?
Kirkstall Lane end.
And the what then? The rugby league
the football,
end?
football
Football
ground.
ground, yes.
Yeah. Here is Josh Tongue again. This time Jaiswal does get the bat down on the ball. It's pushed out to short cover, no run. Even from our vantage point up here, and we're in what would be, I suppose, if you're listening to us on the talkSPORT cricket commentary stream, we're about 5th tier, quite high up, and essentially we are at wide-ish, long off to the left-hander. Even from up here, that looked to be going down the leg side.
Well, his body, if you think about it, he's trying to get out of the way of it. It fell to the offside, which often suggests that leg side line.
Full again, driven, and Josh Tongue just saved himself 4 runs, flinging a hand out there to Phil from his own bowling. 36 without loss, and England have lost a review. I'll be interested in the chat, because I think the keeper's got to see that one. I think Jamie Smith be interested. I mean, it didn't pitch in line, and it was clearly going down the leg side. That's the keeper. The keeper calls that one, surely.
I didn't actually see if there was any movement to the left.
No,
but he beat him with pace, didn't he?
Yeah, he
threw
did.
it to him with pace.
Short again, and this is expertly played, actually. Short, fast delivery, and Jaiswal keeps his eyes on the ball. He gets his bat up, plays straight, just drops it down into the turf about, I don't know, 8 or 9 yards in front of backward point. Dealt with that a little bit more elegantly than the Yorker 3 or 4 deliveries ago.
Well, nearly the hour up, the first hour of this game, just 4 minutes to go. There's been nearly 13 overs bowled in that hour, and so far India surviving.
Here's Tongue again. This is driven by Jaiswal on the front foot, holds the pose, high elbow, and Ben Stokes will go and retrieve the ball, which doesn't cross the boundary sponge. But again, as soon as the ball left the bat, you knew where it was going. 40 without loss.
4th boundary there for Jaiswal, just down the ground, full face of the bat, just to the offside. Looks very comfortable getting onto that front foot, holds the pose nicely. Just really a check drive, doesn't have the big follow through at all. Just power coming from the bat path coming down. So he's really made a good contact. No one can get that, and it's a fast outfield.
It is a fast outfield, but I think that reaches the boundary on any ground. It was a magnificent shot from Jaiswal. This is the other thing India possess here. Youth at one end, experience at the other. 3 slips and a gully in place of K.R. Hall, and Wokes continuing from the football ground end. And this is pushed up to Shoaib Bashir, who's at mid-on. First hour going the way of India so far. This would be the last over before drinks. But this is what you want from an opening partnership, isn't it? It's contrasting styles.
Well, it's been interesting, John, hasn't it? I mean, they've been beaten outside the off stump probably 3-4 times in the hour. They've judged the ball in line otherwise well.
Here's Wokes again, driven by K.R. Hall. This goes to the left of Stokes and mid, off. It's a squarish drive, much like the shot we saw from the last over. Possibly not timed quite as well as that one, but the scoreboard tells you another 4 added to the score. Hall moves to 16, 44 without loss India.
I think every time that the England bowlers have just erred in length, they've gone full. The Indian opening batsmen have just leapt on it, haven't they?
They have indeed. Pressure on England. Wokes again, and K.R. Hall digs out a Yorker. No. India announcing a debutant today. Sai Shudarsan coming into the side. Played a little bit for Surrey in the county championship the season before last. Top scorer in the IPL this year. A real talented boy. Young man who's waiting to come in. He's not been called upon yet, as this time K.R. Hall just blocks his delivery on a length from Chris Wokes back to the bowler. Karun Nair will be batting at 6. So those were the 2 questions. What would this Indian batting lineup look like, and also how would the bowlers shape up? Shardul Thakur is the all-rounder, and Krishna coming in as well. As again, K.R. Hall happy to block, play defensively as we push towards the drink break here at Headingley. England winning the toss, decided to bowl as India would have. But it's India the happier of the 2 sides as we push up towards the break. Chris Wokes has had a go at both ends. Josh Tongue elicited a huge appeal for a leg before wicket. England burning a review, the ball pitching outside leg and would have sailed down the leg side. So just a touch possibly of anxiety from the hosts as Wokes continues. And this is fielded well down the leg side by Jamie Smith. And that's the end of the over. Drinks have been called midday here in God's own country. And India find themselves at 44 without loss. And after a little summary from Jeremy Coney, it would be Neil Manthorp, and also for the first time today, David Bumble Lloyd.
Well, I think 44 without loss sort of says it belongs to India this past first hour of this match. They've come out to bat on a pitch with a tinge of green. The new Duke's ball, of course, in the hands mainly of Wokes and Cast. We've seen a little bit of Tongue as well. But generally, there's been decent bounce throughout that hour. There's been a little bit of movement as well, but they've managed to survive comfortably. We've seen lovely drives down the ground, particularly from Jaiswal, who's played a bit more aggressively than KL Rahul. Rahul with that stroke through square cover, which he loves with that strong left side a couple of times as well. And so they've leapt on anything where the ball has been a little full. They've judged the length outside the off stump quite nicely. So can they last this next hour is the question, and restart after drinks. Sometimes drinks you often feel is worth a wicket, but if they can restart, and then I think we'll find that India will feel very happy if they can get towards lunch. Even with the loss of one wicket, they'll have done extremely well.
Thank you very much indeed to Jeremy Coney. It's been a very fine toss to lose for India. Glorious morning, beautiful sunshine, warm sunshine, the crowd filling up all the time. And drinks, I think, not only well deserved but fully appreciated in these temperatures. just a hazy cloud overhead, not the kind of stuff that encourages fast bowlers, not the kind of cloud cover that makes the ball swing or helps the ball to swing. Western Terrace away to our right, so it's going to be a very long day in the sun for some of those chaps who've already a couple of pints into the day, and it doesn't help that the drinks dispensing machines are so efficient these days. You can be downstairs and these automated pint pourers, you just pop your token in, you've got your pint of lager and you're back in your seat in a couple of minutes. Gone are the days of 25-minute queues, but hopefully they're drinking some water between their pints. Bumble, wonderful to have you back.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be here as well. Best seat in the house, I would say. This is a wonderful place to watch cricket. We're so elevated, and it's a gorgeous day in Leeds. The sun shines on Headingley, and I'm interested about the dispensing machine. I don't think it's got to our media centre yet with the coffee machine. You need a manual.
You need a university degree.
You do. I've not fathomed it yet, and I'd really like a coffee.
Well, it's a lot easier, less appropriate, of course, to pop downstairs and get one of those machines to pour you a pint of lager.
Well, I did a little thing this morning at breakfast time with probably 20 people at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they were on lager. I couldn't believe it. I want orange juice. It's breakfast. Here we go.
3 slips in a gully. Down round the wicket comes Josh Tongue, and Jaiswal guides it into the covers at point, fielded by Ollie Pope. They're through for a single.
They played so well, these two, winning the toss, and we expected it, didn't we? We really expected it. That it's a gorgeous day. It's a beautiful batting service. Ben Stokes wins the toss. We'll have a ball. I think they've played so well.
Did you hear what Mark Butcher said a couple of minutes ago?
No, go on.
He said that if Nasser Hussain had walked back into the changing room and said, I've won the toss and we're having a bowl, they'd have said, we'll go out and toss again then and have a rethink.
Oh, gosh.
Every single one of my instincts, Bumble, screamed at me this morning that it was a batting day. Full and from Josh Tongue, driven down the ground by KL Rahul. That's beautiful piece of timing as a pursuit for Ben Stokes, but in vain. That was very full and absolutely gun barrel straight. It was just dismissed away. Lovely shot.
Well, the stroke play has been super. England have flashed 1 or 2 past the outside edge, which you'd expect with a brand new ball. But I think that the opening pair have been so watchful and just value for shot on a lightning fast outfield. Just lean on it and you'll get 4. I think they're excellent players, these two. Really lovely to watch.
And actually a little thin on form. The numbers suggest that they have not come into this test in the greatest of form. Here's Tongue again, turned away by KL Rahul. Again, full and straight, angled into the pads, turned out to square leg Ollie Pope fields.
The other thing as well, when you look at this pitch now, and 2 days ago it was very green, all that grass is gone, it's got a nice brown look to it. But you can see where the fast bowlers and the big strapping lads, you can see the marks that they're making already. It is ultra dry. I live an hour away from here. We haven't seen rain for months. It just hasn't rained. You get a sprinkling now and again, but nothing to get into the surface.
Here's Tongue again. He seems to be bowling quite quickly. It's a rapid pace, and that's full and straight again and defended by KL Rahul. Are you having to water the roses by hand then?
Yeah, absolutely. There's everything is so brown, and you can see all the practice areas here at Headingley, how brown it is, and the outfield is turning. I recall back in 1976, it was a summer which was unbelievably hot. 76.
Tongue in again outside the off stump, left alone by KL Rahul, taken by a tumbling Jamie Smith.
I mentioned it's a full house, and we were addressed this morning by the chief executive at Yorkshire County Cricket Club, Sanjay Patel, who says that it's a full house for the first 3 days. 13,000 have been sold for day 4, so we're expecting that to be a full house as well. It's a picture, an absolute picture.
Three slips a gully and a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, man out on the hook, deep square leg. Here is Tongue again, bowls, Kale Rahul again, pushes it down the ground. Again, sweet timing, quick outfield. The ball is racing away, but so is Ben Stokes, and this time he will overhaul it just before the long off boundary, but they will come back for 3. Well, you can't fault Josh Tongue for A, making the batsman play, and B, attacking the stumps, and we didn't see that from Chris Wokes and Bryden Cast with the brand new ball. But it's been a very good start. 50 up for India, 52 on the board, with Shazvi Jaiswal 28 and KL Rahul 23. 52 without loss. There's a sense of you know, proponents of Bazball will say that the decision was more to bat second to chase in the 4th innings, based on confidence. Those who are less inclined towards Bazball will say, well, it was a bit arrogant. Actually, you run the risk by doing this of India being 360 for 3 at the end of the day.
Well, I think they're also looking at the stats. The matches that have been won here have been won by the team batting second, but there's more to that story. It has been ultra dry. So the previous matches, you have to recall and go back. Was it overcast? Was there dampness in the surface? This is unbelievably dry. They've not been able to get any sort of moisture in here. I can get really technical about moisture content in a test match pitch, and in the UK you would aim at about 23% moisture. There's nothing like that here because you can't get a sprinkle into it.
Ben Stokes into the attack, and the England captain makes something happen. Here he is, thundering in from the football stand end, and the first delivery is outside the off stump, and KL Rahul leaves it alone. Well, he's already done the wicket with his first ball back in Test cricket trick, but I mean, he when I said can he make something happen, he always makes something happen, but he sort of needs to here.
Well, there's a real expectancy from the crowd as soon as he's announced that Ben Stokes. There's a stir in the crowd.
3 slips a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. There you go, same sort of field we've had all day. Short and pull shot from Rahul, not quick enough onto it. The ball was too quick for him. Jamie Smith takes it tumbling down the leg side. 52 for none.
We'll have a look at the big board because it's been coming up as to what pace each bowler is bowling. We'll see from Ben Stokes. He's probably one of the lesser pace, I'd say, at about 83, 84 miles an hour. Josh Tongue was up at 87. And I'm waiting for it, and it's not coming. This is one time that they're not doing it. Come on!
It's inevitable. Here's Ben Stokes once again, thundering in up to the crease now. Bowls to KL Rahul, leaves alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Where on the scoreboard is the
It just
speed
flashed
come
up, so we've got the big scoreboard is telling you everything that you need to know, and then that blanks off, and then it came up, particularly with Josh Tongue, but they're not doing it now. But the other significant thing, when they were practicing, I watched all practice this morning, and I'm right behind Wokes, who swung the ball in practice. He was swinging it out lovely, and since the game started there's not a ball swung.
Root, Brook, Crawley, Duckett as the 3 slips in a gully. Here's Stokes again, drive from Rahul and a miss outside the off stump. That's what Ben Stokes did. That one could have swung, maybe. It was full and wide and invited the drive. Rahul absolutely launched himself into it.
It gets into your mind that he's bowled a couple down the leg side, you might say a looseners, and then he throws one real wide. And a batter who's been so watchful, KL Rahul, had played some lovely shots, has a real go at it. It's so wide, no control in the shot, playing a miss.
Ben Stokes, fit, raring to go, excited about this series. Outside the off stump now, KL Rahul leaves it alone, and there's no run.
And just going back to that World Test Championship, you must be absolutely thrilled. What a game it was, an epic game, and some real emotional stuff from South Africa.
The funny thing is, it sort of catches you, get that little lump in the throat at the most unexpected times.
Yeah.
You know, when you sort of think of all the near misses and all the not so near misses and the long wait But it was the quality of the entertainment and the competition, the contest. Here is Stokes again outside the off stump, left alone by KL Rahul. I mean, the ICC optimistically billed it as the ultimate test, you know, which is a bit pretentious and a bit hopeful, really. You know, very often the big games, the cup finals, don't live up to expectations, but that was an absolute thriller with both teams coming back into it.
It was, and with all the wickets falling in the first 2 days, and then it just flattens out. Some real heroes. Markram at the top of the innings, I mean, he'll never play an innings, or he probably will because he's a quality player, but what an innings, significant innings to play. And little Bavuma, the captain, a tiny little fella, I mean, that is so good.
147 they put on. Incidentally, Aidan Markram doesn't think he'll ever play an innings like that.
That's good. I just wonder whether you've said the right thing there, but it was a wonderful innings from an opening batter against a quality attack.
Here is Josh Tongue. He's bowling nice and quickly, back of a length, in at the rib cage of Jaiswal, but he's got all the time in the world to tuck it off his pads down towards long leg, and through they go for a single. It was interesting. Markram is married now, and he's got, you know, he's started a young family, so there's nothing wrong with his perspective on life. And you know, cricket's never been, not since he was a teenager anyway, it's not been one of those great things, you know, cricket's what I do, not who I am. But I did say to him, do you think you'll be the same person afterwards? And he, do you know what? Yeah, he surprised me, and he said, well, yes and no. You know, it's, you know how I feel about cricket, but I don't think I will be quite the same person having done this. Here's Tongue again to KL Rahul, clipped away behind square on the leg side, and they go down towards long leg. They've got a long leg in now for KL Rahul, and they go through for a single. But it's, you know, it's the World Test Championship. It's you know, meant so much to, and there were thousands at OR Tambo Airport in Johannesburg when they got back.
I mean, it was a great scene, and there's a lot wrong with that Test Championship. Make no mistake. But when two cracking teams serve up that quality, you know, you've got to watch it. I was thrilled for South Africa. I was, because I do believe you can want it too much, and it's just a game. Just play another game.
Yep. It is just a game. It's just a very important game to so many other people. It's not just about you, of course. There's a leg slip in now. Round the wicket comes Josh Tongue, and steps away does Jaiswal, and he plays an ambitious, flailing cut shot at this. And KL Rahul isn't too impressed. He's having a little wander down from the non-striker's end. Mate, everything you've done so far has been perfect. What was that about? He's missed it. It's gone through to the keeper.
He's done that 3 times. He's trying to give himself a little bit of room to play a square cut. He's moved away slightly to the leg side. A real flashing blade as the ball goes through at a decent pace and good height to the wicketkeeper Smith.
As I said, there's a leg slip in now, so 2 slips, an orthodox gully, a backward point and a leg slip. Zach Crawley's gone to leg slip. No, it's Ben Duckett. Oh, that's an uppercut from, or an attempted uppercut from Jaiswal. He's again, it's shortened a little bit wide outside the off stump, and he's literally tried to ramp it over the slip cordon and hasn't made contact. Just looking a bit loose now.
He's just played an IPL shot there. It's that ramp and leg slip. He's going to move now, and are they going to have a fly slip? It looks that way. That leg slip has moved across into a 3rd slip, and Ben Duckett, who was at gully, has dropped back to 3rd man for that ramp shot.
And he's, yeah, make no mistake, he's there for the catch. He's not, Ben Stokes doesn't bother about, go a bit finer. That's right, he's going a bit finer. He's definitely there for the, he's a fly slip in old language. That's pushed away by Jaiswal defensively to backward point, fielded by Ollie Pope, and there's no run. You were talking about pints of lager at 8 o'clock this morning. On this road runs way down to our left. We're at the Kirkstall Lane end, and you turn right. I think it might be called Headingley Lane. There's a very small, modest hotel called the Boundary Hotel. I first saw it when I covered my first game here in the late 1980s, and I always wanted to stay there, but it was always fully booked. Here is Josh Tongue down the leg side now as Jaiswal has a little flick at it, makes no contact, there's no run. And so first Test match, not 20 years ago, and South Africa came to play at Headingley, and I called that hotel. I found their number and I called them 364 days before the start of the Test matches when they started booking. Took bookings a year in advance, and I booked myself a room, and I stayed there, and it was, I'll never forget it. It was on the top floor. The room was the size of a cupboard that you would get in a hotel most other places. There were 4 rooms sharing. Well, it was a humidifier, really. It was supposed to be a shower. And downstairs, the full fry-up was a special at £6 with a pint of lager. Ben Stokes again, outside the off stump, and it's left alone. I'm very glad that I stayed there, but I didn't rebook it the next time I came.
You look all around here, and there's lots of chimney pots, and you know, it's proper Leeds, you would say, and quite a student area as well. And I recall that when we used to broadcast from the Howard stand, as it is now, the football stand, you could see the houses who would have a free view on the balconies, and some of them would go onto the slates, onto the roof, watch the game.
Here's Stokes. England in need of a wicket. KL Rahul leaves alone outside the off stump again. And there's no run taken by Jamie Smith. 54 without loss. India asked to bat first, and Shubman Gill said that he would have bowled first as well.
Did he?
He did, but he was very quick with the follow-up, which is, but I'm very happy to have a bat.
It's that situation when you're captain. Sometimes you think, well, I'm not bothered if I lose. If I lose the toss, you decide. Whatever you do, you've got to do it well. It's as simple as that.
Here's Stokes again, thundering in from the football stand end, outside the off stump and left alone. There's no run. The old pavilion is to the left as we look at the football stand end. Now the Howard stand end. That building, that was the pavilion when I first came
No,
here.
I don't recall that as being a pavilion. The pavilion was where the big scoreboard is, which had a wonderful balcony. It was a real sun trap, and then we went into the dungeons of the football stand, and now we've come over this end, the Kirkstall Lane end.
Here is Ben Stokes again up to the crease now. Bowls KL Rahul forward and pushing it to Ollie Pope at backward point, and there's no run. Used to change in the basement.
That's it.
In the rugby
dungeons.
league changing rooms.
That was it, and so there was no ventilation, no windows in there. The best pavilion was where the new scoreboard is, and you had dining down there, and the offices were there. The changing rooms were up above, and a lovely balcony. I think that's a no ball. He does get close. Ben Stokes would always be pushing that front line. Umpire rifle signals a no ball.
One more to the total, up to 55 without loss. Here's Stokes again up to the crease now, outside the off stump, and there's no run. I just want to finish that story. I didn't go for the lager option at breakfast, but I have to say that the majority of my fellow diners did.
Well, you're in Yorkshire, aren't you? No, this is. They would see that as a pint of lager and a full English as an absolute bargain. I was in a pub last night in town, right in the city centre, £3.20 a pint, and it was lovely, very nice.
You can't get a sample taster for that in London.
Yeah.
Here is Stokes again, and it's pushed firmly by KL Rahul up towards mid-on, and fielded by Shoaib Bashir. Won't be long before we see him. I think we'll have a bowl before lunch. Will Shoaib Bashir. Ben Stokes very, very good at getting his spinner into the game early.
21 years of age, Shoaib Bashir, and he comes under the spotlight. He's got 58 Test match wickets. He's had a wonderful start. I think what they see in him, the attraction, is he bowls some super deliveries. Doesn't bowl too many maidens. Stokes gets the best out of him.
3 slips gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. Stokes again up to the crease now, wide of the crease, and KL Rahul leaves it alone. There's no run. Thin time of it, KL Rahul, just 2 50s in his last 17 Test innings, and not full of runs. I mean, not very much first-class cricket. Obviously, coming on the back of the IPL, it was really fascinating, I thought, when Shubman Gill yesterday was asked what would mean more to you, winning a Test series here or winning the IPL? And he did not hesitate. He didn't even think, do I need to be careful of treading on some toes here, or do I need to choose my words carefully? He just went, boom, Test series. It just absolutely, he said, not even a question.
You know, I fully understand that, and I understand also that the IPL and all the other satellite leagues and franchise leagues, it's sheer entertainment. It's wonderful. It's great fun.
Round the wicket, Josh Tongue into Jaiswal, hits him on the pad. It's caught at third slip by Zach Crawley, and there's an ever so polite an appeal. Just asking the question, umpire. Just asking the question, and the umpire Chris Gaffney says, well, thank you very much, it's not out.
Yeah, nothing at all from the bowler, who's perhaps the nearest as he careered into the thigh pad and just ballooned up to third slip. There's a bit of a conversation now going between the change of personnel. The tall man, Crawley, has gone to that fly slip position, and Ben Duckett has come up to third slip.
Here is Josh Tongue around the wicket to Jaiswal, left alone. It's a back of a length delivery, rib height down the leg side. Do you remember that famous piece of commentary? Well, famous, it was only 18 months ago, during the Border Gavaskar Trophy, when Gavaskar went stupid, 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 when Rishabh Pant was out. I'd love to hear Sonny on air if Jaiswal holed out to the fly slip.
With a ramped IPL shot.
Yeah. It's the most obvious trap. It just needs the blue light flashing. Otherwise, it's just I mean, you just wouldn't play that shot. That one is tucked away off his pads behind square on the leg side, and they're through for another single. Jaiswal up to 30. KL Rahul 24. 56 for none.
Looking across to the packed Western Terrace. That's the party area. Very quiet at the minute. It'll change round about 4 o'clock when they get into good voice. I'm looking across and it doesn't appear to be fancy dress. That will probably be tomorrow. On Saturday is usually fancy dress day. Never forget the pantomime horse that came one year and entered the field of play and was attacked.
Here's Tongue over the wicket to the right-handed Rahul, short and pulled away out towards square leg. He's got hold of that quite nicely, a bit high on the bat, so not at full power, and it is intercepted by Ollie Pope. By whom or by what was the pantomime horse attacked?
The club in the Wisdom, this is a long time ago, I think it's in the 90s. In the Wisdom, they decided that the security people around would be the rugby players. And the pantomime horse with 2 people inside it trotted on. The rugby players charged into it and clattered it to the ground. One of them inside, I think, dislocated a shoulder and they couldn't get him out. The game was held up whilst they could unzip the damn thing to get these 2 very injured people out of it. The rugby players, that was the only year that they did it. They got a security firm in next time.
Yeah, because it follows logic that a pantomime horse would pose the great danger to the players.
I can see it. It trotted on. It was prancing around and got charged down.
What's the hold-up in play, Bumble?
It's behind the bowler's arm, I think it was.
So, yeah, Shazli Jaiswal has had a few issues with some movement behind the bowler's arm, but he's got it sorted now. Around the wicket comes Josh Tongue, bowling at good pace outside the off-stump. Gosh, has kept a bit low. A couple have carried through. I'm just wondering, you know, I mean, it is a very dry pitch, and that one's taken ankle height by Jamie Smith. Is it another no ball as well?
Yeah, it's a no ball, just overstepping on that front line. He's around the wicket. It's not for going too wide. Overstepped on that front crease, showing it again on the big screen. He's marginally over.
Here's Josh Tongue once again. Bouncer, and just again, Jaiswal leans back and tries to just let the ball slide off the full face of the bat over the keeper's head. He can't help himself. He cannot help himself, and KL Rahul is he's walked maybe a third of the way down the pitch from the non-striker's end, then started to tap it as if to say that's where that one pitched, and I don't know, she might not be too far off.
Do you know, I think they could use the bouncer more. I was surprised in that first hour that not too many bouncers. That's another good bouncer that he's had a fend at.
Here is Josh Tongue again, bowls. That's full and just wide enough to leave by Yashasvi Jaiswal. I think the leaving this morning has been outstanding, and it's really illustrative again of, you know, because the scoring rate's pretty good as well. They're going at, well, it's actually dropped, hasn't it? Slowed down a little bit, but they're still scoring at 3 and over, and I reckon they've left 50% of the balls today.
Just a mild criticism. I don't think England have really made them play enough. I think there have been a lot of comfortable leaves. Not too many have beaten the outside edge. There doesn't seem to be any movement in the air. Stokes again will continue from the rugby stand end.
We've had 3 slips, orthodox slips at least, or 2 slips and a leg slip and a gully for all day, all morning. Here is Ben Stokes once more, and that one is a thick outside edge. It's a flashing cover drive from Rahul Dravid, KL Rahul. Rahul Dravid wouldn't have played a shot like that, but he's almost down on one knee. It was an air of flamboyance about it. It's thick top edge over the gully for 4.
Yeah, it's a false shot. He's played some lovely shots through the offside cover drives. He just lost a little bit of control. You know what they say, if you're going to flash hard, it flew down to third man, you're really going to get value for shot here. It's like lightning, is this outfield. Comfortably over the top of gully, which is Ben Duckett again. He's in at gully, quite deep.
Stokes, Brooke Crawley in this cordon. Thick outside edge this time again, this time all the way along the ground though. And wide enough of Ben Duckett for the man at gully not to even flinch. He didn't even think about diving. It's gone very, very quickly. It's the quickest I've ever seen the Headingley outfield. I mean, that ball's just flown away. It hasn't even lost speed.
It has been so dry. I'm just looking at that fielding position. I just mentioned that Duckett is deep, but he's fine. And then there's a backward point, saving one, and it's gone between Duckett and backward point. It was in the air for a little while, round about shin high.
Here's Ben Stokes once more, thundering in third over. KL Rahul drops it down to cover. Ollie pokes in quickly from backward point, keeps them at their respective ends. The call was no from Jaiswal.
And I've just noticed that KL Rahul wants a single there, and he's set off, he's scampered down the pitch, right down the middle of the pitch. The umpires don't bother, they really do not bother, but they do get on a bowler's case. Oh, you're running on the pitch, you're running on the pitch. They don't bother with the batter.
Why is that?
Well, I have a theory on all of it. You can run where you want, bowler or batter.
Here is Stokes again, short and just helped on its way. Very clever, skillful shot from KL Rahul, in complete control. Just seems to have so much time. No lack of pace in the pitch, just pulled it away. I mean, yeah, you have a similarly radical thoughts on the ball, how the ball should be treated, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not too bothered about the ball being scuffed up. No implements.
Yeah.
Definitely no implements, and you know, if anything's deliberate, I'd be a bit wary of that. But you know, a big strapping 6'4" bowler running in and just touching some danger area. No, the batter runs up and down, up and down.
So you're in favour of anybody being able to run on the pitch?
Yes.
Yeah, makes sense. Driven now by Jaiswal up towards mid-on, fielded by Shoaib Bashir.
We did see, did you see Shahid Afridi at one break who did a pirouette on the pitch, which you know, I'm not for that. You can't deliberately disturb it, but during the act of play, I have no problem with it.
Just natural deterioration, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
you want test matches to move forward, you want the bowlers to have something to work with and aim at.
And selection with spinners. Do we need another spinner?
Here is Ben Stokes to complete his over. Jaiswal drives elegantly high right elbow out towards deep square leg, fielded by Ollie Pope, and they go through for a single. It's early days. I mean, the openers are only in their 30s, and I don't want to cast the forecast ahead too much, but you know, it does look flat. It looks very, very friendly batting conditions. India could still be bowled out for 240. I mean, you know, but it doesn't look or feel like it, David Bumble. Lloyd. Jon Norman will take over from me.
I'd like to be batting right now. It looks a beauty, does this pitch. There's been no movement in the air. Be a long day in the field, I would think. Conversation between bowler. Karsh comes and changes end. Stokes chatting with him. Walks in the conversation, and it's going to be a leg slip. 2 slips, a leg slip and a gully.
And it is Karsh who is in. Oh, I tell you what, I just lost sight of that. That was a full delivery, full toss, and it's no timing from the bat of Jaiswal. Tries to drive. KL Rahul has to jump out the way at the non-striker's end, and it's fielded at mid-off. No run. That bumbles off. Jeremy Coney's going to be coming in very shortly. 68 without loss. I think I have to put my glasses on to read the small sight screen, which is just positioned neatly on the left-hand side of the Western Terrace, which is filling up and has done. Another full delivery, and this time Jaiswal will take advantage. No timing, and there's a chase on across the practice pitches. The ball's going to win. Loose deliveries, 2 loose deliveries there at the start of Bryden Karsh's 6th over. He's bowled 2 maidens and he's gone for 17 runs. England have just lost their lines at times, and certainly their lengths have been a little bit all over the place. This was, I mean, they do say bowl at the top of off stump, Jeremy, but you know, ball needs to bounce first.
It certainly helps, doesn't it?
Karsh again, and this is 4 more. Legs lip in place. I'm not sure there's any bat on that. There isn't. Both umpire and my summariser just tapped their knee. So 4 leg buys. The ball bisecting keeper and leg slip. And again, the line a little awry from Bryden Karsh, who's opening the bowling for England today. 76 without loss, India, as we push towards the lunch break. 25 minutes to go. Both Jaiswal, the young left-hander, and KL Rahul, the veteran, the right-hander, has more runs. This time from the bat, as Bryden Karsh bowls a touch too straight, and it's just helped fine. 77 without loss. Hello again, Jeremy.
Yeah. Hello, John. It's been an interesting half hour watching, actually. We've seen Stokes come in, probably introducing himself a little earlier than he would have anticipated from the Howard end, the rugby end there, just after drinks, and India about sort of 45 without loss, and coming in and running in hard with the old hair flopping, just trying to find his inner John Lever.
There's a reference. Left alone by KL Rahul. He looks so fit, does Stokes, doesn't he? He's putting a lot of work behind the scenes over the course of the last few months.
The main thing for me that I saw was Jaiswal just starting to have a few little problems, not outside the off stump, not when it was straight, but when it was aimed at leg middle, that kind of area. That, remember, he got hit once, and then a couple of times he's been hit on the pads. A couple of times at leg, middle and leg, he's tried to ramp the ball and get it over the keeper.
Right arm over the wicket is Karsh, and this is left alone again by KL Rahul, who's asking the bowler to come to him.
And I just think he's closing off a little bit, and he's finding it hard to get access to that ball that he wants to play into the leg side, from a ball that's been bowled around the wicket at him, angling down at that leg stump to work it into the leg side for runs. and he's missing it, and he's getting hit on the pads and getting a bit frustrated, and you could see him just saying to himself, watch the ball, duck underneath it, do these sorts of things, leave those alone. So he's just going through a few little questions at this stage of the innings. He's just got to settle himself. The ball outside him, out to the offside, he's looking as if he's quite comfortable with that at the moment.
He missed a couple square of the wicket on the offside, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's looked good in the V. Stokes is in, and this is full, and a misfield by Zach Crawley at leg slip. Gifts India a leg bye. One more run to the score, 78 without loss.
There it is again, into the pad on leg stump. Bad miss really from Crawley, wasn't it? Leg slip. Maybe it bobbled, don't know. But on the inside between the keeper and himself, he's missed that, and it's allowed Rahul to come down and face and take Jaiswal at the moment, as I say. Just a few little questions. Not really serious. You can see him practicing it now at the non-striker's end, that stroke. And so, you know, Rahul looks a little bit more patient and organised at the moment than Jaiswal.
Here is Stokes again. He's past the umpire and in, and this is driven square of the wicket by KL Rahul. Beautiful shot for 4. Took 2 boundaries from Stokes last over and through the slip cordon. This one in front of the wicket. And we've seen 3 of these squarish cover drives from KL Rahul, and he's moved past his strike partner, opening partner. He moves to 38.
Yeah, that's that strength of anything just out there that's too full, and Stokes just missing his length as well, and so he invites KL Rahul to play that square drive. Down goes the back knee onto the ground. Nice control.
Still an attacking field. This has just dropped down into the turf by Rahul on this occasion. Loves to employ those attacking fields to Stokes. Still 3 slips, backward point and a gully, mid on and mid off, with those 2 fielders stationed at fine leg and deep square for the shorter delivery, but it's a quick outfield. I was reading Stuart Broad's piece in the Times. It was actually yesterday, and he was saying, this is, if you err on line or length at this track, you're going to go for runs. It's such a quick outfield, and we've seen that today. Stokes in again. This hurries KL Rahul a touch. He's playing deep in his crease, pushing with hands away from body defensively. And it flies to Ollie Pope at backward point, no run.
Yeah, that's a good length from Stokes there. KL Rahul for the first time looking to go forward always, and that pushed him back just a bit as well. So you can see him now. He's just practicing the feet moving and so on. But batsmen have doubts. You know, if you don't play exactly how you want to, you've got a question in your mind, and you want to solve that very quickly, so you're ready before the next ball.
Rahul readies himself. Stokes is in, and he leaves this one. Does Rahul. India scored 8 runs from 40 deliveries, bowled to them on good length, just prior to our little commentary stint here, and they were going at a runner ball to anything that was pitched up or full.
Yes, if you think about it, it's been the driving, hasn't it? That's been the feature, either on the offside or straight. That's been, or maybe just on the onside of the stumps. That's where they've looked very secure with the fuller ball. The short ball, as you pointed out, they've missed a couple. They've got a couple square as well, but anything too full is gone.
Here is Stokes, and this is on a length but a touch too wide, fielded by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. We've had one moment of excitement from a bowling perspective, a optimistic appeal for leg before. On-field call was not out. Didn't look right from up here in our vantage point as we broadcast for the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel listeners and viewers. But England went for it. The ball delivered by Josh Tongue around the wicket was pitching. We didn't pick up on that. Pitched outside leg stump and then was travelling way down the leg side. So England have lost a review. They've got 2 left. And India, well, they would have taken this. When asked to bat first, it's hazy here at Headingley. It's been beautiful, crisp, hot days. As Cast is in, and there's that leg slip in place. Jaiswal just plays at this delivery, but can't meet the ball, and it's taken by Smith to his right. But apart from that, Jeremy and those couple of uncomfortable moments from Jay Swale. There's been nothing flying into the slip cordon.
No, that's that again. It's that leg stump line, isn't it? He's played at that. He's got the bat outside the body, and you can quite often that can bring about your dismissal, fine edge or leg slip.
Here is Cass again, and this time he does beat the batter. There's a little stifled cheer from the Western Terrace. We're just getting into their work. The beers are flowing, and this is one of the rare occasions we've seen the ball beat the outside edge of the bat. Saw one earlier actually similar to this, and the very next ball Jay Swale came down the crease, didn't he? Just walked, advanced, took a couple of steps to Chris Wokes. Doesn't seem to have changed much here though. He's playing a miss again, trying to target square the wicket the offside, and he doesn't connect.
Just a real battle, isn't it, for Jay Swale at the moment? I've mentioned about the leg stump line, and now the off stump. He's been beaten on the front foot, dragged one down, the next one from the bowler, and he's looked to cut expansively and has missed that as well. Things not quite going for him. He hasn't quite got the timing of the delivery and the stroke right yet. So he's battling with himself.
Mr. Alexander's mentioned you on the chat facility on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Whoa, that's a fine bit of fielding, a backward point by Ollie Pope, who has thrown himself to the right. Full-blooded cut shot from Jay Swale is bounced, and Ollie Pope has just saved his team 3 runs there with a good bit of fielding, smart fielding. This time it's a little bit toey actually from Jay Swale. Well, that's one for the cameras there by Ollie Pope, who picked up one of the great short leg catches in the test against Zimbabwe. Josh Tongue was the bowler, only for the bowlers who have overstepped. Mr. Alexander, I love Jeremy on comms. We all love Jeremy on the comms. And also out and about. We were out at a very nice dinner last night here in Leeds. Casting again, defended by K.R. Hall. We went to a lovely little Italian restaurant, didn't we? We met a couple of fans who were very excited to see Neil Manthorp, and then when they realised the whole gang were in town, I mean, it's good to know we're being listened to around the world. Alex Lyon says ditto, he agrees, he loves Jeremy Coney on commentary. He's tuning in from Adelaide in Australia to enjoy some quality cricket commentary. Well, I hope we're living up to the billing. There's Cass again from the Kirkstall Lane end, and this is a beautiful shot from K.R. Hall. This flies past at backward point, square of the wicket on the offside. Languid cover drive. Boy, he looks in good touch, doesn't he, Cal? Moves to 42, the score 87 without loss.
That's rinse and repeat, isn't it? We've seen that 4 or 5 times from KL Rahul. Difficult if Cass is going to continue with that outswinger, because that's a natural kind of line going away from the right-handed batsman as the swing takes it that way, and he just opens the face of the bat. So that's why it goes squarer when he makes contact with the ball. Not extra cover, folks, but rather kind of in front of point, that what we call cover point area. And that's because he's opening the face of the bat to go with the swing. He's got to get that straight or bring the ball shorter.
Here's Stokes, left alone by Jay Swale. And it wasn't even, he wasn't really driving.
No,
there was
timing.
There was no flourish there.
All timing.
He was just using the pace of the ball and the pace on the pitch, and knowing as long as he just opened the face of the batter touch and timed the ball, just hold the shot, and the ball will do everything.
And if you look at where he scores, it's always in that square area round to third man. So that depends on the width of the ball as it comes down from the bowler. He'll just reach out wider and wait for it to come to you, and he'll hit it down to third man otherwise.
Deep square leg in place for Jay Swale. There's still that leg slip as well. This is straight and defended back to the bowler, Stokes. England searching a touch here. They would have hoped to have picked up 2, maybe even 3 by lunch. It never looked like an all-out by tea in England bat kind of pitch. It wasn't one of those get the batters in. And certainly England would have hoped for more. Hazy day here at Headingley.
John, important over this. Chasewell facing Stokes, bringing it back into him.
Chasewell 37 not out. Stokes is in, he drives on the up, punches this through cover and away for 4. Majority of Chasewell's shots have been coming down the ground. This is one of the first we've seen today, which is whistled away through the covers.
Yep, every time that England bowlers have gone hunting for a wicket in between bat and pad or getting an edge, threats through to the slips, that the Indian batsmen have leapt on it. They're just opening the face again upon impact and getting it through what's a vacant sort of, there's a gap between mid-off and backward point.
Stokes again, and Chasewell cuts. Ben Duckett puts it down, but it's bounced just in front of the fielder at Gully. There's shouts here. Crowd, I think, felt that possibly he put it down because he didn't take the ball cleanly, but it has bounced in front of him. A few yards either side, and that would have been the second boundary in the over. It's just, Chasewell will probably feel a little aggrieved that he's missed out. And there's plenty of time to come. We push towards the lunch break here at Headingley. 12 minutes to go. Stokes bowling his 5th over on the pads. And Chasewell is sent back. Bashir doesn't feel cleanly at mid-wicket, but Chasewell would have made his ground.
That's just losing his weight and his balance, Chasewell, of that on leg stump. He's fallen to the offside. The head gets heavy and takes him away from the line of the ball, and so he's missing those strokes into that leg side at the moment because of that lack of balance.
JDR says, I feel like it's going to be 3-2 in India's favour. Doesn't really rate England's bowling. Stokes again, fall, and Chasewell's on the drive. No real timing, and Chris Wokes fields at mid-off. And we've got a listener from Chicago as well. Blicero, B-L-I-C-E-R-O, Blicero, I think that is. So yeah, they're tuning in from all around the world.
It's great to hear, isn't it?
It is.
That's fantastic. So it's an interesting day. It's got cooler, everybody.
Well, we're wearing trousers here, and we've got our smart shirts on, Jeremy.
The older boys have.
Yeah, our producer Scott was looking very smug for the first hour.
We were mocked by the young few. Yeah, the 2000 boys, you know, the
millennials.
Millennials, exactly. No, we know better. Okay, we lost the first session only just.
Yeah.
But now we've got 4 hours remaining. It's going to be just a little breeze coming in, and we're going to feel superior.
We are going to own the evening session, I think. Here is Bryden Cast, who's bowling a good length, back of the length, which has KR Hall defending. Pushing down towards the offside. Just bounces down, and boy oh boy would England love a wicket. They kind of need one, don't they? 10 minutes to go till the lunch break.
Yep.
With the Chasewell 41 not out. KR Hall, who started a touch slower, he's caught up and gone past by a run. He's 42.
It's going to be interesting because Cass has just returned from an injury. He's into his 8th over at this stage. Stokes, we've got to be careful you don't bowl too many here, Stokes. He's already had 5 in a row.
Maybe one for Bashir, as KL Rahul comes forward and punches this defensively to Stokes at mid-off. Maybe an over.
Well, Wokes has had a couple of spells, hasn't he, in this session, and so no success yet. And 90 odd without loss, 91 at the moment for India. They've just got 10 minutes. Can they see this through? Probably 2 more overs. And if they can, then they'll feel very confidence will spread throughout the room.
Yeah, remember they've got a debutant waiting to come in at 3. As short delivery from Cast is dealt with well by Carroll Hall. Gets his hands up, just drops this down into the grass. In front of him, no run. Yeah, there's a debutant to come. He would have been very nervous, you'd imagine.
Absolutely. Sai Sudarshan. They picked a left-hander to come in number 3. Number 4, of course, Gill, hasn't scored a lot of runs, the captain away from home. And then 5, Punt. a left-hander as well. So they've got this right-left hand sort of operation going through the order, India.
3 slips still in place as this is a wide delivery from Bryden Cast, and just with an iron lunch, Cowra Hall will just let this one go through to Jamie Smith, diving to his right behind the stumps. Yeah, Stokes hasn't sought to plug any of their gaps in the outfield. That's his way.
Well, I think he's got to, once he's made the decision to bowl first, he's got to really keep catches up and support his bowlers and say, look, if you get it right and there is a mistake made, I must have a catcher in position. So he can always pull it back and reduce from that if you want to, but you don't want a catch missed, do you, in this first session? With the ball a bit newer, your bowler's a bit more fresh.
Here is Cast again, full delivery, driven, and it's caught. Joe Roots with the catch, Cast with the breakthrough. Cowra Hall is angry with himself. A little tempter, he went for the cover drive. It's paid off 4 or 5 times in the innings so far, but he's perished. And England do strike just before the lunch break. India 91 for 1.
And Cast gets the wicket. It's a ball outside the off stump, a little bit shorter, and he's looked to go for a drive, sort of angling it as if he wanted to go sort of run it down to third man. It wasn't a big drive, was it? And it wasn't quite the length to play it. It wasn't quite full enough for him. And he's sort of almost catching practice that you sometimes see at cricket grounds from someone's giving the cordon practice. So KL Rahul goes, success for England, just with a few moments to go before lunch on the first day. He's really disappointed with himself because he'd worked hard, played some nice strokes, been organised. It's the first really loose stroke that he's played. And well, Sai Shudarsan coming in now to another left-hander, 2 left-handers at the crease. Now, can another little break occur for England here and they can rescue the session a little?
And that, you imagine, is one of the reasons why he was angry with himself, because he knows he's just exposed the debutant to 5 or 6 minutes of what could be quite uncomfortable fast bowling. I'm not sure we're going to see Shoaib Bashir now. I think we might see another one from Stokes, just as India looked like they were going to get to the lunch break without losing a wicket. I mean, it's a good innings from KL Rahul. He's not a natural opener. He did the job with relative success in the Border Gavaskar Trophy for India. But here he is now. And now we've got one of those little passages of play, the game within the game.
Well, the temperature rises a bit, doesn't it, now, with the new man at the crease. Another left-hander. And I wonder whether will they use Stokes again, or will they give Wokes just a little crack as well? Will they change that bowling? We'll wait and see. But Cast is the man now with the ball. 1 ball left in the over.
I think it won't be outside the off stump. There's a leg slip and a leg gully and a deep square leg as Cast is in. And Sudarsan comes forward and defends, pushes the ball out to short point. Ollie Pope running in. There's a little appeal there from Bryden Cast, just asking the question whether the ball possibly hit the pad before it hit the bat. But nothing given, and the Western Terrace and a packed crowd here at Headingley on day 1. A fascinating test series. Give warm applause to the success, the first success for England today. 91 for 1 India.
Yep, and Cast got it in the correct place, and he's managed to get the edge, or the middle edge, if you like. It wasn't a full edge, I've got to say. It was sort of angled towards the right of Joe Root at first slip. Comfortable height for him to take, around about sort of chest high, and he gave it the 2 reverse cups in the at the first slip position and just took it comfortably. And that was the end of Rahul.
It is Stokes who's going to continue, and Jaiswal gets off strike first ball, which I think would please England. It means they can have a go at the 23-year-old Sai Sudarsan. Saw off his first delivery, but boy oh boy, this is going to be pressure on cricket. Just going to zip through a couple of the other people who've got in contact with us, Jeremy. They're listening everywhere.
That's great. Let us know where they're from. It's fantastic.
Peter Thomas says a listener from near Atlanta in the States. Chinna Patel, listening from North Carolina while he's supposed to be working.
Good.
Thomas Ver, Turnout in Belgium. I can't pronounce that properly. Here is Stokes, Sadarsson. Oh, is that an outside edge? Brilliant bit of fielding from Ben Duckett. Keeps the youngster on strike. Diving to his left. He went along the ground, but that looked more like an edge than a steer. Have to see a replay of it. Just feel this crowd has just come alive. He played it nicely, actually, Sadarsson, into the ground. He did fly towards third slip, but it bounced a couple of times, and Duckett did well to prevent a single.
Sudarshan's got to make sure that he lets the ball come to him. Don't push out with the bat too far. Let it come.
Is a mid-wicket in place. As down the leg side is a shout. The crowd want it, but Stokes isn't interested. Diving catch from Jamie Smith. Zach Crawley's at leg slip for exactly that opportunity, but it's come off the buckle of the batting pad, I think. Stokes walking back to his mark, and Ollie Pope is just going to go and join Zach Crawley at leg gully.
So we've got 3 catches on the offside, first, second, third slip. We've got 2 catches, leg slip and a sort of a leg second slip, really, but not quite as wide enough for gully. All in that cordon.
Looks like an anchor from here. As down the leg side as Stokes likes it, and the umpire's finger goes up. Sudarsson's fallen into the trap, and how quickly this game changes. India easing towards the break unscathed. They've lost 2 in quick succession, and Sai Sudarsson, on the occasion of his debut test innings, has got to go for a duck. India 92 for 2.
Well, a blonger. And it's one that where a lot of batsmen, as soon as I mentioned before to you all, if you get your bat outside your pads, outside your body on the leg side, you run the risk of actually getting a little rogue, villainous edge through. And this time Smith going to his right as keeper has taken a good catch, comfortable catch, but one that you need to take as a keeper. And Stokes gets the wicket, and so well done him. And suddenly, when a session was looking very much for one team, India, it's suddenly been pulled back in the last 9 minutes of the session by England. So you're quite right, John, how this game can suddenly flick and change and flicker away and so on. So that's what the beauty of Test cricket, isn't it?
Absolutely. For those joining us late, you're listening to live coverage on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm Jon Norman alongside the former New Zealand international Jeremy Coney. We'll just quickly wrap up proceedings here. We will be back. I'll be joined by the Athletics' Paul Newman in about 12 or 13 minutes time to talk about the changing face of cricket journalism in this country over the course of the last 20-30 years. But before we take a little break, Jeremy, your takeaways from that morning session?
Well, I think, bounce was there for the bowlers. It was a toss that once you decided I'm going to bowl first, looking for 2 reasons. I think if there's anything in the pitch, then we might be able to make use of it. And secondly, it may not last too long. And this pitch, I think, through the course of this game, as you gaze down the whole match, will get easier and easier. This grass will go, the nip will go, it'll get more straw-coloured, and therefore batting should become more easy as the game progresses. And so that's the reason, and that's the part, I suppose, the person winning the toss. Both teams wanted to do that. And so that's why England decided to have a crack. But for the majority, by far the majority of that first session of play, it was India's session, wasn't it? Letting the ball go nicely, waiting until the ball was into an area that they felt safe with to attack. Boundaries came on the offside, but in particular, straight right round to third man. And this outfield here at Headingley is like lightning, everybody. If it beats you, it's very hard to turn and chase it down. It'll go to the boundary. And so for the majority of it, really bowlers trying to get their line and get their length right, a bit of bounce, wee bit of movement in the air and some off the seam, but generally the batsman holding sway throughout that session, until, of course, a mistake by a batsman who was already in, KL Rahul, guiding it almost to first slip. Joe Root took it comfortably, and then that brought the new man, Sai Sudarshan, out to bat. He made an error just leg side by getting the bat outside the body, went through to the keeper a little inside edge, and he was gone without scoring. So 2 wickets in the last 10 minutes of play, 92 for 2 India. It's evenly poised now because of those last little breaks.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy will be back after the lunch break. Hopefully we'll be joined by Maurice Leng, who's tuning in from Toronto, Canada, loving the commentary. There's Luke O'Reilly, who's listening from Taupo or Topua in New Zealand. And we've got a listener from the Netherlands, Maastricht area, Rinka Altink as well. So thanks for joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India 92 for 2 then at lunch on day 1 of the first test match here at Headingley. Jaiswal's still there, 42 not out. Rahul went for that number. He was dismissed. Caught Joe Root from the bowling of Brydon Cast for 42, and there's Sai Sudarshan on debut, lasting just 4 deliveries before edging Ben Stokes to Jamie Smith behind the stumps down the leg side. The bowling card, Chris Woakes, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 22. He opened the bowling alongside Brydon Cast, who bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23. Josh Tongue, 5 overs, went for 21 without a maiden in there or a wicket. And then Ben Stokes, 5.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. We will be back here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel very shortly. I'll be joined by Paul Newman from The Athletic. Well, welcome back to Headingley, where it's lunch, and England have gone in buoyed by 2 late wickets in a session which looked all the world to be going India's way, with both Jaiswal and KL Rahul set in the 40s with about an over and a half to go, and then this game can change so quickly. That's why we love it so much. KL Rahul will regret his shot, saw his dismissal, caught at first slip by Joe Root from the bowling of Bryden Carse, and then in the very next over, Ben Stokes striking, Sai Sudarsan on debut, caught behind down the leg side without scoring. So India go in 92 for 2. Delighted to say, though, for the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, I'm joined by the Athletics' Paul Newman. Paul, welcome back.
That sounds very nice, John. The Athletics' Paul Newman. I haven't been called that yet before. That sounds lovely. Thank you. It's nice to be back.
It's yeah. Well, I mean, you're working this summer. We'll see how things go. But essentially, the Athletic have dipped their toe into the world of cricket. I mean, they made such a big splash, didn't they, a few years back when they announced their arrival by, poaching some of the games, the football games, very best. They changed the way we looked at sports journalism, truth be told, at that time. They obviously have been very successful over the years in America.
Yeah.
In ice hockey and basketball and American football. I subscribe. I get all the latest Philadelphia Eagles news. But here we are. And I just thought it would be a great opportunity for us just to look back at your career and the changing face of cricket journalism.
Yeah.
As it moves again, as the dial moves again. For listeners who won't know, we've actually been working alongside each other in the press box here at Cricket for a number of years while you were at the Daily Mail, 18 years at the Daily Mail.
That's right, yeah.
But I actually used to bring you into the talkSPORT studios, well, it must have been 14 to 15 years ago.
That's
when
right,
I was the
yeah.
producer of the Richard Keys Andy Gray show on talkSPORT.
Yep.
And we used to get you in to do newspaper reviews.
That's right.
And Richard Keys had a very definite idea about how a newspaper review should go. And essentially, his view was he didn't want your opinion on, what left-back Liverpool should be playing, or, how well Wayne Rooney's doing up front for Manchester United, because he had Andy Gray doing that job.
Yeah.
What he wanted from a newspaper review was someone to review the newspapers. And you were one of the best men to do that. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's go back to where it all started, because, back in the day, you had to earn your stripes in local newspapers, and that's exactly
right.
what you did.
That's the way it was back in those days, and I got a job at my local paper, actually, the Waltham Forest Guardian. I grew up in Walthamstow in East London, and I was always into writing about sport. I realised at a very early age that I wasn't going to be very good at playing it, so the next best thing, as people always say, is to write about it or watch it. So even when I was at school, it's something I wanted to do. And I got the chance with my local paper. I went along to a careers convention actually at my school, and the editor of the local paper was there, and he got me in for work experience, and they offered me a job at 16, so I joined at 16. I never contemplated uni or anything like that, because it was the way to get into the newspaper trade of that industry at that time. And also local papers had a rich history of producing good journalists to go on to national level, and the Waltham Forest Guardian was one that had a really good reputation. People like Jeff Powell, who's still going strong at the Daily Mail now, came through there. Lots of others. I can think John Burton, who went national level, Richard Lewis, who's still at the Express, but lots of very good people. And it was a fantastic grounding. There was 8 full-time news reporters working in Waltham Forest alone at that stage. There were 2 full-time on the sports desk. I gravitated to the sports desk pretty quickly. And it was a fabulous grounding, but it was all about trying to earn your stripes and learn the profession, really, before you got a chance at national level, which was the progression everybody wanted to aspire to.
So what were those lessons? I mean, I didn't go through that. That wasn't my route into the media. I went the broadcast route a little bit later than you in life. I was 26 when I did a broadcast media degree at City University, and then I got my first job in local radio. Yeah. I had to travel up and live in Scarborough for a year and a half. That's where you essentially where you make your mistakes, isn't it? So, if you would say what are the big 5? I mean, shorthand. Did
Yes.
you learn shorthand?
I did, and I never passed it. You had to. There was a what was it called? There was a certificate, a national certificate, the NCTJ.
NCTJ, because
Yeah,
I did the BCTJ, I think, the broadcaster.
right,
I
yeah.
think. Or maybe it was something like that. Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
And you had to pass this certificate, basically. You own this thing, and there were various tests in it. You had to study law, press law.
Yeah, I remember that, the media law module.
There's all sorts of modules, and the one that
Yeah.
I couldn't crack, I just could not master, was shorthand. You had to get 100 words a minute, and I never made it. I was told at school that handwriting would hold me back. Actually, I was always had terrible handwriting. I was very clumsy. And I just couldn't do shorthand. And now you think about it now and you smile, don't you? Because of you just don't need it anymore. In those days, you used to write everything out on a notebook. You used to write your reports out and then phone them down the phone to a copy taker, which is just extraordinary to think of now, really. So I never got my certificate, which I was told that would hold me back as well. But thankfully it didn't. But even now, if I hear a word, I sometimes imagine it in my mind what it would be in Pitman shorthand, you know. But there's shades of lighter and heavier shades of things I couldn't crack. But yeah, no, that was one of the skills you had to have in those days. Basically, if you're doing an interview, you had to make notes quickly. You didn't record it, you know. So to make sure you didn't misquote someone, you had to get it down. But I just tried to get longhand down as quickly as possible in those early interviews before tape recorders came along and saved us all, really.
I still see Lawrence or Nick Holt and Lawrence Booth. We'll be in the press box sometimes, and I'll see them just scoring down along in shorthand.
Still use a bit.
Okay, so what about the other? I suppose, were you on call? I mean, was it a case of there's a story break? I know you were in sport, but you know, would you be sent out onto the beat? I mean, did you have a beat?
You did. I mean, for the whole of Waltham Forest, you had certain responsibilities. You know, they said I had to do news first. They said I had to do a news ground, and even though I was very clear that I wanted to get on sport as quickly as possible, but it was you would go on police calls. You would have to go to the police station in those days. I mean, this has all changed, but they would tell you the crimes in the areas and who they'd involved, and then you would go along and knock on their door. And to the victims of crime to sort of, I don't think that's allowed now.
No.
That's certainly illegal. You do make calls at fire stations, and they would tell you about calls they've been out on. You would cover the local courts. You know, you had to learn how to report on court cases. Waltham Forest was a lively area. You know, there could be some big cases going on at the Magistrates Court in Forest Road, so you would go there. And I remember a distinct moment when I thought I really don't want to be a news reporter. So I was very keen, but it was on a Saturday morning. I remember turning the news on at home, and they said that somebody had been killed in Leighton in some attack, and I knew I was doing Leighton crime calls on the Monday. So I knew that I was going to have to be the one who went and knocked on the door of the victim's wife and say, "How'd you feel?" Basically, doorstepping, old-fashioned doorstepping, which again there's less of now. But it ruined my weekend, thinking, "Oh no, you know, I can't face that." But I did have to go and knock on their door, and in that particular case, the person was very receptive and asked to, and we're happy to be interviewed. But it was all sorts of things like that. So I was very happy to get into sport, and in our area. You know, one of my first jobs was covering Leighton Orient, home and away, when Frank Clark was the manager, and that was a great education in itself. So I would get an hour in Frank Clark's little office at Brisbane Road every Tuesday to preview the following weekend's game, and to get all the news off him. And just talking about football's Frank Clark, who by that stage was obviously a European Cup winner under Brian Clough, and he was a great manager of Orient. And that in itself was an education, and it actually felt as if you were doing something that people wanted as well, because the only publicity Leighton Orient were getting in those days was from their local paper, really. So that you felt as if people were reading what you were writing. There's no social media; they weren't getting any national coverage. So that was a great education. Essex cricket. I started covering Essex cricket very early on, which was something I loved doing. Because we felt that in our catchment area there were a lot of Essex fans.
Yeah.
Graham Gooch obviously was a local hero. I remember interviewing Graham Gooch when I was about 17 or 18 for the first time, being incredibly nervous about it because he was a hero, remains a hero. But that was a great experience, and you just learned things very quickly. It was a great news area, it was a great sport area. You had a lot of experienced journalists around to tell you how it's done. You were sent off on block release courses with the NCTJ. I spent 8 happy weeks in Sheffield on this block release course, basically learning all the various aspects of the profession. And it's something that perhaps is just not done so much now. I know there are graduate trainee schemes and a lot of places. There are obviously journalism degrees, of course, which there wasn't, and you couldn't take a degree in journalism as far as I was aware. But it was practical on the job experience really, and it certainly stood me in good stead. I did it for about 4 years, and I got a chance on the Daily Mail then, actually at the age of 20. I was one of the youngest journalists they'd ever employed, in fact they told me, as a sub-editor. And that came as a direct result of having 4 good years at the Waltham Forest Guardian behind me.
It's fantastic, and of course the newspapers would make money. You know, they survived on their own.
Yeah.
And it just got you out. And I suppose it was the old-fashioned contacts book. You'd be, you know, when you signed for the Daily Mail 4 years later, you had 4 years of contacts in your book.
Yeah, well, certainly in my area I did. You know, I dealt with quite a few of the Essex players. And then obviously at the Leyton Orient level and West Ham, I used to get a phone call into John Lyall every week to do the West Ham coverage. I remember that. And we had this, I remember them doing a readership survey. We didn't cover Spurs at that time, which was my team. And then there was a readership survey in which 80% of the readers said they wanted Spurs coverage. So I was like punching the air.
Hands up.
Yeah, I'll do that one. And at that stage as well, we even used to get an audience with the Spurs manager at the time, as the Waltham Forest Guardian got a 30-minute sit-down in the offices of White Hart Lane with Peter Shreves, who was the manager at that time, and he lived in Chingford, so he knew the paper. I remember getting
So what year was this?
This would be around 84, 85.
So around the FA Cup final against Coventry kind of time?
Yeah, just before
the famous
then.
Gary Mabbott's knee.
Yeah, that was a sad occasion.
Ricky Villa, Ozzy Ardiles, so they just...
Well, they were 81, of course, the famous final. Yeah,
Steve Archibald.
Yeah, all these sort of guys were around.
Steve Perryman.
Steve Perryman was
Ray Clements.
Yep.
You can tell I had a penny in his sticker book.
And also, you know, we used to ring them. You had all these people's home numbers in your book, as you say. You always asked for a phone number if you interview someone, or you waited for them after a football match to try and grab a few words. You'd say at the end, "Oh, can I have your number?" And some players would say no, you know.
But if you're saying that's their house, it's their house number as well, isn't it?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like, you know, now when everybody WhatsApps everybody, or
Yeah.
you know, this is their landline, and we would ring. Danny Thomas was I remember was a popular one for us, because he would always give us some of his time. Mark Falco. And we would just ring these guys up, sitting on the, you know, which for me was amazing, really. So you do, when you go into the national level, as you say, John, you have got quite a bit of experience and hopefully a few contacts as well. But
Graham
when
Roberts.
you go in there, yes, he was the captain of the UEFA Cup winning side in '84.
Fantastic.
So.
It was a fantastic time. I mean, Tottenham's always been a big club. There's always, good or bad, there's always stuff going on there, right?
Oh, yeah, no, that's been the story of my sporting life. Yeah,
absolutely. So then the Daily Mail come calling, and you know, from local journalism to one of the beasts, one of the big boys. I mean, how was that as a...
I was only 20. It was an amazing experience. They offered me a job as a sub-editor, and I, even at that stage, what I really wanted to do was become a cricket writer, and that was something that didn't come for quite a while, actually. So this was my first spell at the Mail, which was exclusively sub-editing on a fabulous subdesk. They were really, really good professional guys, and sub-editing in those days was a very important skill. Again, that's gone out of the profession to a large extent, but people, you know, really looked at the copy closely, made sure it was you know, they wouldn't be afraid of making changes, or you get onto the writer and say, I don't think you've quite got this right. You know, you make sure there were no factual errors, and you'd write a headline, and people used to take great care over the headlines. You know, you don't think it now. When you see some of the headlines now on Man Online, you know, in particular, you think, good grief, you know, and then that headline had to work on 2 levels. You couldn't have an obvious pun, but they liked it. There was quite an art in a Daily Mail headline in those days, which people might laugh at now, but there really was. And again, that was a good education. But at the time, I was still trying to use spare time to show them that I could write about cricket. I remember it was how I first met Nasser Hussain, who's still a good friend today. I went along to his dad's cricket school in Ilford, and I said to him, "Can I interview your son?" It was before he was picked for the 1990 tour of the West Indies. So I went along and interviewed Nathan. I said to the Daily Mail, I can get an interview with Nasser Hussain. So they said, go for it. Ricky Elcock was another one who was on that tour. Sadly, had to come home injured, and he remains a great friend to this day. Turned 60 the other day. Happy birthday, Ricky. And so I did these interviews for the Mail. I remember doing one with John Lever, who was someone I'd got to know a little bit from the Waltham Forest Guardian days. So that was where my ambition was, but it took a long time for that to actually happen, and I did a variety of other jobs, mainly inside the office, while still trying to become a writer. And again, in those days, you know, the papers were everything, weren't they? The national papers were everything. It was how anybody would have to get their information and their sports news, and there just wasn't any other option. So everybody read the papers. They were pretty powerful, and you know, they were very professional with you know, thousands of people working for them.
What would your working week look like? Because it's not a 9 to 5 job, is it?
No, certainly writing isn't. I mean, a lot of people in those days preferred subbing because it gives some sort of structure to their week, and to give them, you know, journalism and broadcasting. It's not 9 to 5, is it? It's not. You can't say, right, I'm definitely off here. You know, there's always something that's going to happen. You know, you get a call late at night if something breaks or whatever, or you're trying to get hold of somebody. But in those early days as a sub, you did know where you were really. You know, the shift started at about 3:30, and went on to about 11 or 12, and there'd be late people staying till about 1, which is the latest you could get stuff in the paper really. And if there was something on really late, they'd try and delay the print run to get it in. If there was a late fight in America or something, they'd try and do it that way.
Yeah, you get print runs as well, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Various editions, you know, and your first edition would go off really sharp at the end of the football match. So this would obviously, because the lorries had to take them out to Cornwall, to Scotland, you know, the extreme, the furthest parts of the country. So when I first started as a sub, the football match reports had to be written by half-time, and the writer had to put an intro on it by half-time that would stand whatever the result was. And then if there were goals in the second half, you just filed ads to the sub, and the sub would just put them on the end. And there was a real art to that, and some of them could do it brilliantly. They try and pick a player, you know, and just talk about him, you know, so that whatever the result was, it wouldn't be reflected in the intro, you know.
Wow.
And so you just put the scoreline on at the end, any late goals. And some people really struggled with it, as you can imagine. There was quite an art to that. But it's extraordinary to think of that in these days of instant news now, and everybody knowing exactly what's happened as it happens. To think that there were parts of the country who were barely getting the previous night's football reports in their papers because of the demands of the print run, really.
But it wasn't. I was a newspaper. I used to do a newspaper round, which essentially means just delivering newspapers in the morning, and that's how
I did as well. Yeah.
That's how you found out like so much. I mean, I remember when was it? I remember finding out the famous Liverpool Arsenal game. Mickey Thomas.
Oh, 89, yeah.
I found that out in the paper the next day, delivering a paper.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you found this stuff out.
And if you went on holiday, you know, you'd get papers that were 2 days old, weren't
You're
they?
absolutely right. I remember England played Pakistan. It was the last test of the summer. David Gower had been in and out of the side, and he was struggling, and he scored 170 odd in the last test, and it meant he was going to go on the tour that winter.
Yeah.
I remember finding out 2 days afterwards on an old copy of the Daily Telegraph, which I picked up in France. I was so happy.
Yeah, I mean, my early days when I'd met my wife, we'd go on holiday, and I'd be desperate to try and find a newspaper, and you pay about the equivalent of a tenner, whichever country. If you're in Spain or somewhere, you pay equivalent of a tenner for a 2 days old paper. And as you say, then you're finding out the results of football matches from 2 days before, and she'd say to me, "Can't you just switch off? You know, can't you just forget about sport? Why? Oh no, I've got to find out what's going on." You know, there was nothing on the TV, obviously, and you were finding out things days later.
How many pages were given over to sport? Because again, people now won't understand this, but I remember I'd watch the news, you know, at 6 o'clock or at 10 o'clock on the TV for the hope that there'd be like 40 seconds of sport at the end of the whole news.
Yeah.
So nowadays, you know, you pick up a copy of any of the newspapers and they've got, depending on what's going on, a fixed amount of pages which are devoted to sport. Almost entirely football back page these days, and that pushes foot back, you know, does push other sports, you know, maybe 3 or 4 pages in, maybe more sometimes. But, you know, during the 80s and 90s, how many pages, how much importance was given over to sport? And, you know, was there a more balance to, you know, everybody had their turn, their moment in the sun, a bit more than now, where it's just so football focused?
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, there wasn't quite the scrutiny, was there? There wasn't the blanket coverage that you get now. It'd only be probably 8 or 10 maximum pages at the back of it. Maybe less than that actually sometimes at the back of most papers. And the broadsheets would have 2 or 3 broadsheet pages really. So there wasn't that. I mean, obviously, you know, football was still huge, cricket was still huge, but there wasn't that massive coverage that you would get. And one of the big changes was when the sports supplement came in. Actually, I moved on to the Daily Telegraph after the Mail, again a subbing job, but I went there because I thought I'd have a better chance of becoming a cricket writer, and I never did at the Telegraph, but I went there to try and become a cricket writer, but was a sports sub again. And a guy there, David Welsh, who's sadly passed away now, he was one of the pioneers of the pull-out. Really, he got this 12-page Monday pull-out, and it was revolutionary at the time.
That's right.
And it was when Sports was starting to get their real blanket coverage, really. But yeah, football wasn't the huge beast it is now. Obviously, it was still the national sport, so cricket would take over in the summer. There wouldn't be a constant stream of summer football stories, transfer stories, and what have you. Cricket then became the major thing in the papers. I think I'm pretty right in saying it, for most of them. The golf and the Open and the big tournaments would get huge. Wimbledon would be huge, still is, obviously, but now football just dwarfs everything, doesn't it? Which wasn't really the case then before the Premier League, certainly.
When did you first start feeling the pressure that social media and it's 24-hour, 7-day a week across all different platforms, and everything's chopped up, turned around, pushed out, and then and suddenly also now the voices from the sports people were being voiced directly to their own audience, and it kind of took journalists out of the loop, and suddenly
it did.
When did that really start to change things?
Well, I mean, it did change everything, and it changed everything, and to this day it's changed everything, and continues to do so. It first sort of came in. My first big experience of it was on the 13-14 Ashes tour. It started to become a big thing. Then by now, of course, papers have got websites, and you're having to file as quickly to the website as possible because everything is breaking. You haven't got a paper deadline as such. So an Ashes tour would be particularly. I know there's nobody out there who's going to have sympathy for someone who's paid to go on an Ashes tour. But then it certainly became a round-the-clock exercise. Before you were just filing for your paper, and you had these ridiculous deadlines, and then once they're gone, that was it. But now, of course, you file to the website and you file to the paper. You do all the day's play as it happens, and then the paper people come in at the end of the day and they're all fresh, and then you go again and write more stuff for the paper that hopefully will survive the next day's play, because it's constantly being overtaken. But no, social media came in, and it was a shock to the system, really. And my first bad experience of it really was the 2013-14 Ashes, when I got on the wrong side of Piers Morgan, and for saying that I felt that England were right not to pick Kevin Pietersen after that tour, which was a piece that I considered. I put both sides of the story in it, but it really snowballed because of social media, and I found myself in the eye of a storm to a large extent. It was because Piers Morgan was one of the great early pioneers of social media. He had all these Twitter followers, and he could orchestrate a campaign against you. And I was seeing all this stuff, about me on Twitter or what have you, and thinking, blimey, what's this all about? And as you say, it's a direct. Now, of course, the best sports people use it absolutely to their advantage, and their social media following is their immense strength, isn't it? And they don't need any publicity from anybody else. So that is their vehicle, isn't it? And a lot of them use it superbly. But in those early days, I mean, X or whatever they call it now is still pretty much a cesspit, isn't it? Which it was then to a large extent. But now it's so much more sophisticated, and these guys are brands, aren't they, with millions of followers. And we've seen how Coney, 274 million followers on Instagram. It was a big factor in the Olympics going to Los Angeles in 2028, that sort of reach. And these guys can talk direct to their followers now, and they don't need the conduit of the media to a large extent, although we're still the independent voice, really.
Paul, thanks for the last 20 minutes or so. It's been absolutely fascinating. It's flown by. The players are out on the field.
They're out there.
Neil Manthorp's about to come in.
Everybody please read The Athletic. I'll say that before I go.
Well, and now we've got subscription model.
Yes, that's the latest thing, and they're
from America.
They're a fantastic organisation. It's the New York Times sports section, basically, and they're branching out into cricket, and it's an exciting thing to do, so hopefully it's going to be a success for them.
Well, at the end of the tour, we'll have to get you back in, and then we can pick it up from here, and we'll see how it's going.
Brilliant. We'll do part 2 then.
The Athletics, Paul Newman, thank you for your time, Paul.
Thank you, John.
Ben Stokes is just about to bowl the first delivery of the afternoon session. 92 for 2. It's Shubman Gill, captain against captain, and it's left alone. Neil Manthorp about to come in. I'm not sure who he's going to be with. I can't quite see. There's Jeremy Coney after he finishes his dinner. But yes, here we are on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Big thanks to the Athletics, Paul Newman, for the last 20 minutes or so. That will be available on the following on podcast feed at some point in the next week or so. But for now, in the next couple of hours, it will be Neil Manthorp with Shubman Gill facing, yet to get off the mark, the left-handed opener, Jaiswal, at the non-strikers there, just leaning on his bat. Alex Stewart-esque. He doesn't have the white helmet on as Stokes is in, and this is punched into the covers. Shubman Gill gets off strike, gets off the mark. India 93 for 2, and it'll be Neil Manthorp to pick up proceedings from here on in.
Thank you very much indeed to Jon Norman, and thank you to Paul Newman as well for living up his lunch break. Very different atmosphere in the last few minutes before lunch, and a buzz in the media dining area as well. Those 2 wickets completely changing the complexion and feel of proceedings. Many, including myself, questioning the wisdom of Ben Stokes' decision to have a bowl first, and it may yet still backfire. But for now, here's Bryden Cast bowling his first over after the lunch break, and forward comes Shubman Gill, pushing that one up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Chris Wokes, and India are 93 for 2. The new captain Shubman Gill off the mark with a single, and Yashasvi Jaiswal, the left-handed opener, 42 not out from 74 balls. England have operated with a fully packed slip cordon and a few leg slips as well. One stage, 2 leg slips for the entire morning session, and they've got that again as Gill is forward, guides this one up to mid-off, where Ben Stokes fields once more. Joe Root has spent the entire first session at first slip. Harry Brook has not moved from second. Ben Duckett has been mostly at third slips, occasionally leg slip. A couple of overs in the gully, but he's now third slip. No, he's not. Zach Crawley's third slip. Duckett is back in the gully. Bryden Cast is at backward point. Ben Stokes mid-off. Chris Wokes mid-on. Ollie Pope at square leg. Shoaib Bashir down on the boundary is flicked away now by Shubman Gill, straight to Ollie Pope along the ground, and there's no run at square leg. Plenty of empty seats. The lunch break has been an opportunity for the crowd away to our right on the Great Western Terrace. I mean great as in large. They're mostly downstairs, finding themselves a variety of lunch options, and mostly liquid. I think Jeremy's
A beverage,
found himself,
I think,
yes,
is what we're talking about.
indeed. It's well, there's a potential run out here, and it's going to cost 4 overthrows. It's Ollie Pope at mid-wicket, square leg mid-wicket, and a quick single attempted by Shubman Gill, and he's taken it. Yashasvi Jaiswal, I think, was caught a bit flat-footed at the non-strikers end. Ollie Pope dived forward, scrum half style, tried to underarm the ball at the stumps, and missed, and it's gone away down to the boundary. But that was a very sharp single, and I don't know whether there are sharp words being exchanged between Jaiswal and Gill, but certainly a reassessment of...
Oh yeah, misjudged run, wasn't it? That's getting off the mark single, and just too tight really, and always, because it was straighter, it was going to be taken by Pope on the right hand, the throwing arm, because he could actually move into the ball, and he's done that, and he's just missed the... I think he would have been run out.
I think it was very close, wasn't it? Bryden Cast in the short one down the leg side. Jaiswal steps inside it and leaves it passing through at ribcage height to the gloves of Jamie Smith.
So another half chance there for England. It was a semi-throw and underarm, wasn't quite either of both. It wasn't an underarm. He was looking for power, I think, to get the ball to the stumps very quickly, but because of that, the arm slightly on an angle, the accuracy goes, I think, just a little, because it's not under your eyes.
Bryden Cast thundering in from the Kirkstall Lane end, our commentary end. Up to the crease now, Bowles looks at the Yorker, and it's just a little too quick. Jaiswal looks to drive wide of the off stump and misses, and it goes through to Jamie Smith, and there's a polite appeal from the slip cordon. I'm going to tell you something that you won't have had the opportunity to know for yourself yet. You evidently either arrived too late, or the chicken skewers and rice ran out, and you've emerged from the lunch media dining room with a piece of carrot cake and a piece of cheesecake. And the information that I wish to share with you is that you were fortunate. The chicken skewers were very modest, and I don't think they would have been, unless you managed to gobble one up.
I managed to get one, and I had to eat it because there were no forks left. And so we remained...
That's why they're on skewers.
Four or five, well, it's not great for grains of rice. which were also there, and that would have taken me through to tomorrow's lunch to actually eat. And so, yeah, that was a bit disappointing. About 10 of us, disgruntled men, holding their plates full of food getting colder and no fork to eat it with. So I certainly took advantage.
And the cheesecake are excellent.
Oh, okay.
You'll enjoy those.
I've dropped now. I've fork that I have finally received as I was rushing to come and to join you, which of course, you know, was important and a highlight of the day. And so, yeah, I rushed in and it cascaded off my plate, now onto the floor where people's feet have been.
Works on the back foot as Gill punches it to mid-off. No.
Anyway, so that was my lunch, and so I have these two things in front of me. You're quite right. One's on its side, almost giving up, and the other one in all its glory, facing upwards. So we'll see what happens.
That's the carrot cake, which
Is
has
it there?
remained upright. The cheesecake is the one that's rolled over.
Yeah, it's looking the other way, I'm afraid.
Here's Wokes running in from the football stand end, the Howard stand end, and it's outside the off stump, left alone by Gill, no run.
Now tell me who Howard was, please.
Howard?
You know this.
Howard is his
It's a
first name.
Christian name, yes.
And he was a long-standing stadium announcer, and it's the first time in my life that I've ever encountered at a sporting venue anywhere in the world a stand that is not named after an administrator or a player or a former player. Here's Wokes again outside the off stump, left alone. They're big in India on administrators. M.A. Chidambaram, Chinnaswamy Stadium, long-serving administrators, but
or put money perhaps into the ground itself as well,
but that's
which might be.
That's how they became administrators.
Yes, that's how they got there.
But Scott, help me out here. What was Howard's surname? Howard. But he was a long-serving stadium announcer. Here's Wokes again. Gill drives up towards mid-on, fielded by Bashir.
That silence, of course, means he's diving into his pocket for his phone.
He has.
That's the response of a millennial.
Well, it is, and he's eating mac and cheese, which is something he managed to find anywhere we went in India. He always found some mac and cheese. He's very, very modest in his dietary choices, very conservative. Nothing else there, just mac and cheese. Wokes is about to halfway through his run-up, and I think Shubman Gill is distracted. Did you find his surname, Scott? Ferguson. Howard Ferguson.
Right, the Howard stand.
It's a large stand, and quite a tribute to a stadium announcer. He must have been more than a stadium announcer.
For many years, it said.
And the Howard stand is the one that shares the rugby league ground and the cricket ground. Here's Wokes again outside the off stump, left alone, no run. And I gather he did announce at both venues, so it was a full-time job, a summer job and a winter job. Rugby league. Is that where the Leeds Rhinos play? That's right, isn't it?
It is. We passed the shop where they sell all the merch, didn't we? As we had our bags searched this morning.
I thought
thought we weren't going to make it.
I thought it'd be quite nice to have a little bit of a Leeds Rhino jersey or something. That's pushed straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. And then I saw the prices, and I thought that perhaps wouldn't be such a novelty.
Well, Scott might. He's got that Audi. If he's obviously eating macaroni cheese most of the time in his life, he's saved a lot of money, and he's got that Audi now. And I'm sure a Leeds Rhino shirt driving his Audi, he would be something special driving around the streets around here, around Leeds. That what do you call it? That whole round the town. The one-way system. People die on that road trying to get off it. I'm sure they do. I have.
Starved to death.
Yes, unless you've got mac cheese in the back.
Here's Bryden Cast bowling to the left-handed Jaiswal, and on the back foot gives himself a bit of room, tucks it away to the offside, and Ollie Pope feels can't prevent the single from being taken. It's a sellout. What was really interesting is news that the alternative second-hand ticket market was thriving amongst the Indian community in the Bradford and Leeds area once Virat Kohli announced that he was retired. Most of the UK-based Indian supporters bought tickets to see Virat, and then he retired and they sold them outside the off stump, left alone by Shubman Gill, taken by a diving Jamie Smith. I mean, the market strength, market appeal, the financial value of Virat Kohli, the commodity, it's just astonishing. I mean, there are. This is not an exaggeration. There are several nations on the continent of Africa with a GDP of less than is generated by Virat Kohli. And MS Dhoni, same thing still. Here's Bryden Cast, Shubman Gill on the back foot, pushes this one up to Wokes at mid-on, and there's no runs. Very pleasant breeze now. It was very warm for the first hour this morning in the sunshine, but it's overcast.
Yeah, hazy cloud,
Hazy,
isn't it?
yeah.
Yes, it is.
Is it swingy cloud? I don't think it is really, is it?
Stringy?
Swingy.
Swingy.
Does it?
Well, that brings up an interesting point, actually. The swing today happened early with cast bowling, didn't it?
With the new ball, when it was still full of lacquer and covered in lacquer, pushed up towards mid-off, fielded by Stokes.
That's
no run.
correct. And that's rather different than you would normally expect as a player. You would expect once the lacquer or whatever is put on top of the ball, once that's removed, then you start to shine it, then you get your swing. So it comes perhaps the 8th, 9th, 10th over, but we got it earlier than that today, and then it stopped.
Did you see or hear about the documentary, which was a scientific deep dive into the theory of cloud and swing bowling in cricket and whether cloud actually affects it or not? Here's Bryden Cast again, short and wide and cut by Shubman Gill. That's nicely played, a little dab cut out towards the cover point boundary, and they go through for 2. That's all they'll get, actually. I thought they might have run 3 there, but I'll cut to the point, which is that the cloud in and of itself has nothing to do with swing at all. It's the pressure, it's the barometric pressure. So when it's low pressure, then the ball swings because of that, because of the barometric pressure. And when it's low pressure, it is normally cloudy, but it's the pressure.
That's right, and it keeps it there. I think it keeps the swing down. It doesn't go anywhere.
Cast looks for the Yorker, finds it, but it's too wide, and it's steered away by Gill rather
That's
nicely.
quicker.
Running away over the practice wickets and into the boundary for 4. Very nicely played by Shubman Gill. Just the wide Yorker, which is a T20 ball that you bowl on purpose. I think that one's just gone wrong.
Yeah, I think it's to do with also the micro kind of whatever's coming out of the ground, which is often water, isn't it? It's coming out because you see all the ground staff wanting their grounds to be lovely and green, so they are putting a lot of water, and that rises once it gets a little bit of heat, which it was warmer today in the first hour or so, wasn't it? And up she comes in, and the cloud keeps it down then, so it can keep swinging, you see. I think that's also part of it, but you're right, it's not the clouds themselves. You can't take credit for that, clouds.
And the other thing that this documentary pretty much absolutely affirmed, and you talk to any modern era fast bowler, in fact fast bowler that probably the last 30 years, but they proved conclusively that saliva has got nothing to do with ball swinging as well. Here's Chris Wokes, who is a good swing bowler, and drops it in short though, and it's pushed away by Jaiswal. He does his own fielding, Wokes, prevents any run from being taken. But and you say to Harmy, our dear own beloved Harmy, you say, well, saliva has nothing to do with, it might make it shiny, but it doesn't actually help the ball swing. Scientifically, it's been proven.
The shine does. In other words, it helps create the shine, and the shine means that the air will pass it quicker. It's like a car going round a corner. One wheel goes further than the other, and that's exactly what happens with the ball.
Wokes in again outside the off stump. Jaiswal leaves alone, and there's no run. But the point being that if you use any other, like after COVID and during COVID, you weren't allowed to use saliva to shine the ball, but you could use sweat from other parts of your body, and there was no difference whatsoever that using sweat to shine the ball makes the ball swing more than. But you tell fast bowlers out there, and they just go, well, rubbish. I know, I've done it. I've seen the ball swing more when you can spit on it. 105 for 2. Jaiswal 43, Shubman Gill 12. As Wokes runs in again from the Howard stand end, from the Rugby League, the Leeds Rhinos end, outside the off stump. Jaiswal again. He's left brilliantly today. Well, he's left the full ball brilliantly. The one just outside the off stump he's left really well. But the short ones outside the off stump, he's played a few airy-fairy wafts, and might well have been better advised leaving them alone. And England at one point had a fly slip for him. What do you think of the cheesecake? I'm not meaning to catch you out with your mouth full, but it was nice, wasn't it?
Quite tasty.
Here's Wokes, big peel for leg before. Trying to whip it through the leg side, looked a bit too high to me. England have already wasted one appeal, which, incidentally, on replay, looked like a terrible wasted appeal, but only on replay, because in real time, the bowler and the keeper wouldn't have seen the ball hit the front pad and deflect onto the back pad. When it hit the back pad of Jaiswal, it was crashing into the top of middle, and that's what they would have seen. They didn't see it deflect off the front pad, I think. So it wasn't as poor as it looked. Driven now by Jaiswal through the offside as Wokes once again pitches it up, looking for the swing. Cast chases. Quite the athlete, Bryden Cast. Quite comfortable at backward point. Not many opening bowlers are or have been over the years, but he is, and he's quick across the ground as well. He's got the build of a flanker. Well, I suppose in professional rugby, quite a small flanker. Do you know what I mean? Broad shoulders.
Yeah, he's a strong-looking man, and he bowls a heavy ball too.
Scientifically, of course, all balls weigh the same.
Yes, but they do surprise you. There are.
Here is Wokes again to Jaiswal. Plays defensively. He's got a tremendous eye, Jaiswal. He sometimes ends up in slightly unconventional positions, but he's got such a good eye that on a slow pitch like this, he's able to just knock it away defensively. 107 for 2.
It's an interesting pairing, this, isn't it? One left-hander, one right-hander. 123 in Jaiswal. The other one, Gill, the captain, 25. And they are the young future of this Indian batting lineup, one an opener and one a number 4, and they're certainly both very capable players. They're having to restart again after lunch and start to take their team forward once again after loss of 2 very quick wickets just prior to the end of the first session. We've seen Carson, we've seen Wokes start up again as they did this morning, trying to claim wickets, but so far the batting, they've resisted, they've looked quite tight, and they're starting to pick up a few runs as well as Gill gets established.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm replacing Neil Manthorp for the next half an hour or so, and there's runs from the bat of Shubman Gill. Just the one, looked like it might be 2, as is just punched to cover point, and the fielders converge to restrict the runs. 108 for 2 then. It was 92 for 2 at the lunch break. Didn't have much of a lunch break. You're still battling to finish yours, Jeremy, as we eat into the afternoon sesh. I I wolf down mine. I'm going to get indigestion, I think, in about 5 minutes' time after a fascinating interview with Paul Newman from The Athletic at lunch. I didn't give myself enough time to eat or finish the interview. The players are out there. We still hadn't... Well, we just didn't cover hardly anything off as this is pitched up and strikes the pad of Jaiswal, but clearly going down the leg side. There was a shout for leg before in the last over. Or the over before last, Brighton Castle last over. England lost a review in the morning session with a very optimistic shout. Josh Tongue bowling on that occasion. But there's a big price on the head of young Jaiswal. He only made his debut for India 18 months ago in Test cricket. Arrived on the scene with a bang, a big century against West Indies. He had a fine series against England early 2024 as this is left alone on length.
John, the gully has been interesting me today. There have been 2 and 3 slips the entire session. They've at the moment dropped the 3rd slip, and they've moved into the leg slip position, where he's sort of been there for quite a while actually. But the gully is very much deeper than the slip's cordon, and I think the reason to Jaiswal particularly is because he drives hard at the ball. If he gets an edge, it's going to fly, or he's going to cut, and that's going to fly.
Dug out Yorker length from Cast, and this reaches Ben Duckett on the bounce.
That's in that
exactly
gully.
That gully, deep gully.
But I think also the deeper you go, of course, the less area you cover.
Yes, then the gap between second slip to your right and backward point to your left, it becomes larger, doesn't it?
It does, and so there's a little bit more luck while you're there because of the player and the way that he's playing his strokes to give yourself time. If you're up closer, it would probably come too quickly at you. So you're giving yourself the time to take the catch, but you're losing the chance because of the angles.
Here is Cast, there's runs from the bat of Jaiswal. Pushed into the covers, come through for a single. I think I've seen more Yorkers from England today than I have done in maybe test matches go by without the amount of Yorkers I've seen in the first 3 hours of play. Tell me, Jeremy, you're holding up, it's almost like you're giving someone a yellow card.
No ball.
In football. There was a no ball,
yes.
Was it? Saw a lot of no balls at Lord's, didn't we? Ngidi, how many no balls did he deliver? But he didn't punish South Africa. They went on to win the match. There's 3 slips in place for Shubman Gill, who's relatively new to the crease as we approach 2 o'clock. So he's been at the crease for the best part of 25 minutes, and this is defended, blocked into the covers, no run.
Gill coming forward quite positively, isn't he? He's taking a good stride. The only thing you've got to be a wee bit careful when you do that is that you've still got to allow the ball to do its work, in other words, and come towards you. Otherwise, sometimes the hands can get ahead of your leg, the front foot, and you can get an edge.
Here's Cast again, short delivery and helped into the leg side by Shubman Gill. Yeah, we saw as the session progressed and India started to trust that there was no real lateral movement, so they were happy to prop forward, push drive, cover drive, square drive, and in the end it cost KL Rahul, didn't it?
Yep, he just didn't quite pick the length of the ball. It was out there wide enough, and he's played several from that width before, but they were fuller deliveries, and he allowed it to do just a little bit more and guided it almost to root.
Over the wicket is Brighton Cast to Jaiswal, and he's forward and defending again with that deep gully filled in place for the left-handed Jaiswal.
That's better from Jaiswal, actually. That's leg stump, and he's actually got his bat to it that time rather than getting in a bit of a tangle. So he's not falling over to the offside with the heavy head so much and missing it, and not trying to hit it too square. You see he's practicing it now. and he's looking to get that ball. It doesn't want to go squarer than mid-wicket, so he's using more of the bat rather than less, trying to hit it finer.
Thinks too much about cricket. That's one of the criticisms of Jaiswal, you know. He's too focused, hyper-focused on cricket, on and off the field.
Well, he was
maybe a little intense.
He was a man who left his place when he was about 10 or 12, wasn't he? And he I think he got himself to, was it Mumbai?
Yeah, he lived in a tent.
That he did.
Groundsman's tent. As this is an edge from the bat of Shubman Gill. Possibly played it with soft hands and down into the ground. It's gone between third slip and gully and down to the boundary. Just in front of us here, an advantage point at the Kirkstall Lane end. I will give that benefit to the batter there.
I think you have to there. I think it was wide enough and he just went with it. And there was a gap there between the three slips and gully, and it went between there. It's a very productive area today. We must have had about 4 or 5 boundaries down to that third man position. Of course, Stokes having put India in, he's not interested in those areas. He wants catches up in case that occurs.
116 for 2 as Chris Wokes, continuing from the football ground end, strikes Shubman Gill on the pads. He goes up for leg before he's joined by his keeper immediately. The slips are a little bit too late to join in. Harry Brooks still got both hands in the air, but that's because he wants the ball thrown at him from Ben Stokes, who decides not to review.
I quite like the approach of Jaiswal that he used this morning to Wokes, and that was that he batted out of his crease a bit and then went forward as well. And what he did to Stokes was that he was saying to him, you're going to have to bowl shorter to bowl a decent length to me, and that means that the ball is always going to, by the time it reaches the stumps, it's going to be going over the stumps. So you're making him, forcing him to bowl shorter and shorter.
Shubman Gill, India captain, forward, big stride forward, and this is left alone. Tumbling take by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Chris Wokes, when we were last on commentary, I was talking about a Stuart Broad article, and he was saying, and we saw this in New Zealand, that Chris Wokes is a bowler who needs overs. He needs to have bowled a lot to get. He's a rhythm bowler. He's not like Mark Wood, who could just come in after spending 6 months on the sidelines and just get straight back on it. We saw that in New Zealand. He got better as the series went on. Down the track is Shubman Gill, doing exactly what Jeremy just mentioned, and he's turned a good length delivery into a over-pitched one, and again he punches this rather than flourishes the drive, and it whistles to the boundary for 4 more. 120 for 2 India.
It's been a feature of some of the play from the Indian batsmen today, some of those drives that we've been describing to you. I mean, that's a delicious shot, isn't it? I mean, it's gone between the bowler and his follow through and the mid off.
Works again, pitches up again, and this time clipped through mid wicket for 4. Bashir will chase, but the ball's going to win, and that's 3 boundaries from the first 5 deliveries of Chris Wokes over. And he's going for a few today.
An entirely appropriate shot for the ball that's bowled there. That was the same length as the one that we were just talking about that went through mid-off, but this time its direction was aimed towards the leg stump, and so it brought about a stroke. They just roll the wrist gently as the ball arrives, and he tucked it between mid-wicket and mid-on. It was always going to go for 4.
That's another lovely shot there. Getting a lot of people getting in contact all around the world on the chat room on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We're being listened to all New Zealand, as you'd expect, as
well, I hope
Shubman Gill will just see this over off. 26 from 26, going at a strike rate of bang on 100. Jaiswal is 46 not out. He'll face the first delivery of the next over. India 124 for 2. I'm listening from Hamburg in Germany, says Balaji Rajagopalan. Frank Eastop says it's a good listen. He's enjoying the commentary, although he does say I'm older than J.R. Hartley. You know, I mean, our producer Scott won't know who J.R. Hartley is. Angela Porthouse says listening from New Zealand, where there's no TV coverage. Well,
no.
Welcome. Mr. Alexander says, has Jared been sent home for stealing a loaf of bread? No, he's camping.
Camping with his children.
Yeah.
That'll be a nightmare for him.
Absolutely.
I can't see him putting up. I think he's glamping, actually. It's
Yeah.
one of those ones where the tent's already up. It's got a nice floor and there's a heater going.
He's an un-Australian Jared, isn't he, in many ways?
He did. Yeah.
That's why he lives in England, I guess. Paul Harrington says, talkSPORT ticking all the right boxes today with its excellent commentary team. Thank you, mate. Wonderful to have, easy to listen to. Or finish that in a second. 2-4 on the pads of Jay Swall from Josh Tong, and a comfortable 2 to deep mid-wicket. Bryden Cast fields and hurls the ball towards the stumps. Now Josh Tong has bowled round and over, he's bowled short, he's bowled 4. He has... I don't know what his stock delivery is. If I have never seen him play before, I wouldn't be able to tell you what his stock delivery is.
No, it has been a bit of a mixed bag from him. Normally players don't usually bowl around the wicket to Jaiswal. He's quite strong with the ball coming back at him there.
Leg slip in place, and he drops this into the offside where Ollie Pope running in from backward point fields. Paul Harrington, just to finish that message, wonderful to have easy to listen to and informed voices accompanying both the action and the lunch break, rather than screechy tones and agenda dictated lunacy. Well, I don't know what. Well done from a further overseas listener, thank you. And Robert Ralph says listening in Istanbul after an overland journey from Hastings. Cricket fans all over the world. Short delivery, and this is guided through vacant gully. There's a third now. It's Zach Crawley running in from the boundary, so another run to the score. 127 for 2. I think you might be off, Jeremy. I think Bumble's back, is that right?
Look,
I'm producing and commentating.
I just read another one that says get Bumble on.
That's from Mrs. Bumble. Oh no, the message from Mrs. Bumble is get him home. Get him home early. There's a family event and he needs to be there pronto. Needs to be there sharpish. Jeremy's off, he'll be back though. And Tongue is now bowling to the right-handed Shubman Gill. He's bowling over the wicket. Good length delivery, which looked a fast one. And it's left alone. Bumble, how are you?
Well fed.
Good.
I enjoyed the lunch. Chicken skewers and a bit of salad.
Yeah, I had that. Did you have the macaroni cheese as well?
Macaroni cheese, just a little bit. It was lovely. Just warming up on the Western Terrace. Trumpeters going.
Well, it was very warm in that morning session. The clouds come over a bit now. So a little breeze in the air as Tongue continuing. And Shubman Gill with 3 slips, a gully and a backward point, mid-off, mid-on. There's a fine leg and a deep square leg. And we've just lost our effects microphone. So our producer Scott will go and fix that.
Oh, how far has that gone down? We're very high.
Well, thankfully it's
Hope
fallen
on
this side.
Yeah. Gracious.
Actually, I remember one of my first games at the cricket, and I was stationed above you when you were on Sky Sports duty. And as Tongue continues, another short delivery, and this is pulled by Shubman Gill and take a single down to fine leg. Shoaib Bashir fielding there. And I'd positioned my effects mic out the window, and I thought I'd secured it to wrap the lead round a table leg. But unbeknownst to me, as the day progressed, the microphone just started to ever so slowly drop.
I think I remember this. It's
further and further down.
Mystery of the. I remember the microphone, and there's nobody on the end of it.
Over the course of the session, it just started to travel down and down. And there was me. I was mortified. It was my first year, and now, there I am disrupting the great Sky Sports cricket team as my microphone appears in
I do remember
from the floor above. So there you go. I was just joined actually at lunch by one of your former colleagues, Paul Newman.
Oh, it's good to see him back.
It's great to see him back, isn't it?
Yeah.
We were talking about how the industry has changed over the years, from the days of, making your way as a cub reporter in the local papers and learning. Well, as he was telling us, he never actually passed a certificate for the old shorthand. He never mastered that. Lawrence Booth still does that. Still see him taking notes as Wokes continues. It's dot ball, 128 for 2.
And back in the day, the journalists, the written journalists, would go into a call box and send their copy in.
Yeah.
They would recite the copy.
They would. They'd be reading their shorthand and they'd be ringing it in.
That's right.
And do you know another thing he was talking about? You will remember this. They'd come over and they'd ask you for your phone number. Your home, and it would be your home phone number.
Yes, the no mobile phone, so it's home phone number. I'll give you a call. Yeah, absolutely, no problem.
Ring you at home. When are you going to be in?
Yeah.
Wokes continuing over the wicket to India's captain Shubman Gill. He's 27 not out. Yeah, so there was that. There was. They used to have to put the papers out, not knowing the score. The first print would go out, and they'd have to have most of the story written with the headline.
That would be the first edition and then the final edition, that sort of thing.
And so they'd have to gear the headline, not knowing who'd won or lost. Nowadays, you've got to get it out there within a second, don't you? Defended again on the front foot by Shubman Gill. Good length delivery from Chris Wokes. He's pushed into the covers, no run.
Pace all the way from Ben Stokes. It'll be going through his mind, Shoaib Bashir, to change the pace, get the spinner in. And we've got a fabulous position. We're so elevated and we can see the marks that the quicker bowlers are making on the pitch. And there's a little bit of rough area that's developing, that particularly around the wicket from an off spinner, Shoaib Bashir could get into those footmarks. He might be thinking of that, Ben Stokes.
Here is Wokes with two slips in place, and this is on the pads of Shubman Gill, who turns the bat round the corner, pushes it up to that man Shoaib Bashir, who's at mid-on. I wonder whether Ben Stokes would have thrown Shoaib Bashir the ball if Bryden Cross hadn't picked up the wicket of KL Rahul just for one before the lunch break.
Well, that's statutory, isn't it? It used to be that if there's no wickets fallen, and we'll give the spinner one before lunch, but he'll be thinking about it because there are marks, there are little marks appearing.
Well, it won't just be Shoaib Bashir who'll be seeing those marks. Well, India have got a spinner of note. That's a touch more bounce from this delivery, but too wide of the bat and left alone by Gill.
I see what England have tried to do with the quicker bowlers and be disciplined roundabout off stump. It's just a thought that I think they've got a little bit too wide. The leaves have been comfortable. It's been rare that they've passed the outside edge from a defensive shot. And so the leaves have been very comfortable, I feel, for the Indian batters.
Yeah, I'm not sure that England pushed. Punch drive from the bat of Shubman Gill. Chris Wokes over pitching. And this is an on drive that bisects bowler and mid-on. And the fielder doesn't even attempt to try and stop the ball, just turns and runs towards the boundary at long on. Another 4 to the score. India have added 40 since the lunch break. 132 for 2.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, and it's just a push, nothing more than that. Very, very straight bat, and you don't have to hit it hard here. Outfield is so quick.
Did you read Stuart Broad in the Times yesterday?
No, it passed me by. I did that.
Very good, very good. He's made the transition from the field to the media. So this is pushed up to Ben Stokes at mid-off from the bat of Jaiswal. No run. He's 1 away from 50. He's got a terrific record. How many games has he played? If he scores another single, it'll be his 15th 50-plus score in just 20 Test matches.
How many centuries?
Good question. We'll find out. Hit a century on debuts, but he's hit a couple of doubles as well. When he gets in, he stays in. He's got a leg slip in place, and this is the only area of his game today where slightly feeling a little bit befuddled. He's attempted kind of like square cut on the move to a short wide delivery on 4 occasions, and he hasn't connected with one of them.
You're dead right, 4 times. And that particular one, that last one, he's almost launched himself off his feet. There is a fly slip in position, and I think that's Crawley.
It is.
One of the tall players. Yeah, it's Crawley down at fly slip.
Here is Tongue again, and we'll wait for the half century if it comes. Will be pushed back by another delivery, fielded at point.
If I was out there in the field, or Ben Stokes as captain, there's hesitancy between the two batters. That push into the offside is straight to the fielder, and both of them are set off for a single. There's absolutely no chance of a single, and they scramble back into the creases. That's happened a few times.
Yeah, it has happened a few times, you're right. There was a run-out opportunity early in the session, Ollie Pope. This is down the leg side, playing a miss from the batter, Jace Weil. It's fielded well by the keeper, Jamie Smith, diving to his right. How have you assessed how Josh Tongue's gone today?
Well, I think I like the pace. I think the quicker bowlers have generated good pace. I just think they could have been a little bit straighter to the batters. And again, Tongue and Karsh are a real good build for quick bowling. They're up there, high 80s.
Here he is again, running around the wicket to Jaiswal, and this will be 50 for the young opener. He's done it again. India asked to bat first on a day that was felt would favour the bowlers. And here he is again. Just tucks this away to the leg side, comes through for the single, and then just walks back to his new skipper. They punch gloves. The thing with Jaiswal is once he gets in, it takes a lot to get him out. He's got good success against England. He's played well today. 133 for 2 if you're joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And Pranav is listening in from Munich as Josh Tongue continuing. And this is a front foot push as Shubman Gill just opens the face of the batter touch and steers this to the right of backward point. Won't reach the boundary, and that'll be another couple of runs. And Shubman Gill's been very proactive at the start of his innings. India now 135 for 2.
He looks well organised, and of course there's a reaction in the media centre that the captain of India's got a pair of black socks on. Usually cricketers wear white socks. He's got a pair of black socks, and I'm trying to think back yesteryear, way back. Were the older, like W.G. Grace, did they wear coloured socks? Now David Gower did. David Gower, the elegant David Gower, the Lloyd Gower in fact, he wore red socks, if you recall.
Did he? Tiger Woods style?
Yeah, he wore red socks. He thought it was marvellous. And sometimes he would wear a red and a blue.
What, odd socks?
Yeah, he liked that sort of thing.
I bet that really riled Gucci, didn't it?
Yeah, he'd want tradition, wouldn't he? Yes. No spinner as yet, and that slip cordon is relaxed. There's just 2 slips. There is a leg slip. Ben Duckett has gone into a catching position at short extra cover.
And it's Chris Wokes still seeking his first wicket. And once again, a comfortable leave. Jaiswal, who reached 50 in the last over. Wokes is that Stuart Broad article that I mentioned. He talked about Chris Wokes being one of those bowlers who needs overs under the belt, and he hasn't played a lot of cricket coming into his Test series. Just 1 match for the Lions and 1 for Warwickshire. He took wickets, in fact took Jaiswal's wicket, got him LBW. Bryden Carse, he's had a toe injury. Stokes, of course, we all know about his battle to return to fitness as this is dropped into the offside to point actually, and it's fielded by that man Ben Stokes, but not before Jaiswal comes through for a single. 136 for 2. But you know, we've seen some overs bowled today, Bumble. I feel it's just a matter of time before Shoaib Bashir gets a go, and then it's going to be coming in possibly against 2 set batters and ones that will know the importance of putting pressure on him.
Well, again, I think from Ben Stokes' viewpoint, he doesn't have him as a holding bowler. He wants him to take wickets.
Yeah.
And he's got a fabulous record, 21-year-old and 58 Test match wickets.
Wokes into the right hand is Shubman Gill, who gets the ball past a sprawling Ben Stokes at wideish mid-off and away to the boundary just in front of the Western Terrace for 4 more. Wokes has gone for 49, is it now, or is it 45 from his 11.3 overs? Just 2 maidens in there. Tongue hasn't bowled a maiden yet. In fact, how many maidens have been bowled? I think Carse had bowled a couple in his first spell. And the runs are just starting to flow since the lunch break. 92 for 2 has become 140 for 2. We've only had 44 minutes of play. Ball's getting a little bit older. A few overs in the legs of the England bowlers as Wokes continuing. And coming forward, Shubman Gill. This one just a touch more bounce possibly, but blocked into the covers. It's a little bit of gardening from the batter.
It seems to me that if you just lean on it with an aggressive shot, you get 4. They've done that wonderfully well. We've seen some super cover drives.
We have. We've seen a lot of punches, haven't we? 1 maiden for Stokes and from his 6, 3 from Bryden Carson, 2 from Chris Wokes. So 6 maidens so far. India 140 for 2 as Wokes continues, and Shubman Gill just eases this ball, shapes to play forward with bat away from body, opens the face and bisects cover point and backward point and comes through for another 2.
Just to describe how quick this is, that's a defensive shot that has finished up 3 metres from the boundary edge. He just leant on it, played defensively. I'm going to stop this. It beat the fielder and it finished 3 metres from the boundary edge.
And that was another thing Stuart Broad said in his article. Said it's cloudy and the ball's moving around, that's fair enough, but when that ball is hit, it travels, and it can be expensive at Headingley. This is way too wide and left alone from Shubman Gill, who's still going at a strike rate of just shy of 100. He's 39 from 40. India 142 for 2.
Keep watching Stokes, as if he's going to turn to Bashir. Nothing as yet. Going to continue. Might see Chris Wokes have a breather. Might be Stokes himself, if he's that way inclined, to fancy another ball from that football stand end. But there is, I'm not saying there's cloud around, but there's not sun. It's certainly not sunny. There's a lovely breeze from our elevated position.
Neil Manthorp's about to come in.
And Josh Tong will continue. Tong known for 26. Jaiswell, the batter, 2 slips and a leg slip.
Tongue bowls and Jaiswell drives thick inside half of the bat out towards square leg, deep square leg. It's fielded on the boundary out there by Bryden Carse, and India positively scooting along now, 143 for 2. I thought the forecast was for bright, uninterrupted sunshine all day and most of tomorrow, with some thunder showers tomorrow afternoon, but it's it feels a bit changeable.
It is. I mean, we've got that pleasant breeze and the sun has gone in, but it is very, very warm. Certainly t-shirt and short sleeve weather.
Here's Josh Tongue once again up to the crease, bowls full and straight, hits Shubman Gill on the pads, and there's some interest shown from the slip cordon, but it was too high amongst other things.
But with the bounce in this pitch, it's got to be very, very full to hit the pad. You just feel that there've been 1 or 2 enquiries for LBW, but the ball has got steep bounce. It's going to bounce over the top of the stumps, so you've got to be as full as you can to be hitting the stumps. There's good bounce in this pitch, good pace.
Here's Tongue once again running away from us from the Kirkstall Lane end, and forward comes Shubman Gill, rock solid, pushing that one up towards mid-off. I wanted to ask you actually about Shubman Gill, who has spent the majority of his early career and early professional career as an opener, and shifted to number 3, and you know, has got a very good first-class record. Hasn't quite done himself justice at Test level, has he, with his talent? But the shift to number 4, I don't know. I mean, it was done because they wanted experience, and you know, they had Virat Kohli to replace, and and I just wondered, you know, he's a career top order player, is he, you know, an opener or a number 3, and then the move, you know, isn't something that it was done for the team. Oh, and he tries to play this one down to the unguarded 3rd boundary and gets an inside edge, and sort of chops it down into the crease between his feet, watches it carefully bounce. And I don't know, I just wondered, because it's the top order is rather important as well, you know. So carry on doing that job, and let's move a natural number 4 to number 4. How do you think he would have felt about it?
Well, I'm thinking that Joe Root started as an opener very briefly, and then didn't fancy number 3 and finished up at number 4, and that's where he sat in. That's his position.
Tongue again, full and straight, and pushed by Gill up towards mid-off. It'll be intercepted by Stokes, just one run.
When you've got an iconic player like Coney who vacates the premises, and you make this guy captain, I think it's quite sensible to say, well, you fill those boots, you'll be captain of a young side. And so I would think in that changing room now, with the great players, the 2 great players gone, these younger players will be able to express themselves in the changing rooms, led by the captain, who slotted in to call his position.
Left-hander Jaiswal on strike, 2 slips and a leg slip. Tongue in, bowls the bouncer, and there's a fly slip, catching fine third man, and Jaiswal guides it away to him, past the gully region, and they go through for a single. He's there for the catch, he's down there for the catch, is Zach Crawley, but it was all the way along the ground.
The other one is Marcus Harris. In domestic cricket, he's playing at Lancashire. Opening batsman, Australian opening batsman, number 4. And he thinks this is rather nice.
Cashing in as well.
Yeah. Michael Atherton, when he was captain of England and came back to Lancs and needed a bit of a rest, and you know, we wanted him to play, and he was a bit anxious. What about number 5? And he batted at 5. He said, this is easy. He said, this is totally, it's different, totally different. Little spinner comes on, ball's old, dip your bread in.
So it is actually easier.
Well, at the back end of my career, I'm not in that sort of same breath as the ones that I've mentioned. I did exactly the same. Open the batting, captain, I'll go 5.
That's exactly why I'm asking you the question.
I'll go 5. Yeah, nice at 5.
Gary Kirsten did a similar thing for South Africa, opened the batting for best part of 12 years, and his last year he batted 5 for South Africa, scored 400s and averaged 70.
Decided not to retire.
Well, that's exactly right. It was delayed. Graham Smith was captain. He asked him to stay on for another 6 months. Wokes in, full and wide and driven through point for 4. It's a lovely shot. It's a flourish. Well, it was full and wide. I mean, it was certainly there. And Wokes is just not getting the swing.
No, and doesn't look in great rhythm. He's gone for quite a number of 4s. None for 51 at this time for Chris Wokes. He's playing about with the field now at Ben Stokes, and there's a fielder who stood between the non-striking batter and the umpire. Silly, ultra silly, mid-off. And he's right on the edge of the cut strip.
You tell a very, very funny story about that fielding position, which you can't tell in its entirety on air.
No.
Steered away behind square on the offside.
It was at Brisbane, wasn't it, at the Gabba? England 517 for 1. Alistair Cook 267 not out. Not a soul in the ground. One long voice. Ricky Ponting was captain, and he's put that fielding position in exactly that. A fielder crouching between the non-striking batter and the umpire. More to come.
Wokes is in again. Jaiswal on the back foot, punches it away. Similar part of the ground, in front of the scoreboard, away to the right on Headingley Lane, and 4 more runs. It's short and wide, poor delivery, no pace, punch for 4.
Gets the treatment. A left-handed batter just dreams about this shot. Right arm quick bowler over the wicket, short wide, off stump, just climb in. And the silly mid-off, I could tell you, at Brisbane. The voice in the crowd as Ricky Ponting was captain. Good thinking, Ricky. The last catch that went to silly mid-off was 100 years ago. There's bound to be another one soon.
I'm glad to say that.
Or words to that effect.
Yeah, he's now at kind of a silly mid-on, and there's a whip shot played by Jaiswal, makes no contact with the ball, hits him on the pads and crashes into his pads. Ben Stokes is trying lots of things here. He's trying to stay ahead of where the batsman is. Jaiswal played a couple of ramp shots, uppercuts, we call them, early on, and Stokes then set a field for that, so he was following in a sense. But he's now got a man at deep square leg, a man at shortish, straightish mid-wicket, 2 slips, short and wide, and cut for the 3rd 4 in the over. This is the problem with, or the danger with Chris Woakes, is when it isn't swinging and he's not absolutely on the money, he's too short at his pace and there's no swing. It's meat and drink, like giving strawberries to a donkey.
Yeah, and he's gone round the wicket too to try to stop that shot. The short and wide, but his rhythm isn't there. Referring back to Stuart Broad's piece in one of the newspapers, he hasn't had much bowling.
Here he is, Woakes bowling to Jaiswal, turns it away behind square on the leg side for a single. He hasn't had much bowling. The most bowling he's had was in the first Lions game against India, England Lions, and he trapped Jaiswal with a snorter of an in-swinger, trapped him LBW. And did you see the footage of it? Jaiswal left less than impressed.
In high dudgeon, and he didn't want to go, and sort of said it was going down the leg side, and the umpire ain't going to change. Yeah, I saw that. Which I mean, it's brilliant now, all the technology that you can watch games from all over the place, just little clips here and there. I just want to see the highlights, I want to see the 4s, I want to see the wickets, I want to see the catches. It's fantastic. Still no spinner. I keep looking at him, and usually you get a nod from the captain, he tells you loosen, get yourself ready, come and have a ball here. Nothing as yet for Bashir. And now then, look at this field. Now this is a funky field. Slips, where have you gone? Have you left the field? Have you left the arena? There's 1, 2, 3 on the 1, 2, 3, 4 on the boundary.
Well,
5 now.
We
do
have slip and a leg slip, just that they're on the boundary.
They are. There's almost a fielder almost behind the wicket keeper on the boundary.
Long stop.
Long stop. That's it.
It's a really funky field. Josh Tongue in bowls. He's going to bowl. It's the short ball field, obviously, and it is short and it's outside the off stump, and he sways out of the way of it. So the 4 on the boundary you refer to, deep square leg, deep backward square leg. It's 5, isn't it? That's right. It's 5. So deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, fine leg, fly slip, and deep point. Wow. And then those who aren't on the boundary, gully, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. They're pushed away defensively up to Woakes at mid-off, and there's no run. It worked in New Zealand. I don't know if you remember, particularly in Christchurch. It was super funky, and the thing is, there's no half measures. He doesn't half commit to it, does he? You know, it's not like he's still got a slip and a gully, just in case.
This is going to be short, is what he's saying. He's telling you this is going to be short.
Here is Tongue once again. It is short, and it's in at the body, chest height. He plays it away defensively. That's what I mean. It's like full on. It's just totally committed.
And it'll be for maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. There's been a slight modification to the field. In fact, the deep backward square leg is now hovering. He's not saving one, and he's halfway between the stumps and the boundary. So he's hovering there. He's certainly not saving one.
Here's Josh Tongue in once again, and it's banged in short. Ducks underneath it does Jaiswal, taken by Jamie Smith. I don't know how often you make a chili con carne or a bolognese Bumble, but I don't know about you, when I make them quite a lot, and I never stick to quite the same recipe. It's always basically the same, but they're always slightly different, and I get that impression with Ben Stokes' short ball fields.
Creative, haven't you? You've got to be creative. Put a bit of this and a bit of that. Yeah.
Bit more cayenne pepper today. It's a bit.
Oh, not put that in before. Yeah, we'll have some of that.
Yeah, I just think the short ball field, Ben Stokes. That's down the leg side, but it is short and it's attacking the ribs. Jaiswal's expecting it. He knows what to expect. He steps inside it, lets it go. Do you know what I mean? It's not like, okay, boys, you know where to go. We've done it before.
This to me is one that we used to use at lengths with the captain when you're devoid of any ideas. Right, lads, spread out in a bunch and just go where you like. We used to do that. Right, go where you like, go where you think. Particularly with Clive Lloyd. You didn't put Clive Lloyd at cover. Clive, go where you want.
Tongue in, and that's just banged in short, steered away to backward point. Duckett picks up, has a shot at the non-strikers right end. They complete a single. 159 for 2. I never quite know whether there's an element of storytelling in that, whether there's an element of exaggeration. I mean, it sounds brilliant. I love it.
Absolutely not. Clive, you know, what a fantastic. And going back to South Africa, Colin Bland. You wouldn't tell Colin Bland, I want you to stand there, just go where you like. And like a predator, you're like a panther in the covers and watching the batter and movement, and Jonty Rhodes the same. You wouldn't tell them, go and stand there, go where you like. Yeah.
So read the games, see where you think he might try and pinch a single and pounce and see where you can make something happen.
I mean, I played a career with Clive Lloyd, and he was irresistible as a fielder. And I think I played against Colin Bland, I think, in 1965. I think I did. Eddie Barlow, Ali Backer, Graham Pollock, and Peter Pollock. Harry Bromfield, bespectacled off-spinner, I recall.
They were all sort of in the late summer, early autumn of their careers at that stage.
Yeah.
But Colin Bland, certainly, I mean, there's no exaggeration. His legend, I don't think, has been exaggerated over the years. I mean, he really was different to anybody in the world in the 1960s.
I'll tell you what he did. If you think about Old Trafford now, so you've got the main arena, and where the car park and the nets are, that was another field. And Colin Bland, in that sort of 1960s, he put a fielding exhibition on. He did a fielding exhibition for the public to watch on the second field, which is now car parking and outdoor nets. Yeah.
And he would throw a ball at a set of stumps and hit sort of 30 out of 30.
Well, I'm not sure he'd hit 30 out of 30, but he'd be very effective. And Clive also in a Gillette final, and it might have been Bernard Julian the batter, and he pounced on this and knocked middle stump out of the ground, run out. Yeah, it was wonderful. I mean, it's exhilarating, isn't it, when you've got a great fielder. Brilliant. I'm going.
Okay, thanks, David Lloyd. Bumble, a 159 for 2. It's drinks here at Headingley, mid-afternoon drinks, so we're halfway through the day. India are 159 for 2. They've lost KL Rahul, caught by Joe Root at first slip off the bowling of Bryden Cass for 42 after an opening stand of 91. Wherever you're listening, you may well have the scorecard up on your device. Do let us know where you're listening, by the way, and send us a message in the comments section underneath the commentary. We would ordinarily have a camera in the commentary box, but for various technical reasons and others, we're not allowed to have a camera for this game, but we will have for the second test match. And the second wicket to go, debutant to the tall left-hander Sai Sudarshan, caught by Jamie Smith down the leg side off the bowling of Ben Stokes for a 4-ball duck. Suddenly India were 91 for 0 and 92 for 2. But they're back on track now, back on course. Yashasvi Jaiswal, his third 50-plus score against India in 5 test matches. Third 50-plus score in his last 5 test innings. Got a couple of double hundreds against England in the last 5-match series which took place in India 15 months or so ago, and he's going along beautifully. 67 from 112 balls. Shubman Gill's had a few gifts, wide half volleys and the like, which he's dispatched away. Shoaib Bashir into the attack for the first time, the off spinner. First delivery is slice cut by Jaiswal for 4. Just gloriously played. Just picked up everything about that delivery so quickly, so early, and has just waited for it, delayed the cut, and as I say, played a sort of late slice cut for 4. First delivery, beautifully done. Jaiswal moves into the 70s, 71, Shubman Gill 40. 163 for 2 now. Shoaib Bashir's got a man at leg slip and orthodox slip. Next delivery is better, it's fuller, it's on off stump, and it's defended by Jaiswal. And Jeremy Coney has arrived with a cup of tea.
For me, Maney, I'm sorry, I'll think of you next time. But look, what an hour for India, wasn't it? 13 overs, just over, and 69 runs already, plus that boundary a bit more.
Bashir in, Jaiswal on the back foot, punches down the ground to one of 3 men on the boundary, 2 square, 1 at long on. That's gone for a single.
So 5 over 5s when you're establishing or re-establishing after losing 2 wickets. So it's been a very good hour and a response and a riposte from India, really, after losing 2 wickets right at the end of the first session. So very much theirs at the moment. Now let's see if England can somehow fight back. They brought Bashir in, who's an important little section of play here, isn't there? The seamers haven't quite done it. They need Bashir, as with, say, Nathan Lyon for Australia. They need him to come in and tighten up one end so that they can allow the seamers to rotate a little bit at the others.
Bashir in again, Gill defends. Well, the thing is, Bashir is not a tightener.
Absolutely he's not. He's between 3.5 to 4 runs and over, basically. But he has picked up wickets in his defence. So let's see if he can do some of that.
Bashir in, Gill defends elegantly, straight back to the bowler.
I think Stokes can live with 4 or 5 runs and over, provided you are taking wickets. You can do that, can't you? You can go for 25 overs for 100, as long as you've picked up 4 wickets or 5 wickets.
Bashir in again. Gill has all the time in the world to steer this one into the gap at cover point. There's a backward point and a cover. Nobody's square, and so he takes a single and keeps the strike. The umpires are having a chat about something. Paul Rifle and Chris Gaffney from Australia and New Zealand respectively. I don't think there's any controversy. They're just exchanging notes about something.
What do you think? We'll go to that Chow Bello perhaps tonight. It's not a bad place. Saw a few fellas there last night. I think it was Neil Manthorp was there too. Ordered half a pizza.
It was very good, wasn't it?
It was nice.
They also might be talking about the over 8. I think you know, they keep the notes on the field, don't they? Paul Rifle may have just been said, I reckon they're 6 behind. Is that right? Do you reckon they're 6 behind as well? And Chris Gaffney go, yeah, I reckon so.
Yep, 6.5. And I think that's the way umpires. It's the next step. What do they do about it? And that's the crunch question, isn't it, as far as this overrate whole thing is concerned. There should be some kind of penalty. I know there is in the World Test Championship. You lose points, and England are doing it again here right today, aren't they? And they lost, what was it, 18, 19 points?
19.
Something like that.
Yeah, in the last cycle they did. Josh Tongue is in again. It's short. It's pulled away. Little paddle pull, short arm jab from Gill for another single. He's absolutely flying along. 42 from 48, and yet, you know, it's sort of you get the sense that he hasn't come out there bristling with intent. You just get the feeling that, you know, he's quite happy to push 1s and 2s and gather runs frugally, but he's been given too many gifts.
Yes, he has, and he's actually taken advantage of them too. He's just unwrapped them. You know, those gifts that he's been offered, and So he's moved along very smartly. He hasn't looked too troubled either, really.
It's the short ball field from Josh Tongue. Down the leg side, it is short. There's a little deflection, according to Ollie Pope, who's under the helmet at short leg, and he's yelping away. Nobody else has heard anything. The keeper hasn't appealed, which is usually a pretty good sign. And Ben Stokes has rushed up to Ollie Pope and said, did you hear something? Did you? And now Ollie Pope has sheepishly changed his mind.
Yeah, certainly Jaiswal didn't seem too concerned about the whole thing. But yes, it is an interesting one, the overs, though, isn't it? People pay good money to come into that. We expect to, whatever the price of tickets are, whether they're on which market you're talking about, the black market or whatever it is, it's...
Tongue in again. Nudged away by Jaiswal. It's in at the ribs and pushed to backward square leg.
Yep, this is quite a common kind of way of approaching it when runs are getting away, folks, that you bowl short, you get your faster bowler in this case it's Tongue, and you spread your field out and you bowl short and you then spread the field on the leg side, or perhaps very fine third man if they want to ramp it as well.
Josh Tongue in again, another short one, and Jaiswal knocks it away defensively. I want to ask you a question that I think other people will, if they're watching or listening, describe the field. There's 4 on the boundary, there's no slips. It's a field which tells you emphatically that it's going to be short. And there'll be people wondering, well, why doesn't Jaiswal just walk away, just leave it alone? Why is he playing those ones at sort of chest height, which he can only get into trouble with? Why isn't he, if he knows it's going to be that length, why doesn't he just drop the hands and leave it? Here is Tongue again. There's another example of it. It's just pushing it away to backward point, but he's playing at that ball, and that one is all like nipple height, and he can only get into a tangle. So why is he playing them?
Well, he shouldn't be, really. He should be just letting that go. If the line is good, in other words, it's straight at you, you go underneath it, don't you? Or you sway to get out of the way. Because it is so short, you've got time to do that, to get the head out of the way and keep the hands down, keeping the bat out of the way. He's bringing the bat up to the ball.
Tongue again, short and wide and cut. How powerfully for 4. Beautiful shot. 6! Oh, it's gone all the way. Gee, you just knew from the sound how well he'd hit it. And I saw the ball leave the bat in the air, and then I just assumed that because it was heading to cover point, it would bounce. I broke the golden commentator's rule, took my eye off the ball, assumed that it would bounce forward. It's gone, he's cut him for 6.
No, it was Bashir out there at that deep point position, and he certainly looked and watched it. And I think Rifle was the one who gave Chris Gaffney the heads up to say, oh, that's a 6. And so that's why it was signalled. The problem with it was that the line was too wide, and you've still got to bowl it's not an easy field to bowl to, I don't think. If you give width like that to someone like Jaiswal, that's why he's interested in some of those, but he's playing the straighter ones. I think he should leave those and go for the wider ones.
What a shot. What a shot. Thick outside edge now, showed Bashir, and it's going to go for 4. No doubt in my mind that was a false shot. Thick outside edge, Shubman Gill looking for the push check drive through extra cover, and it hasn't turned, it's skidded on, it's hit the outside edge. There is a slip in, but it was a thick edge, evaded him comfortably, and 4 more.
It was the sort of ball really that we saw get Steve Smith out, wasn't it, at Lord's just recently, from the bowling of Markram in the first, which was quite a surprise in a way. Just tossed up outside the off stump, and he just got an edge to it and was taken slip. This one just getting it a bit more on bat on it.
Bashir in again, Shubman Gill watchfully forward, defends it. It's 176 for 2. Jaiswal 78, Shubman Gill 46.
But it brings to the question, though, just to go back to the overs. You said they were 6 short. Now that's a lot of overs.
Bashir in again, defended once more.
We'll probably go through a section of play here with Bashir bowling where that will probably come down a little. But they're going to be probably 4 or 5 at least by the end of the day. At least that.
I think that's...
That's conservative,
I can't
isn't
see
it?
them catching up, honestly, even with Bashir bowling. Here he is once more. Gill defends to mid-on.
So what do you say to the people who have paid all that money and they're not going to see their full day's cricket, their full day's entertainment? What do you say to them? They carry on after, don't they, for a start? But then you miss your train to go home with the kids.
You only get an extra half hour. Here's Bashir again. Shubman Gill pushes to mid-wicket. It's exactly right. I mean, you pay your money to watch a football
you've
game.
gone down there, you've got your lunch.
You don't get 90 minutes, you get 100. They're giving you 10 extra these days.
And you're bowling, you...
Here's Bashir again, and it's driven down the ground. Lovely shot from Shubman Gill, the on drive. There's a man on that boundary, keeps him down to a single.
But you bought your lunch, you bought perhaps a couple of beers or something like that throughout the day, and so it all mounts up the cost. Then if you have got a kid with you, you buy his lunch and so on, and so it does mount up, and you do like to feel that you've got maximum entertainment, and part of that entertainment is the players getting through their overs. And so there are a number of sort of ideas that people have tried to devise over the years to work out, should there be some penalty for teams that are dilatory about getting through their overs.
It's a bit early for you to be coming in on the long run, isn't it?
Well, we've seen enough from the long run. We're getting some short run now from Shoaib Bashir.
Short delivery, it's pulled. Doesn't bounce that far short, actually. Ben Stokes from the bat of Shubman Gill at short mid-wicket.
I'd like to, I mean, some of our people who have been listening to the commentary
will
have an
ideas as to how we make...
what do you do about this?
Maybe every team has to bowl 15 overs a spin every day. Very short from Josh Tong, and this is pulled, almost flat batted to the right of Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. Once it beats that fielder, there's no way the fielder on the boundary, the sweeper's going to cut it off. 50 up for Shubman Gill as well. Wow, that's well, if this is how he's going to bat now, he's captain, and at number 4, then India cricket fans are going to enjoy their new skipper. He's come out, confidence, he's been proactive, productive. It's not chancy.
56 balls.
56 balls. So a healthy strike rate, and it's England with trouble here. 92 for 2. They've almost doubled that, India, since the lunch break. 181 for 2. And it's Gill facing now. This is short, down the leg side, and Shubman Gill just flexes a shoulder and lets it pass. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? We've had this discussion, haven't we? And
Lots of times.
I just don't understand why. I just don't understand why we're still in this position.
No.
Why? But why? So, okay, here's one for you, Jeremy.
Okay.
When there is, in all walks of life, when something doesn't make sense, right, the reason normally is because somewhere higher up in the chain, and the decision-making chain, somebody somewhere is making money. Short, pulled, goes fine, and Zach Crawley fields at fine leg. Single, 182 for 2. Usually when something doesn't make sense, it's because somebody somewhere in the position of power is making money. Right, that's how I look at things.
Well, then apply it to this position.
But that's the thing, I can't.
Well, thanks for that.
That's where it falls down. There is no benefit. I mean, maybe there's benefit for a chief exec pitch, so more games go to day 4, more advertising, more sponsorship, more. That's it. I can't really see that, because we're only talking about 3 or 4 overs here or there. It's not going to make any difference to the balance sheet, really. Really short from Josh Tong. Really short. Almost bowling on his side of the strip, and it's left alone again by Jaiswal this time. 182 for 2. Exciting cricket, more overs, more action. Will bring more bums in to plant themselves on seats.
More runs, more
More
wickets.
runs, more wickets,
the game
more
moves on.
highlights,
Absolutely.
more of the good stuff.
Yep. And so you either make the players play on until they've completed their overs, using up their lunchtime.
Here's Tongue swatted. The bothersome fly. Shoaib Bashir comes in from the point boundary, and it's another run to the score. 183 for 2 India here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Or their tea time. So using up the breaks, in other words, to catch up on the overs is one way. So you penalise them for that. That's penalising kind of the batting side as well, isn't it?
Yeah, in county cricket they don't let them have the tea until they bowled a certain amount of overs.
Right. Well, there's another thought that says if you are 4 overs short, and that's where the umpires have got to come into it, I think, and say to keep the captain informed on the field. You're 2 overs short. Be wary, because
it has been
lose
flashing
4
up on this screen all day.
Yep, you lose 4 overs. Once you're 4 overs done, I'm going to remove a fielder.
I don't like that one.
Well, why not?
I would just say, well,
there's more gaps in the field.
5 runs per over short at a certain certain time of the day. This is defended by.
You can charge so many. You can do that. You're 10 overs short at that 6 runs and over, 60 more put on the total as extras.
Yeah.
You can do that. That's another sort of way of penalising them.
Here's Bashir, and a big step down the track comes Jaiswal. No run there.
So there are some ideas for the people out just to think about those ones. Going through the players have caused it.
Oh, I've got a good one. There's a good one here.
Right.
Here's a new one. I haven't heard this one before. Jeremy Coney alongside myself, Jon Norman. Shoaib Bashir is it. Down the track comes Jaiswal, and there's caught on the bump ball. Jonathan Makin says, speaking of over 8s,
good man, Jonathan.
I reckon the best solution is unlimited reviews as long as you're up with the over 8. But touch ball flight from Bashir this time, and it's a big step forward again from Jaiswal and defended. But if you're more than 4 or 5 overs behind, you aren't allowed to review at all.
Interesting
That's
idea.
a left field solution, which doesn't penalise in terms of runs or fielders or.
No.
I can see that down the track and wristily slapped to deepish mid-off. Where is that? Joe Root. Joe Root at mid-off. Don't often see Root there, but it is. No run, 183 for 2 India.
There are certain times, of course, that the pitches are green and you want to bowl your fast bowlers, don't you? And that's slower. I mean, that makes sense.
Bashir again. There's a little bit of rip. Again, it's defended. Thomas Vare says, I've never known why I was going to say this myself. I've never known why we start at 11 o'clock rather than 10:30.
Well, you can start at 10:30. They say it's to do with trains and things like that here, don't they?
Jeremy, what time did the World Test Championship final start?
10:30.
There you go. Trains in London.
Yep. And so you could certainly start earlier.
Do we blame the batters at all?
Not too often, I don't think. Look, you see, when the bowlers, because there is a rule actually, as soon as the bowler's ready to bowl, the batsman must be ready. You can't be chatting to your partner or doing up pads. They call for towels, they call for gloves. You've got to be ready by the time the next bowler is ready to bowl the ball. That's a law in cricket. Don't call them rules, they're called laws for some reason.
We've got a lot of people listening all over the world. Somebody's listening from Zanzibar. Stuart Clegg. Bryden Cast is in. We've got a Yorker here. It's dug out, pushed towards long on. Won't reach the boundary. It's not timed brilliantly, but there's certainly 3. Stokes hurls the ball back at the striker's end. But Jaiswal is back for the 3rd, and Gill moves to 55. Stuart Clegg says, listening on holiday in Zanzibar with the missus, who isn't as impressed that I've managed to find a stream for the cricket. Loving the comms, including the chat with Paul Newman. Yeah, that was brilliant. I didn't leave myself enough time. Paul speaks so well, and I realised the players were coming out, and we hadn't even talked about his move to the Athletics, so Yeah, thanks to Paul. That will be available on the podcast, following on podcast feed. Maleki Mokwena. I'm listening in from South Africa. It's great to hear Mr. Manthorp's voice. Well, it absolutely is. Short delivery, and fended or glanced to fine leg from Jay Swell, who moves to 80, 187 for 2.
Well, we can tell Aleki that he's been running every morning, as he normally does.
Well, it's day one of
Manthorp.
a test, which means a 10k.
Yeah, he's been running through the city. He's been running through the canals. He had a swim, I think, yesterday too, didn't he, in that canal? All over all the shopping trolleys.
Yeah, found himself a new bicycle.
Yeah.
Cars continuing. Straight blades. It's the middle of Shubman Gill's bat, fielded by the bowler. Stuart Clegg says, also used to work at Leeds Rhinos when I was at uni. A great club, and the office was inside the stadium compound, so I love tuning into matches at Headingley as it brings back some great memories. Yeah, it's unique, isn't it, to have a rugby pitch so close, or to have two different sporting codes so close to each other as you have here. Beaten this time, and he's had an appeal for caught behind. Bryden Coss and Jamie Smith are going to have a word. The umpire's not giving it out. Ben Duckett thinks there's something. There is something, it's just whether that noise is ball hitting bat or possibly thigh pad. The batter looks unperturbed. Cass is starting to walk backwards and back towards his mark. A little frisson of excitement, but nothing there. 187 for 2.
But it's a better way of playing the short ball. You see, you pitch the odd one up. You don't necessarily, you might signal that I'm going to bowl a short one, but then you pitch the odd one up to keep the batsman honest, that they can't just stay back in the crease and go underneath it.
A heavily dominant leg side field for Shubman Gill, who paddle pulls for a single. 188 for 2. Andrew Tillett, well, I can't pronounce this, sitting by the rooftop pool in Almunasa in Spain. Not sure if it's a hard or soft sea. Enjoying the commentary. Quick question, what happened to all the talk of Bazball? Is Stokes still pursuing this style? The whole thing with Bazball, it was more about the batting than the bowling, wasn't it? Which I felt slightly odd. Glance fine, no, is there a little bit of glove on that from Bryden Cass? No. Seen a few of those. It's how Sai Sodarson got out on debut, caught down the leg side, strangled down the leg side. That's what they always say, isn't it? But it was actually a well executed plan. Zach Crawley was at first leg slip as well. Sad way for your first foray into Test cricket to come to an end, but that's the game. Kumar says at talkSPORT Cricket, he's asked us a question: is the pitch too flat, or bowling is not on the line, or is it good batting by the Indian batters? How much do you guys think is a pass score on this pitch?
Well, those are interesting questions, aren't they? Well, they'll get as, put it this way, India will get as many as they can, and that might be in excess of 350 if things go well. If things go better than that, obviously 420, they'll push and therefore try to put pressure back on the England batting side.
Shoaib Bashir is bowling over the wicket to the right hand is Shubman Gill, who comes forward in defence.
Now, the thing is about it is that India's bowling is probably their stronger point, and England's batting is probably their stronger point.
Definitely.
So whoever wins that battle between those two.
Forward again comes Gill, watchful, defensive against Shoaib Bashir.
May well determine over these 5 tests just the way that it's going to go. If one of the bowling side can get on top of the other batting side, that will certainly help push forward to victories.
Advantage India in the minute, just a touch short from Bashir, and it allows Shubman Gill, who was shaping to come forward, to play on the back foot and steer this through vacant point for a single. I didn't mention actually when I was on last we were talking about what Josh Tongue's stock ball is, and so this was sent about 45 minutes ago.
Been too short today, hasn't he?
38% of his deliveries have been short.
So that's one and
bouncers, right?
That's 1 and 3. So that's 30-odd%. That's 2 balls every over.
And then 22% are back of a length.
Well, that's then 3.
Comes forward again as Jay Swell this time. 24% good length.
Yeah, it's 4.
11% full, and 5% Yorkers.
Yeah. Okay, so that's quite a range, isn't it? Quite a range, with the emphasis on being shorter rather than full.
I've got another stat for you. This is tossed up, a little tempter, and Jacewell takes it on. There's a fielder at long on. For a second, he's standing there thinking the ball's coming his way. It's not. It's gone over the boundary, slapped into the sight screen, and Jacewell, has he moved to 90?
And yeah,
it's
a flat,
6.
Flat stroke, and it's a 100 partnership between these two now.
See, it was a 4, it bounced. We just lost sight of it.
Yeah.
100-run partnership though for the third wicket. 101 from 123 deliveries. As this is definitely played by the batter, Jacewell. He'll just pick up a couple here as Shoaib Bashiri was bowling quite wide on the crease. And it's just a deft little late cut, which means Josh Tongue has got to do a little chase at backward point. So 195 for 2, India. They've added 100 runs in the session and they haven't lost a wicket. I mean, from here, Jeremy, in answer to Kumar, if you're 195 for 2, 2 set batters, you got punch to come.
Oh, you got 400.
You're thinking,
yeah, you are
450.
If they can just keep batting. I mean, this has been an amazing session for India. They've got over 100 runs already in this session. We've got what, 30-40 minutes to go, 30 minutes maybe, and that's another sort of 6-7 overs. The spinner maybe 6, and the way they're going at the moment, that's another 30 or 40 runs. What a session for them.
Jeremy's making his way. Thank you, Jeremy. Brilliant as ever. Got a really good stat here, which you're going to miss out on. But maybe Sai Sudarshan getting out for a duck is a good thing for India. Do you know why? 8 out of the last 9 times India's number 3 has been dismissed for a duck in first innings. India have gone on to win the game. Thank you, Gary Morgan, for that little gem. Jeremy is making his way. I think Harmy's in. Haven't spoken to him today. Back of a length delivery. Sails through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Shubman Gill then 57 not out in his first match as captain, permanent captain. And Jacewell, we know all about him. Harmy, you saw a lot of him when you were in India. You're seeing a lot of him here in Headingley. Welcome back, by the way. It's good to see you. You've been having a good time with your old mates Simon Jordan and Ryan Sidebottom.
Simon Jones.
What did I say? Simon Jordan.
Yeah. Simon Jordan would have enjoyed himself here.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. He loves his cricket. Short again. Ooh, actually, uncomfortably played this time by Shubman Gill, who's found these short deliveries on the body to his liking. He's been placing pull shots. He's also been taking 4s, but this one actually gives him a little bit of a hurry up. There's fielders there. There's Duckett at square leg. It's a shortish mid wicket. Stokes. There's a fielder at Chris Wokes. It is about 10 metres in from the deep mid wicket boundary. Ollie Pope's at deep square leg on the rope. There's long leg and fine leg. No slips in place. As this is just pushed to Stokes at short mid wicket. Yeah, you good?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, really good. It's been an interesting day. I would say did the first half an hour this morning. I've been walking around, and I wish I'm saying I'd be richer than Simon Jordan. I've had £1 for everybody that spoke to me and said, "What's Stokes doing? He should have batted first." Everybody's asking me the same question. Would you have done it? Would you have done it? I think I would have bowled better.
Yeah, I think that's the right answer. I don't think it was the wrong decision. I just don't think England have really bowled as well as they can do. This is a firm push to square leg on the pull by the Indian skipper, Shubman Gill. They're punching everything, aren't they, India? They realise the outfield's so quick, they both time the ball so well, they don't have to overhit. There's no need for, big follow-throughs and flourishing bats. You just present the ball and time the ball to the boundary here, punch it, and then that also makes it a less risky shot. There's not a lot of swing, not a lot of lateral movement. Too short from Bryden Cast this time, and it's left alone. 195 for 2.
Yeah, you're right, and I think with that, when you try and hit the ball too hard, and a message and a sign to any young cricketer out there, you try and hit the ball too hard, you lose your shape. You lose your shape. One, it don't go as far as you want it to go. Balloons up in the air, and you're watching Jaiswal and watching Gill. They're picking their moments. They're waiting for the right ball in there at scoring areas, and I'm talking about height. And they're not trying to hit it too hard, and that's why, they're giving England a run around here. The short ball tactic that England have had, it's not working. They're giving them a little bit of a run around here.
Cast again this time. He pitches it up, but it's too wide and left alone. Rajesh Malik says, a very happy listener from Montreal. So many people listening to us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube stream. It's great. Stephen W. Who says people aren't interested in cricket in America, by the way? By the way, I'm not sure if you know, but we are broadcasting the Major League Cricket in the UK. So we're doing that for the last week. Stephen W. says, enjoying the broadcast from San Francisco. Chris Webb's listening from a rainy Malta, enjoying the chat. Be a little bit of rain over the weekend, but it's thankfully got a little bit cooler here. We were absolutely roasting, and you picked up a little bit of a suntan yesterday, watching your son Charlie.
Yeah, I fell asleep in the sun an hour later. And
so you were a Charlie.
Yeah, I was a red Charlie. I mean, you could fry eggs on my arms at this moment in time. I'm pleased I wasn't doing much of the morning session, because yes, it was hot in the boxes over the other side of the ground, but boy, I needed to get out of the sun as quickly as I could at 11:30 this morning.
Bashir continuing, and he's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal, who's 86 not out. And the field's come in for the spinner and the batter, who's got a leg slip, his backward point, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg. There's also a fielder at long on, as this is pushed to Zach Crawley at mid-on. Jaiswal's doing it again, Harmy.
He's a good player, isn't he? He really is. I mean, we got first hand of him in Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam when we were out there. He is a wonderful, wonderful talent. In different ways as well, John. That I love. I really. Same. He absorbs the game. He's got. I mean, he's a young man who's well above his age in cricket and stature. Yeah, you'd think Yashasvi Jaiswal was 33, 34. His reading of the game is amazing. His temperament is fantastic. His shot selection and his execution is unbelievable. And I think, do you know what the silly thing is here? We've got a bit of a break. He's got cramp in his hand. I mean, we're not exactly in Mumbai or in Ahmedabad. I know it's been warm in England, but it looks as though he's got cramp. He's got cramp in what, I'm not sure if it's his right hand. He's shaking both hands here. I think he's got a little bit of cramp in his elbow, a little bit Owe Shah style. Remember Owe Shah used to get it all the time?
I remember on debut, but Owe Shah, I mean, that's can be a sign of nerves. Actually.
Nerves, tension, being intense.
Yeah.
It's not something I would say Jaiswal is very intense. He looks as though he's half asleep sometimes.
No, I think he is intense. I think that's one of the things they've had to work on with him. Off the field he's so focused on becoming the best cricketer he could possibly. I mean, look, we know his story, right? He's gone to as great a length as anyone probably in the history of cricket to make it, and he has made it, and he is making it. But I'm sure you growing up, you and Freddie and Rob Keane, you weren't really cut like that. You enjoyed other things outside of cricket, but there must have been people that just almost cared too much, and it maybe got in the way of their game. They put too much importance on it, and I think that's one of the things, reading up a little bit about Jaiswal, that they've had to work on a little with him. He can be a bit abrupt, he can be a little bit a bit direct or a bit serious, and I think that's because he takes the game so seriously. So possibly there's a little bit of that. Let's not forget, only yesterday Shubman Gill was speaking to the press here, just along from where we're commentating here, just in the room behind us, and he was asked the question, what would you take, an IPL win or a Test series victory in England? And normally the more experienced player who's dealt with those kind of questions in the past usually just, gets through it. I'll take both.
Service, yeah.
They're both, I'll just whatever. And he just said, oh, this Test series definitely. Those IPLs come every year. You'll be lucky to play 2 of these series, 3 if you're great. Winning this series for me means more than the IPL.
Yeah,
that's his captain, right? And
yeah.
I think he's a future captain of India.
Yeah, I get that, and I think even more so now with the way Test cricket's gone, John, with less played around the world, less importance in some quarters of the world. The big 3, which we keep getting talked about. And, when you go to Australia, you go to India, you go to England. But imagine for the nation that goes there and plays against them, it's the big nut to crack, isn't it? England going to India, England, when Strauss's team won with Peterson and Cook, Trott, Bell, all them years ago. We've not looked like doing it, too many times since. We got Australia in 5 months, 4 months time, and we haven't won there too many times either. So I would imagine for a visiting player coming to England, this is the sort of holy grail on your CV.
I totally agree. You're probably not the right person to ask this question, Harmy, but how do you treat cramp in the hands when you've been batting so long?
Yeah, unless I was changing my back grips, I never really, it never really came to me that.
Shoaib Bashir continuing from the football ground end, and Jaiswal just comes forward and tries to steer this ball with a straight blade past that fielder, short mid-on. Zach Crawley he's wringing his right hand. I mean, you can take on salt, I guess, in liquid form.
Tonic water was supposed to be very good.
Tonic water. Maybe it's that. Can England capitalise? He's forward again. Extravagant forward defensive shot. DJ says, no, it's not DJ, it says, Peter, listening from my very comfy home office on the Irish Riviera in Kinsdale, County Cork. Welcome, Peter. Oh, Manners has appeared.
Very good.
Manners has appeared over her shoulders.
County Cork, they'll be basking in sunshine as well. Will that be, Peter? I mean, the amount of rain Ireland gets, they'll be enjoying the Riviera at this moment in time, because I think it's warm over there at the minute.
Here's Jaiswal. He's allowed to play back this time. He slaps this square of the wicket. It'll just be a single. And how many balls in the over to go? Was that the last ball? No, one ball to go. Jaiswal might be served with just spending a bit of time at the non-strikers end. 20 minutes until tea, is it? Yeah, 18 minutes until tea. England want to be bowling at Jaiswal. He's pushing towards a century. He's on the devil's number. He's got cramp in his right hand. I mean, I'm searching for reasons for England here, but you've got to take him. We saw in the first session how quickly things can change as Shubman Gill steps forward. There's a little grimace from Shoaib Bashir. Feels that this ball didn't travel too far from the off stump as Shubman Gill shouldered arms. Now, who was Shubman Gill? Shubman Gill was out shouldering arms last year. I swear that happened. Anyway, maybe it was. Oh no, it was against New Zealand.
It was against New Zealand, wasn't it?
Was it Santner?
Yeah, Santner.
Or maybe Ajaz Patel.
No, it was Santner.
Both slow left
Sure,
arm.
it was Santner. We had that game, didn't we?
We did it. Yeah, talkSPORT
yeah.
did it along with Sport Nation.
Yes. Spoke to them last night, Sport Nation guys.
Oh, did you?
Good
Who
fun.
were you chatting to? The breakfast show?
Yeah, Ricardo.
Izzy Dag?
No,
Ricardo Bell, is it?
Ricardo, yeah.
Oh, Brad Lewis was listening.
Brad.
He's probably not awake now,
Yeah,
but he
Brad,
messaged me
yeah.
about 2 hours ago.
So he got me at 10 o'clock last night when I was actually sober.
He did well.
He did do well. I'd just get into the hotel about 15 minutes earlier. Simon Jones is waiting with a pint for me.
Not Simon Jordan.
Not Simon Jordan. Then Brian Sidebottom came in, so we had a couple of pints after I spoke to the Sport Nation lads. Great fun always on the breakfast show up there.
Here's Bryden Cass, and this is cut away for 4. Well, he still wrings his hand. He's still suffering from those cramps. When it was short, it was wide, and it was smashed to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was, and it was a hit me ball, really. Even with a bad hand, I don't think he had to try and hit it too hard. There was pace on the ball, there was width on the ball. Jasper Jaiswal, who's on 87, is not going to miss out there. Takes him to 91. And he's batted beautifully. He really has batted beautifully today. He's been a joy to watch, as has Shubman Gill, the new Indian captain. Some of their shots, they're just the stylish way of playing. It was a short. He gives himself natural width, does Jaiswal. You know, he does. He stands very, very still. He's very, very square, side on. So anything that's sort of full stump and outside is massive width for him.
And it's a 200 up as well. A play and a miss. Jaiswal's got trouble here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to continue. He's gone for a flamboyant front foot cover drive. He's lost his body shape completely. The ball's whistled past the outside edge, and immediately he's taken both batting gloves off. He's taken his arm guard off. He's wringing his right hand. He's holding his right arm, and I think Jaiswal may have to go off here, Homie.
Yeah, I think it's higher up. Obviously, he's stretching his hand. He's pulling his little finger in. But I think it's higher up. I think it's more the forearm. I think there's the pain in the forearm is just cramping it up and it's tightening up. Yeah, when he's tried to go and play a shot, you know, a very, very expansive shot like that. When you get cramp in your forearm, your fingers lock. And I've just seen it again on the big screen, John. It looked as though his fingers were locked together. A bit like Manners' fingers, wasn't it? A little bit like Manners' fingers. So yeah, he's going to have to either get himself for 15 minutes till the break, somehow waste a bit of time to get himself sorted, or I mean this is a big thing for England here. If Jaiswal walks off, the lift it gives England going into it, with Pant to come next and Kiran, who only played 3 Test matches, this could be a big thing for England if Jaiswal has to go off here.
Well, you started talking about Manners' hands, and Manners is here, so maybe
He's had them fixed, didn't he? So.
He has had them fixed, and that looked brutal, didn't it? Oof. Tell you what, if you're following us on talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, you should be pleased that we're not visualising this one. Manners is coming in. The score here, 200 for 2. India at Headingley, asked to bat first. Jaiswal 91, Gill 57. Manners will talk you through to the tea break. Whether Jaiswal will still be there at tea, well, just don't go anywhere. You'll find out very shortly.
The umpires are just taking in the ball, having a conversation with Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes is having a look at the ball. Jaiswal. Ben will possibly be asking the umpires how many times can the physio come on. In wasting time. A little bit of gamesmanship from Ben's point of view. Physio is now taking the arm guard off. He's taking the arm guard off Jaiswal, so that's interesting. He's now taking the arm guard off Jaiswal, and that what you've got a strap on round about the sort of wristband of the glove, and you've also got a strap higher up. And I just wonder if taking the arm guard off, maybe he's just loosening the arm, and gives England a little bit of a target to go at, because Jaiswal has wore a chest pad in the past, has got a big arm guard, and now his inner body, or outer body, sorry, is now exposed.
Bryden Cast running away from us from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Jaiswal's achieving this at about hip height, back of a length, and nudges it out on the onside, fielded by Cast off his own bowling. There's a man, Zach Crawley, out in front of square on the leg side, just in front of square, on the boundary. Fine leg. We're back to an orthodox field with, well, it's as orthodox as Ben Stokes is likely to go. 2 slips and a leg slip. Ollie Pope backward point. They've got a cover now. That is the captain. Chris Wokes mid-off. Bryden Cast coming around the wicket to the left-hander with that leg slip in place. Ben Duckett. Here is Cast. Short and wide and cut. 4 more. It's just ruthless. Yashasvi Jaiswal. Incredible record against England, and he is absolutely flying at the moment. It's I was going to say this is the point where a conventional captain would think about stemming the flow of runs, but actually that moment came about 2 hours ago.
Yeah, did, and he brought himself on, didn't he? That was it. The captain brought himself on. That was a great shot. Backward point now goes out to the boundary for Carse. It's just width. It is. It's short. It's wide. You'd expect a Test player of that nature to put it away for 4.
Here's Carse again, driven through extra cover. It's 4 more. There was actually a bit of swing there. It's just a little bit of shape, and I'm assuming that it is maybe just a sign of reverse. Sorry if I'm late to the party in spotting that, but it was full and it only swung into the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it just eased into the middle of the bat. He's not trying to hit it too hard. It was in the air for quite a bit. I think Stokes at sort of extra cover was interested for a little bit. It's probably the only Ben Stokes could catch it, because he'd been diving full stretch to the right, his right, but it was caressed by Jaiswal. It wasn't exactly full flourish of the bat, because obviously the problems he's having with his hand.
99, Yashasvi Jaiswal. Carse in again, bowls, nudges it away behind square on the offside, and charges through for the 100. The helmet was off halfway through the run. It's in his right hand, the bat's in his left, he's leaping in the air, both arms in the air. Jubilant celebration from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Just his 20th Test match and his 5th 100, and his 4th against England. What an incredible start to his Test career. Yashasvi Jaiswal, 100 not out. India flying along at 209 for 2. An absolutely brilliant innings coming from just 144 balls.
What an absolute superstar this kid is, man. As you talk about his 20th Test match, we were there all them months ago in Visakhapatnam and in Hyderabad, watching him come into to flourish in a Test match career. We all know the story, we all heard the story. Could he do it in a Test match? Is he too intense? Has he got the game? Boy, he's got the game, and this innings for me has been one of the very, very best from an overseas batter, especially an opening batter, because he's literally had everything.
Forward comes Jaiswal to Shoaib Bashir, nudges it out in the onside, no run. I think we may have said in Visakhapatnam, let's see if we can do it on a cloudy afternoon at Headingley.
We probably did, and boy, has he done it. England, yeah, you can see England haven't bowled as well, but he still put the ball away, and when England have bowled good balls, he's made them pay even with them as well.
Bashir into Jaiswal, and he pushes it out on the onside, blocks it, and there's no run. It's been an exhibition, really. I just thought that there was a moment, there was a period when Bryden Carse and Josh Tongue were bowling short to him, and he was looking to ramp and loft and uppercut, and just thought he looked a bit loose there. Otherwise he's been immaculate. Tossed up this time from Bashir, more air, blocked again by Jaiswal, and this is a sign of the maturity. You see, it's just, he knows there's a surge of adrenaline now. He knows that tea is almost upon us, and it just, to me, he's like, just breathe, just take this over, give this over to, it doesn't matter what he bowls, just don't do anything rash, just, it's okay, just breathe for an over or two. Bashir in again, that's what he's doing, just forward, blocking it. Great maturity.
It is great maturity, and actually the actual hand injury is probably doing him a favour in this point, because he is just going back into his bubble, back into his shell, just trying to take stock of the emotion, and try and reground himself to start what is going to be the second half of his innings.
Tossed up again from Bashir. I like this too, actually, from Bashir. He's saying, okay, so you're just going to block it. And in that case, if you're not going to play any shots, I'll toss it up, try and invite you. Clever. A bit of cat and mouse between batter and bowler here. Here's Bashir. That is a quicker one. He's forward again, he plays it defensively, but that, I just think, was brilliant from Jaiswal. I mean, he was pumped. You don't see too many opening batsmen celebrate 100 with quite that gusto. I mean, it is his 5th, but he was leaping in the air. He was all over the place. It was an outpouring of emotion, and he's just said, like, breathe, calm, get yourself back into it.
Absolutely. It has been a wonderful innings, and I said before, I do make some outrageous statements, but when you look at players, top quality players who have come to these shores, opened the baton at Headingley, first test match in the series, to have 100 before tea, that's a special knock. It really is. Yes, we can say England haven't bowled consistently as good as they would like to have bowled. You're still going to put bad balls away, and when the good balls have come and passages of play like the aggression and the short ball, and he got hit a couple of times, he went back and fight fire with fire. And, that for me what makes it even more of a special innings, because when it's been up he's driven it down the ground, and when it's been short he's belted it for 4 or 6.
Ben Stokes into the attack now, and that's pushed away by Shubman Gill, blocked out on the onside. It's just wonderful to have this stream of comments on the bottom of the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube panel. Rob Blakey says, listening from Wenatchee, Washington State, near Seattle. Wish the Orcas were doing better. They are having a bad start, aren't they? Gee, Chinar Patel says, not wanting to jinx anything this close to tea, but let me ask, what's on the tea menu at the ground? What's to follow the chicken skewers we had at lunchtime? Well, there'll be some cake, I'm sure. Stokes in again, goes full and straight. It's driven by Gill to mid-off, who sets off with a single immediately. It's fielded by Josh Tongue, nothing he could do to prevent it. Listeners around the world, fabulous stuff. Greetings from Dallas, Texas. Wonderful to listen to live cricket commentary, says Basusri, 1110. Ian Graham, is cloudy day at Headingley, a cloudy afternoon at Headingley, the cricket equivalent of a cold night in Stoke?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. It's not quite a cloudy day. I think we might get that cloudy day tomorrow. There's some weather around.
It's overcast, isn't it? But
yeah, it's hazy, isn't it? There's a sort of high cloud, but it's not. I don't think it's a heavy cloud. I think it's quite a high one. So it's not swung as much as probably I thought it was going to swing. You might have a bit of reverse swing with the amount of pitches and the rough area around it. That's probably what Stokes is coming to have a look for.
Here he is, Stokes, full and wide outside the off stumps, left alone by the left-handed Yashasvi Jaiswal. Now then, we're back to general knowledge. Capital cities. Anant Varma says, tuning in from Ho Chi Minh City Airport. Ho Chi Minh.
That's
you can get this one.
Singapore? No. Ho Chi Minh.
Ho Chi Minh.
Is that Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, isn't it? So it's over that way, though, isn't it?
It's Asia, Southeast Asia. Or bounce up from Stokes, doesn't get up much. Jaiswal drops his hands. It was outside the off stump, and through it goes. But just the fact that he's tuning in from the airport, brilliant stuff, marvellous, and enjoying what has been a glorious day for India. Little hiccup before lunch.
Vietnam.
Yeah,
Vietnam.
Thank you, Scott Google. 210 for 2. 2 slips. Short point, extra cover, mid-off. Edge! Doesn't carry.
Oh, no.
Did it carry? Did it carry to Harry Brook? He's dived to his right. He's got his right hand to it.
Compound to misery. It didn't carry. Harry Brooks dived in front of Joe Root, who would never have gotten it. He's high-fived it off Joe Root's foot, and it's rolled on and hitting the helmet behind Jamie Smith. So
5.
Yashasvi Jaiswal's just getting an extra 5 runs. Oh no, does he get them? Got penalties?
No, they're penalty runs.
Yeah. So India have got 5 more runs.
Just having a look at the replay, and Chris Gaffney is just making sure that is what happened, and Joe Root gives the game away by holding his head in his hands and just looking so frustrated. Gaffney and Rifle, the 2 umpires from New Zealand and Australia respectively, just having a little powwow to make sure that they get their story straight.
I'm not sure Joe's getting away with that one. Not guilty, Your Honour, is he? Hands on his head.
No. 5 penalty runs being signalled by Chris Gaffney. And the scoreboard operators will have to delve into the new software and make sure that they allocate those runs to the right place. They haven't done it yet. Yashasvi Jaiswal, 100 not out. Shubman Gill in his first match as captain, 58. These two have taken the score from 92 for 2 to 210 for 2. Stokes around the wicket to Jaiswal, outside the off stump, shuffles across, leaves alone. It's been an absolute exhibition. We rarely talk about, when somebody scores 100, it just sounds counterintuitive and almost rude to say, gee, he's left the ball well. I mean, he's square cut it over point for 6, and he's played some glorious drives and flicks and cuts, but he's left it brilliantly.
He has, yeah, and that was a sign of the first 6 overs, I think. You know, the story of the first 6 overs, England bowled too short, too wide to Jaiswal, and he left it brilliantly, and he started his first 4 or 5 decisions in this Test match. You know, whether he played it or he left it was absolutely spot on, and no surprise.
Stokes again, thick outside edge, nicely fielded by Harry Brook, diving to his left. His feet is just plucked that one, maybe a yard and a half short of him, diving to his left. But it wasn't really an edge, it was more of a soft hand outside half of the bat, guide and glide. They've allocated those runs now. It's 215 for 2. The batsmen's scores haven't changed, so 5 penalty runs it is. And it's tea time at Headingley. England have had a tough old session there. I might well have imagined it. I thought there might just be some signs of reverse swing, which is a way back into the game. But you and I kicked off this morning, and Harmy, you know, and we were sort of talking about when you decide to bowl first in batting conditions, you do run the risk of losing control of the game on day one. I think we mentioned something like 350 for 3. It sounded like a very, very long way away, but it's perfectly within the realms of possibility now as Jaiswal leads the players off the field and acknowledges the applause, and rightly so. Time for a little breather for him, maybe a cold shower. It's a hot and humid afternoon, and it's going to be even hotter. Hopefully not hot under the collar for the England team in the afternoon session, unless they can get back into this game.
No, they need a couple of wickets to get back into this game, and I'm sure the Indian dressing room will not be wanting Jaiswal to come off at all. I'd imagine it will be plenty of fluids, getting everybody into working on Jaiswal to make sure he's in a position to go back out, because India won't want to lose this momentum, and the momentum that they've picked up has been very, very strong. And England, when you pick this team at the start of the game, if somebody, and we were all saying, it's not that because our horses bolted or not wanting to sound smart after the fact, but we were all worried about a bowling attack with very little identity, and a bowling attack that has got wicket-taking bowlers but has the potential to go at 5 and 6 and over, and running the risk of, like you said, Manners, once the floodgates open, it's very, 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 very hard to stem the tide. And I think that's what we've seen so far. We've got 2 batters out there, very, very stylish, picked their right balls, didn't hit it, try and hit it too hard, left when the ball's there to leave, access and play a big shot when the ball's been on offer, which has been on offer. I think it's been a masterclass in batting on what has been a warm day and a very, very good wicket.
Just before we go, Harmy, can I just ask you a question that Suhan Shetty has sent to you? Hello, Steve. Do you think that Josh Tongue has failed to rise to the occasion, or failed to rise to expectations? Harsh to single him out on what's been a hard, tough bowling day. He's been the quickest of the bowlers, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been the quickest of the bowlers. England have been guilty of bowling maybe one ball and over. If you look at England have bowled 51 overs, you'd look at England have bowled possibly 1 4-ball and over. Yeah, 1 4-ball every 10 balls, and they've come up against the 2 blokes who have put them away and, you know, hit boundaries. England have set attacking fields. So yes, I agree to an extent that, you know, the talk about Josh Tongue and the aggression, England do like the way he bowls. He has been the quickest. They have turned to him to bowl in times when there's nothing happening or a partnership's going, so yeah, that's to break the partnership up. He has to bowl aggressive. He's risking going to be expensive because he's trying to get the wicket, And sometimes when it's like that, I knew that more than anybody else. I was going to pick up 3 wickets, bang somebody on the gloves, hit somebody in the ribs, give it somebody squared up on the shoulder, and maybe probably get a couple of wickets. Didn't always happen that way, Manners, because the most of the time I'd bowl 5 overs, halfway down with a cross seam, and bowl 5 overs, 0 for 50, and Michael Vaughan go, "You've done your job, give it to somebody that can reverse swing it, and let's see Flintoff reverse swing it." That is possibly what will happen after tea. Tongue come on, bounce a barrage with Cos, see if we can get this ball to reverse swing, throw it to Stokes and see if we can get it to that. That would be more, I'd be saying to the bowlers in there, and a plan to try and get England back into this contest. But no, you know, give him a chance. He hasn't had the best of first 50 overs, still got 4.5 days to go yet.
Okay, it's time for a cup of tea and a slice of chocolate cake for us at Headingley. Hope you've enjoyed everything so far. Many thanks to everybody who's been listening. I enjoyed this one. Jeff Roach says, "I'm enjoying the coverage. Good job, guys. I'm enjoying a glass of rosé on the balcony of our apartment on the Algarve. Looks like a good track." It is a good track, Jeff. Absolutely no doubt about that. India are cashed in. Long way to go. Course 215 for 2. We'll be back for the resumption of the third and final session on day 1 of this wonderful 5-match series in, just around about 15 minutes' time.
So we start again on 4 o'clock time from
Welcome back to Headingley. We're a couple of minutes away from the start of the final session of the first day of this 5 Test match series between England and India for the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. The Pataudi name will remain as part of the series, however, because the winning captain will receive the Pataudi medal. And I do have some breaking news for you. Harry Brook just did a cartwheel as the England team came out onto the field, like a full-on gymnastic cartwheel, which I thoroughly enjoyed, not just because of the athletic prowess that it displayed, but for the message, positive energy. And India might be in the ascendancy at the moment, and it might be a hot and muggy, humid, energy-sapping day. England may have had just 2 rewards in the 51 overs that they've bowled, but the message that sent is that they're still full of life. They need to get back into the game. Jeremy Coney and Steve Harmison be with me, or in the commentary position, for the next half an hour. Shoaib Bashir is going to resume after the break. So Steve Harmison was saying just before tea that they might try and accelerate the natural aging process of the ball in order to get some reverse swing going, but that'll be put on hold if that is the next ploy to go to, because Shoaib Bashir is continuing. Shubman Gill plays defensively, and there isn't sign of much austerity at Headingley, but it was noticeable that there was no cake or biscuits at tea.
No cake or biscuits. I probably don't need any more cake or biscuits, to be honest, Manners.
Nice tea though, yeah. Yorkshire tea. Bashir in again.
No forks at lunch. No forks.
There were.
Forks.
We just used them all up before you got
Yes, you did.
there.
I haven't even had my lunch. I've been running around like an idiot all morning.
You've done 10,000 steps. You're going from one end of the ground to the other.
I've been asked 2 big questions.
Well, you've been doing little learners, have you? Ah.
Short and wide and cut, and there's a man on the cover boundary. I don't think he's going to get there. It's beautifully timed. Not a great ball from Shoaib Bashir. Too much width on offer.
Yeah, nice shot from Shubman Gill, width outside off stump. Yeah, nice little earners, Jeremy. I always work with Leeds and Edgbaston on the Test match series. I've had £1 for every time somebody mentioned a toss, and £1 for every time somebody asked me if I wanted a pint. I mean, I'd be a very, very rich man.
And drunk if you'd accepted. Driven down the ground.
Not so sure about that. He's had plenty of practice.
Yeah, this 20-stone frame can hold his lager, but yeah, I've been offered. I think we did 6 lounges, the big suite, and 30 boxes between me, Simon, Richard Blakey, and
30. You've had all of those executive boxes.
All of them boxes, and I think 2/3 of them would have offered me a pint. Devastated drinking Coke.
Here's Bashir. Short, wide and cut by Jaiswal this time to the man sweeping on the cover boundary.
And to be fair, it's been enjoyable watching, but like everybody have been questioning, Jeremy, that England did they make the right call? And every time I say it, look at the bigger picture and look at how England have bowled. I think the bigger picture is for further down the line.
Well, they had 2 options, Harmy, didn't they? They could have taken wickets today, but there were a little bit of nip on the grass and so on. Then, if they didn't, they bat 2nd and 4th. They're still in the game. Even if India get to 350 tonight, which is another, 120. There's 30 overs to bowl yet tonight, but even if they go at 4.5 to 5 runs at 350, I don't think that will really worry England.
No, I think you're right. I think England, and this is what I was saying to the punters in all these, these hospitality suites, the bigger picture is if England could bowl India out, and it's a big if now, for 350, the pitch is at its best end of day 2, all of day 3. England, the way they score, would back themselves to get 450. And then that decision's vindicated, and they're ahead of the game. But that 350, bowling them out, is a long way away, because what a lot of us have said, England have not bowled well enough. They haven't. When they've been full, they've been punished. When they've been short, they've been punished. And they've bowled short balls to score off, because you can bowl short balls that get left, can bowl full balls that do get left, but unfortunately, Manners, they've bowled them that India have capitalised on.
Here's Ben Stokes with his short ball field, and back and across goes Jaiswal, pushing that to cover point. Fielded by Duckett, no run.
I think it's a good pitch, Manners. I think really it's got decent bounce in it generally. You play your shots, you think of the shots that have been played today. There's been pulls, there's been cuts, there's been drives. You can score virtually in the 360. A couple of ramps were missed, weren't they? So you could have scored 360 today with the different lengths that have been tried. And I think that that'll probably stay like this right through the entire match.
Here is Stokes again. Jaiswal on the back foot, pushes to Duckett at cover.
And I do think that Baz Bawley, whatever you want to call it, it does like it likes the pitch to be a road. And when I say a road, it likes it to be a motorway. So not a B road. It likes to be a motorway where you hit the surface and it doesn't deviate too much and it bounces quite nicely. So length doesn't matter quite so much. You can stand up and punch it on the bounce, you know, get above the ball and still hit it on the front foot and punch it down the ground, you know, if you're a little bit short of, you know, that heavy length that they talk about.
Bowling! Stokes has gone through Jaiswal with the full length delivery. May just have been a little bit of deviation in the air, but Jaiswal's played round a full straight one and he's bowled him. Jaiswal's innings, his magnificent century, comes to an end, and as always it's Ben Stokes who pulls the rabbit out of the hat.
That looks an absolute peach from the round the wicket. I think it's just held its line. It's going in towards the stumps. I think it's just held its line, whether it's off the seam or through the air. Looking on the big screen, Ben Stokes finger pointing in the air, an ovation which is richly deserved for Yashasvi Jaiswal. 101 off 158 balls. He's got his helmet off, he's got his bat raised. He does a full twirl to say thank you to Headingley for that ovation. And the standing ovation is saying thank you to Jaiswal for what has been a very, very memorable innings. It was a big wicket for England. They're desperate for wickets. And Ben Stokes, for me, changed the narrative in that first session when he came on in the 15th over. And he started the last session with an absolute beauty. And here comes, I'm box office. I love this guy. Here comes Rishabh Pant. I can't wait to see what's going to happen here.
He is a dangerous player, isn't he, Rishabh Pant? And so a left-hander replaces a left-hander. So we still keep that right-hand, left-hand combination going in the middle. But it's a wicket taken early in the session. And it's a big wicket because of that they still have the entire session in front of them, both teams, to see what can happen. But early advantage this time to the English side.
Quite the stage, isn't it, that Rishabh Pant finds himself strolling onto.
I just hope he's got his cricket shoes on and not his roller skates. I really do. I hope he's got his cricket shoes on. He's flat-footed, firm, goes after the ball like he normally does. When he has his roller skates on, he gets into some horrible positions. He tends not to last that long. It's a swashbuckling swing of the bat. Really Looking forward to this guy, because I think he's a wonderful talent. He's a wonderful talent. I mean, I've seen some teams being picked by, you know, players in India, and I'll come on to it in a second, man, because obviously Ben's going to come in.
First ball to Rishabh Pant. Ben Stokes round the wicket to the other left-hander, and the first delivery is clipped away nonchalantly up towards mid-on. Fielded by Josh Tongue.
And for me, it was ridiculous, and it still sounds ridiculous, but they were picking a team of the sort of after 2000, what's India's best team of that modern generation, and there were some people picking Pant over Dhoni, which I found it absolutely extraordinary. But even to have that conversation shows, you know, how talented this boy is and what a box office player he is.
Two slips, no gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg. Down the wicket he comes on the charge, and he's smashed him straight back past him. Ben Stokes is saying a little word or two. He's charged the England captain's second ball and thumped him straight back to the straight boundary.
This is brilliant. This is box office. This is Ben Stokes now. Ben Stokes was more not nose to nose, but he was right in Rishabh Pant's face.
Pretty close.
And I think he's more or less into him. Come on, boy. Keep coming with them. Keep coming with them. You know, 2 wickets on this. 240 for 5. Are you gonna put your team in trouble by giving your wicket away? Well, second ball runs down a wicket and belts him over his head. This is going to be fun.
Stokes was laughing at him. Here's Stokes in again, and Pant just nudges him way off his pads out towards square leg, and they go through for a single. So, Jeremy, that was interesting because he had his back to us, so we couldn't see in the moment. I said he was having a word. He was laughing.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. Enjoying the moment, wasn't he?
It looked like genuine laughter, not sarcastic.
No, not at all. No, his buckles had been swashed.
This is going to be great. Rishabh Pant against Shoaib Bashir. This could be fun. Ben Stokes is going to put fielders in some unorthodox positions here. Might need one close to rugby field if Pant gets one right.
Well, he's got to tempt him, doesn't he? Really, he'll leave a gap somewhere to invite Punt to have a go at. Having a bit of a chat at the moment.
I was going to say that surely Pant will give himself a few minutes, but there is no surely. He makes his own rules.
Yeah, he gave himself one ball, didn't he? He got one. He got one a little bit back of a length, which he punched into the leg side.
Well, long off is open at the moment, so that's the way the ball is turning slightly. If he wants to go inside out, long on is in position. Then there's a big gap right round to sort of just the man on square. So plenty of acreage on the leg side.
I like the way mid-off is. He's halfway back.
Yeah, he is.
Halfway, but there's a huge open space for the sliced lofted drive over extra cover. Bashir is in again. Pant just pushes it gently back. He's loading his gun.
Right, there's his sighter. Yeah, I mean, always when you're batting, there's somebody on your shoulder, isn't there, telling you what you can and what you can't do.
Interested about the leg slip. Here is Bashir in again. Pant is forward and pushes this one also gently. What's Ollie Pope? What's going on there? I understand the slip, Harry Brook. Ollie Pope's helmeted at leg slip.
One that bounces possibly.
Yeah.
He's not the tallest guy, Pant.
A glove off the sweep.
Oh.
There's another option.
Bashir in again. Pant. He over expresses the block, doesn't he? He just doesn't hardly moves.
He's getting booed as well off the Western Terrace. The Western Terrace. He's faced 3 balls. He's sent 3 balls back. Western Terrace aren't happy.
Long on the boundary, deep backward squaring, deep cover out. Quicker one outside the off stump. Good change of pace that, and Pant left it. It was just a little bit too wide. Cleanly taken. Ben Duckett's a backward point. Sweeper on the cover boundary. Cover. Ben Stokes, extra cover. Mid off, halfway back. Joe Root. Long on, deep backward square. So sort of in outfield. Slip and a leg slip outside the off stump. Pant leaves alone again.
That's quite smart though, because that's out a little bit wider and it's quite hard to get to that, to hit it hard. It's a big stride for a man with shorter legs. So last ball of the over.
5 dots. Who'd have thought? Here's Bashir in again, and 6 dots. Maiden completed, left alone by Rishabh Pant. And the Western Terrace. It's jocular. It's joshing, they call it. A bit of teasing.
Bubbling as well, isn't it? I mean, there'll be a lot of things bubbling on that Western Terrace. They've been baked in sunshine, so they'll be as red as me at this moment in time. They haven't quite got to the beer snake situation, so they're not as filled with alcohol, but they're just starting to bubble nicely with a noise.
It's those automatic drinks dispensers that caught my imagination yesterday. The match day -1. You can buy yourself a bunch of tokens, and you don't need a barman now. You just you take your glass, you put it under there, you put the token in, you press it, and there's your lager. And the beer snake is the first one of the day. It's just formed. those beer cups, and it's about 3 yards long at the moment. No, more than that. It's a bit longer than that. Here's Ben Stokes, new over, short bouncer, pulled down towards long on by Shubman Gill, fielded by Bashir. I think he just managed to get on top of that one.
I like that field from Ben Stokes because he had two slips. He had a catch in mid-wicket. He had two men back on the leg side, one man on the field at third. So he had the aggression, the bouncer, but he also had the vulnerability of a new start, new session that Shubman Gill has in England outside off stump. He has the option to pitch it up. So it was. I like this field. I like this field for Ben Stokes.
Two orthodox slips and then a few other unorthodox positions, including that catching third man. Pant now just nudges it out towards mid-wicket. I think, Pant did talk about, he was asked 2 days ago about being a senior player, and he slipped the odd joke in, he slipped the odd one-liner in, and he said, I'm still me, but he did concede that he couldn't be completely him. He is a senior player. He does bat at number 5. Young players do look up to him, and so he's going to give himself 15 minutes here before he tees off, I think, because Gill comes forward to the next one from Stokes and pushes it out towards mid-wicket. But similarly, Jeremy, I mean, just the match situation, it does require, because 228 for 3, 230 for 4 suddenly looks a lot less dominant.
Oh, yeah.
But if another 50, you had make it 270 for 3. That may be the time.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, certainly I've seen teams lose 4 or 5 quite quickly, and the game just turns in on itself. So India have fought hard to get here. Got to keep going here now.
Here's Ben Stokes, another short one, nicely pulled again by Shubman Gill. He's just keeping it on top of the ball. Jerry, you said there were still 30 overs to go. If you see the scoreboard, bottom left, 35
yeah,
left.
Well, they won't get through those, will they?
Bashir will bowl a bit. I don't think we'll get through 35, but no. Bashir will bowl a bit.
I was just saying there's a lot of cricket left. I mean, Harmy and I were talking in the first hour about, if India finished today 350 for 3, I mean, we weren't seriously imagining that, but it is now a possibility.
Yeah, it's a chance. Just a question of, can they just create a few opportunities as well?
Stokes in full wide outside the off stump. Pant leaves alone. Tremendous buzz around the ground.
But even if they were, I'll go back to my point. I don't think the 350 would worry England particularly.
Or even 3 down.
I think 3 down it would worry them.
Well,
I think for England to win the game, they've got to bowl India out for less than 400 to win the game. I think 350, England can get themselves a good foothold in the game. Anything over 400, I think they might struggle.
It's blocked again by Pant. Funnily enough, I thought 400 was my threshold. I thought if India made 399 for, around about that, I think England could still win it. I mean, do you know what I mean? It doesn't happen very often. It happens very seldom. But
then you've got to get another 10 wickets.
You've got to get.
Then you've got to get 600 runs.
You talk about that. Jon Norman will take over.
Yeah, you've got to get 600 runs. You've got to get another 10 wickets off the back of that, with the bowling attack who haven't bowled their best and had a bit of a struggle. So yeah, I think a lot of ifs, buts and maybes. I think this next passage with Pant there, he's come down the wicket. He came down the wicket second ball, and then he's gone back into his shell, and it looks as though just playing a little bit of tricks with the England captain to basically say, right, I'm coming at you, and then now they're sort of concentrating on the aggression side, and he's gone back into his shell.
They're continuing, and there'll be a single taken by Shubman Gill. Down to long leg, comes back for a second, he moves to 67, 231 for 3. It's a bit of a tight squeeze getting in and out of this box.
Surprised with me sitting here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah, I should have been on the end.
Didn't have that problem with Jeremy.
No, fast bowlers, when they stop playing, they get bigger.
over the wicket, continuing to the right hand of Shub McGill, who's played really well. There's been a lot of attention on Jaiswal. This is pushed back to the bowler, and now Rishabh Pant's at the crease. I think Shub McGill quite likes that. I think he took some of the pressure off Jaiswal, though. He came out after lunch and immediately hit a groove. So there's a touch more flight, dive, and a good stop by Zach Crawley at extra cover. The crowd think it's a catch, and Shub McGill rocks his head back. He throws his head back almost as though he has been caught, but he's just annoyed that he's missed out on a 4-ball there. Rare frustration. As close to the wicket comes Bashir, and this is timed nicely by Gill to the right of Ben Stokes at mid-wicket. No run. That's still being joined by a lot of people on the chat facility. Ankar Bagla listening in Spain. There's a few people listening in Spain. As Bashir continuing again, very close to the stumps here, drawing Gill forward with a straight blade and a big step, smothers any chance of any spin. That was a big wicket, wasn't it? 231 for 3, India. Ben Stokes, who I would say is England's strike bowler. Forward again. Would you agree?
Yeah.
You wouldn't call Chris Wokes a strike bowler, would you?
No, I wouldn't. And I think the volume
That's a problem, right?
Yeah, I think the volume of bowling that the bowlers have had, and the volume of bowling that probably Wokes needs to get himself in a position to play in a test match, which he hasn't had. I look at this England side, and without being totally disrespectful to them, I would say the only international bowler at this moment in time that looks like he's an international bowler for England is Ben Stokes.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at India and you say they've got an out-and-out strike bowler in Jasprit Bumrah. You look at South Africa and Australia last weekend, and they have in Kagiso Rabada, South Africa, and of course Australia with Pat Cummins. But you'd say Australia probably got 3 strike bowlers. Stokes in again. This is down the leg side. Punt tries to help it along its way, but doesn't connect with the balls. Too wide as well.
I'd say 4, because I think Nathan Lyon's a strike bowler. I think he's he's like what we had.
He could be a stop bowler when the conditions don't. Yes.
Yeah, like Graham Swan. Swanee was a strike bowler when he needed to be a strike bowler, and a stock bowler when he was needed to.
Yeah. And in fairness, Hazelwood and Cummins can both do that as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Stark can, but he seems to have come against Stark, hasn't he? Oh, that is... Well, we were talking about Chris Cairns yesterday, and that was the kind of dismissal that got rid of Chris Reed. I don't know what Stokes was trying there, but it was a slower ball Yorker. Full toss, possibly. Dug out by the batter. It's a single. I'd love to see that again.
They just punched each other's hands there as they went past, Punt and Stokes. Enjoyed that. Both of them enjoyed that.
Well, we're enjoying this, aren't we? Punt coming in. This is good cricket. They both want to win. They're both going to... It's just slipped out his hands, isn't it? It's a full toss. That's a proper full toss.
He's meant to bowl that. He's gone to try and... His wrist's gone. He's gone to bowl the little off-cutter. It probably did slip out of his hand as well, but I think he meant to bowl a slower ball.
The slowest of all slower balls. Tucked away for a single from Gill. It's 2 different games taking place right now, isn't there? When Stokes is bowling to Punt, and then there's a normal game going on with every other eventuality.
Unfortunately, he'll carry on the conversation we were just having. When Stokes bowls, there's a test match contest on. I'm not sure that's happening when the other 4 bowlers are bowling. And I'm trying to be kind here to the way Carson, Tongue and Wokes and Bashir have bowled. But the pitch looks different. The ball looks as though it's gone a little bit more spike in it when Ben's bowling.
Continuing short delivery, and he just ducks out the way, shapes to play. He realises it's too fast, it's getting big on him, and he just leans back. There's Rishabh Pant. The crowd, the Western Terrace suddenly aren't looking. They're not watching the cricket now, Harmy. They're watching a beer snake, the birth of a beer snake.
Fun police will be here soon. Come on, lads, get it going, because the fun police will come. Stewards aren't watching at the minute. They'll see it, and they'll come and get it off you. You'll hear the boo soon.
Round the wicket, Stokes takes a single, does Rishabh Pant. He made his debut against England back in 2018, replaced Dinesh Karthik as the wicketkeeper, Pant. And his first match was at Trent Bridge. Adil Rashid was bowling, and he smacked him into the stands over long off for 6. His first scoring shot in Test cricket. And I just, by chance, happened just to walk out, and I was just sitting in the crowd up there at Trent Bridge, that great stand. And there was just this gasp, there was an intake of breath. Nobody could believe that this guy, on debut, second ball, just plonked Rashid into the spectators. As this is fast delivery from Stokes. It's too wide, it's full, left by Gill. 234 for 3, and he hasn't changed much since then, has he?
No, you know exactly what time of the day it is when he comes out to bat, and people flock out of wherever they are to come and watch him. He's a colourful character in more ways than one. When it comes to I think his outlook of batting is, I'm coming here to put pressure on you, and wherever time of the day it is, I'm going to try and put my persona and my skill sets and put me on the front foot and you on the back foot, and I think that's what he does. That's what he does brilliantly.
I bumped into Sonny Gavaskar in the lift yesterday. Bashir to continue with a leg slip. As Punt is forward, he takes a single up to long on. Melbourne Test, Boxing Day Test series on the line. Rishabh Pant and I forget who was at the other end, but they come out to bat with a long. India had a long tail. They just had to bat out the session to draw the test. Travis Head came on, and Rishabh Pant clothed him to deep mid-wicket, and that set in motion a terrible, terrible sequence of events if you're an Indian. Shubman Gill comes forward and just clips this to mid-wicket, and Sonny Gavaskar, he wasn't happy at all.
He's not quite the Indian version of Jeffrey Boycott, is he? But he is forthright with his,
Sonny was.
Yeah, forthright with his opinion.
This is drilled straight to extra cover. Zach Crawley puts in the stop. Wristily played as well by Shubman Gill, who again just looks a touch frustrated. He's slowed down. He reached 50 going at a run of ball, but he's slowed down since then. England will hope that they can just play on that frustration. Bashir again is forward, and Gill takes a single to long on. He moves to 69 and the score 236
it's
for 3.
an interesting package of play, isn't it? That whole passage we've watched about 2 or 3 overs here. Stokes bowling from this end, only getting singles, only giving singles away. The same with Bashir. There hasn't been a big shot played at all from either of the batsmen. They're not looking to play big shots at the moment. They're just accumulating as they go and manipulating the ball around. Who's going to fire the first shot? So let's just keep an eye on this. It's a nice passage of play. Stokes is doing things well here. Marshalling his forces, isn't he? The field.
2 catching cover fielders, as this is left alone by Punt with the mid-off, halfway between bat and boundary. Mid-wicket, there's a fielder at long on. Backward a square by the boundary. There's a slip. Deep point and a backward point. It's Duckett. As wide of the crease this time. Shoaib Bashir, and Rishabh Pant gets the bat out of the way of the ball. Bowler throws his hands up. How close was that to off stump? This little passage of play continues. It wasn't too far, but just a touch of turn away from off stump. I think it would have bounced over actually anyway. But
He's bowled nicely, hasn't he, to Pant. He's bowled wider to Pant. But for me, the way Stokes has started this session, it's the first time England have had control in quite a while, and I think that's largely down to the fact that England have got an international class bowler on, bowling international lines and lengths, where before too many of England bowlers have been given 4 balls away, and whenever they've built up any pressure, they've released it in the same over.
Maybe India just wanted to sit on Stokes for a little bit. They know he can't bowl all day. Well, he told us he wouldn't bowl all day. It is Ben Stokes though. One slip in place, and this is just steered down to third from the bat of Shubman Gill, who moves to 70. The field will change for Rishabh Pant. David Lloyd's coming in for replacing 2 men. You're replacing one person, replacing 2. That's how good you are, Bumble. 2 for 1.
2 for 1 it is. There it goes. Can't go wrong. It's hard graft, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Stokes, he's steaming in. He's bowled pretty well. He's the one that makes things happen. They're in a bit of a jam. 237 for 3, winning the toss and electing to bowl first.
Yeah. He's had to call upon himself twice, and it's paid off twice. Once just before the break, as this is short delivery, and Stokes is trying to get Rishabh Pant to play. Rishabh Pant, who confounds expectations. Second ball smashes Stokes for a 4, back past his head. Next over, he bats out a maiden to Shoaib Bashir. You just don't know what you're going to get from him.
Well, no boundaries just for the last 2 or 3 overs, so control from England and from Stokes. I think they're milking Bashir and just knocking him for singles here and there. There's a slip in, but it's a second slip, just the one.
He's bowled 10 overs today as Stokes. He's midway point of his 11th, and just has a little flirt at one, does Rishabh Pant. Stokes turns and marches back to his top of his mark. He's going past the umpire. Shubman Gill just has a little walk down the strip. Has a little poke. Has a little bit of gardening. Just feels like an important passage here. How many has he got left, Stokes, in this spell?
Well, he'll keep going. We've seen it many times. He looks fit, he looks strong.
He only told us yesterday he won't. It's going to be a bit more sensible. It's a long summer.
No, that was yesterday.
Who's brave enough to tap him on the shoulder? Stokes again. This is full. Strange shot from Pant, who just kind of presents a cross bat and steers the ball down to third. A short third for a single.
It is one of those questions. If somebody's going to tap him on the shoulder, he's the boss. He's the, look, Skip, you've got to come off, mate. You've got to come off.
I mean, you look at that England team, and who's the one that's going to be brave enough just to say, do you think that, you bowled 5 now, Skip?
Well, there's one, Walks, he's doing lots and lots of looseness. Stretching, looseness. He's giving him a hint.
Yes, that's the way to do it. Over the wicket comes Stokes. Oof. Shubman Gill comes forward, plays defensively, hits the inside portion of the bat and travels at some speed towards the boundary. Backward square leg, but it's fielded. It's just a single. 239 for 3. Do you feel like India are just trying to see Stokes off here and just milk the singles from Bashir?
Well, they're certainly milking the singles. I think they're just having a breather, building a partnership. The captain's out there, looks really calm. The thing about Stokes is that he's got a long run up and he doesn't absolutely fire in, but he's got such a quick arm. When he gets into that delivery strike, his arm comes over so quickly, real twitchy.
Round the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. Oh, he's hopping on his crease, jabbing the bat down. Fast ball, full ball from Stokes on the body. Well, that is another over done for Ben Stokes and England. I mean, we're 20 overs away from the second new ball. Ben Stokes now has bowled 11 overs. Takes his cap from Chris Gaffney. Turns away. Cap in hand, and body language of the skipper. What's going through his thoughts? How many overs has he got left? He has a quick chat with Ollie Pope.
He's also had a long chat with Harry Brook, and Harry Brook had the ball. He gave it to the umpire and maybe just questioning the quality of the ball, but they're carrying on with the same one, and it will be Bashir.
And it will be Shubman Gill, 71 not out. You're joining us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Alongside David Lloyd. As Bashir is in, this is a full delivery and it's driven along the ground to Zach Crawley at extra cover. So the crowd are waiting for something to happen as well. Which way is this game going to go? 239 for 3. 2 wickets on the stroke of lunch, bringing England back in after they decided to bowl first. The afternoon session belonged to India, as this is tickled fine for a single from the bat of Gill. And then Stokes striking early in the evening session. Jaiswal, but not before he'd hit his 5th Test century. 101. He was cleaned up by Stokes. Shubman Gill, who came up to bat after the lunch break, is 72 not out. He's still there. Rishabh Pant into double figures. Just feel like something is about to happen as he's forward and pushing to mid-off. Short mid-off, no run.
Well, he's got a presence at the crease, as Pant announced himself with a slog down the ground off Ben Stokes in his 2nd delivery.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many big shots since then.
No.
Forward again and playing defensively, no run. Can't believe this is how he's going to play for the remainder of the day if he's still at the crease. I mean, India's run rate's pretty healthy, 4 and over. 3 down at this stage, 20 overs until the 2nd new ball. This is a short delivery. Fired in by Shoaib Bashir and it's tucked away for another single. Punt moves to 11.
I think he's tried a little swinger there. It was much flatter and much quicker, and it finished up a short delivery, just knocked into the leg side single. So India just at the minute dealing with singles. There's just going to be a slight break as Shubman Gill hands something to Chris Gaffney at square leg and comes leisurely back into the crease to take guard. England wait.
And in comes Bashir. Another single up to long on. Bashir puts in the dive but can't prevent the ball from reaching the fielder. It's Bryden Cass, I think, there at long on. End of over number 50, no, over number 60. Are we going to see another one from Stokes?
Yes, he's had that long chat with Brooke and with Pope, and we've seen Chris Woakes doing lots of looseness and stretches, but it's going to be Stokes again, putting a good stint in. I think when you win the toss and invite the opposition to bat, and it looks a beautiful pitch, does this, for batting lightning fast outfield, England needs something in this last session, and that something is at least 2 wickets. They need to get India 5 down.
Absolutely. Here is Stokes again, right arm over the wicket and on good length and defended by Shubman Gill. No run, 73. Punt 11, the score 242 for 3 here at Headingley.
Yeah, going at 4 and over, so the new ball is available in another 20 overs. That's a long time, 20 overs. And at 4 and over, another 80 runs, so that would be taking India to north of 300. It's a real good position to be in when that 2nd new ball comes around, and if you're got just a few wickets down and you're over 300, you're going to boss the game.
You'd think that this didn't look like a pitch where they were going to bowl or knock India over for 180, 190, which is usually the case when you beats the outside edge this time to Stokes as Gill comes forward. England put India into bat because they figured batting would be better on days 2 and 3, and they'd give up 250, maybe 300 on first innings, and then bat beyond that.
Just before I came in here to join you, I bumped into Mark Wood, who's doing a bit of work up here in the media centre, and I talked about the toss. He said he just loves chasing. Forget the conditions, he said he loves a chase. That's it.
Well, England did chase here, didn't they? Was it Chris Woakes and Mark Wood at the crease when they hit the winning runs against Australia in 2023? Stokes again, pushed out to the covers. They chased, what was it, 251, memory serves, something like that. England would take that now, wouldn't they?
Well, they would, but again, looking at the toss, and we've seen the pitch, it looks an absolute belter. It's nothing that you'd say, well, it's going to move around and dodge around, there's moisture and it's swinging in the air, sultry sort of day, nothing of that. So going back to Mark Wood, the captain just likes to chase. This might be a very big chase.
Stokes in again. And once again, Shubman Gill happy just to come forward and opens the face of the bat a touch, defends the point, no run. I mean, he is a man who does things his own way. It was the Old Trafford test where asked Australia to bat first, and Mike Atherton at the toss said, Ben, you know, I can't remember the exact statistic, but essentially it was, you know, Ben, in the history of Ashes cricket at this ground, no captain has ever won the toss. Inserted a team and won here. And Stokes said, well, it's about time that changed. And it nearly did, if not for the weather. There's another run from the bat of Shubman Gill. And a paddle pulls this down to Shoaib Bashir. A fine leg, 243 for 4-3.
Well, the pace of England bowlers, I think, has been really good. Some big strapping lads, Bryden Carson, Josh Tong. But I think the time that the Indian batsmen have had, the rhythm of batting, it's so important that you're getting a rhythm of batting, and we've seen that. We've seen this pitch and thought, well, there's no terrors in this pitch, we're just going to bat. And we're going to bat test match cricket, but they're going at 4 and over. Lightning quick outfield.
I think England bowled a little bit too short earlier today. Stokes continuing. Round the wicket to the left-hander Rishabh Pant. It's left alone, no run. 243 for 3.
They've not bowled
consistent.
Yeah, I'm going to say, what am I giving them out of 10? I'll give them a 6, I think. They bowl a bit wide. They've got cut too much. You don't want to get cut in test match cricket too often, and the bowlers have been guilty of that. I think they bowled a little bit wide so that the leaves have been very, very comfortable. And so in that last session, or in this last session, it is imperative that there's a lift in the team. There's somebody, there's a leader, the captain, the seniors, the vice-captain, the wicket-keeper. Lift the team, and you're hunting for 2 wickets at least. Going with something to look forward to, and going up to that next new ball. There's a delay now. I hate these delays. This is not a drinks break, and drinks have just come on and the game's stopped. It shouldn't happen. It should not happen. I'd make this into a real farce. If I was the fielding captain, I'd say, OK, if these 2 at the crease are having a drink, so are we. And stop the game. It'd be farcical. There are drinks breaks, designated drinks breaks.
And it actually isn't that hot now, is it? It's not like the players are in danger.
I've been involved with the umpires at ICC, and there's no medical reason why you need drinks other than the drinks break.
I think that there's another delay because something's fallen out of his little backpack, or his little pack, little medicine bag.
This is not to criticise the 2 at the crease from India. It happens worldwide.
One slip and a leg slip in place. And Shoaib Bashir bowling to Shubman Gill draws the batter forward, who defends again. 243 for 3.
Just to expand that, the 2 batters at the crease they've been refreshed. They've just been refreshed by a drink, and the fielders haven't.
Bashir again down the track this time, and Crawley tumbling stop to his right. I think that Joe Root at mid-off would have stopped that anyway. See where Shubman Gill wants to play, but Shubman Gill against Zach Crawley at the moment. Forward is Gill, punching this back to the bowler. How do you feel that Shoaib Bashir's gone?
I think he's gone fine.
Yeah.
They have just knocked him around. He hasn't bowled many bad deliveries, and he's controlled round about 3 and over, a little bit less.
Here he is again, shorter, and played back to the bowler.
Do you not feel, John, that he's 21 years of age, and so he's going to get a lot better, and he's learning his craft and his trade. His variation ball is always quicker.
Yeah.
You know, you want a variation that's a bit slower as well to get it above the batsman's eye line. Flight, a little bit of flight, but still spin.
Leg slip has been taken out and put in at a catching mid-wicket. It's very straight. Shub McGill leans forward and has just whacked Shoaib Bashir up and over both of those catching fielders at mid-wicket and away for 4. Oh, that was a shot. It was like, oh, he just whacked him, didn't he?
Club cricket, that's cow corner. There's no fielder there. He's hit it to cow corner, as we all know.
It's over-pitched by Bashir, and Gill given that the treatment. And back to the defence. It's how you play. Hit the bad ball for 4 and then just defend the rest back to the bowler. Take the singles, rotate the strike, and let's see if we're going to see another Ben Stokes over. I think we might be, you know.
There's somebody got to tap him on the shoulder. And he's still warming up, Chris Watts, by the way. He's going to stiffen up, warming up. The Stokes is going to continue.
Wokes is running over to Stokes here. What do you think he's saying, Bumble?
Any chance?
Come on, mate. What's he saying? He's got both arms in the air. He's doing a little stretch.
I'm ready, Skip.
Look at that.
Yeah,
he's doing a knee flex.
He's done knee flex. He's whirled his arms at him, right in front of him from about 3 metres away.
Right, come on. Here comes Stokes. Ben Duckett's just had a little look to the heavens as well. Short delivery, and Rishabh Pant, no foot movement whatsoever, just swivels and fetches this ball, just pulls it round to the leg side and doesn't even run. He kind of just, you know, when you're walking over a zebra crossing, you're trying to pretend to the bloke waiting for you in his car that you are running, but you're not moving any faster than if you're just walking, just pretending you're
heel and toe, nothing more than that. And by the way, I'm doing a bit of work with Phil Tufnell. That's about as fast as he ever got.
I saw that. You Tuffers, Vorney, Cookie.
Yeah, we're looking
Stick
forward
to
to
cricket.
It. Stick to cricket. What a title.
Here's Stokes, and he's angling this down the leg side. We've seen one dismissal caught down the leg side, the debutant Sudarshan, but no connection there. Gill remains 78 not out.
So you got to a press conference and Stokes said he's going to be more sensible. It's a 5-match series and they come quick and fast. I'm going to be more sensible and not bowl as much. As he starts now, what is this?
This is over number 7 of the spell, is it?
Yeah.
Do you know where he was? And he told me.
Go on.
There.
Right, just on this balcony here where we are.
About 5 metres to the right of us. He looked me in the eye, said, "Those days are over, John." Fired in. Angling it in on off stump, but Shub McGill showing the patience of a man that believes. Easy runs are just round the corner. Defends and takes a few steps towards pull rifle at square leg and then back to his stumps. He scratches at his mark, gets himself set. Stokes turns, 55 on his back, ball in hand. He runs in past the umpire, short delivery, and Gill ain't playing that one.
And he just ducked under it and given us a wide. It's a harmless delivery that flew straight through to the keeper. You're going through his mind, Ben Stokes, as to what combination does he need. He'd be happy with Bashir, but I think also that India are quite happy that they're knocking him away, getting the singles, the odd 4 here and there from Bashir, so that means Ben Stokes can rotate his quicks from this Kirkstall Lane end.
I think the India batters might have other ideas once Stokes disappears, though. Midway point of his 7th over of this spell, and there's going to be 4 runs down to fine leg. Just erred in line, and Stokes is angry with himself there. 250 up for India. It's been slow going for the last 50. But they're in a handsome position here at Headingley. Gill moves to 82. He's got Rishabh Pant alongside him and 12. Partnership of 32 after the dismissal of Jacewell for 101. That was at the start of what is nearly a 7-over spell from Stokes. It was Stokes of the success. He's gone for just 20. How long can he continue? He's got another 2 deliveries at least. Here he is now in the sunshine here in Yorkshire. Full delivery. And this is gracefully punched to Joe Root at extra cover, but no run. 253 for 3.
So it looks as if it's going to be Walks who will take over from Ben Stokes. I think they've been off the pace as a unit, as a bowling unit. And in horse racing terms, it looks to me as if they've all needed a run. They needed a run out, not been accurate enough.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've enjoyed one of the great partnerships in world cricket over the last 15 years, Anderson and Broad. And they are no longer, and this is where we are now. Stokes is in, defended again by Gill. End of the over, and India have taken 5 runs from it. Gill's 18 away from a century. Punt is 12. Going to have a little break as Ben Stokes and Chris Gaffney have a chat. Oh, hang on, have we got another ball to go? Has that been called a no ball? No, he's back, he's taken his cap, and that might be it for Stokes, and it certainly is it for me. Manner's about to come in with India, 253 for 3.
And I'm sure it'll be Chris Walks who will take over. He's had another word in the captain's ear, and I'm looking for Bashir, who hasn't realised that it's the end of the over. So there's a bit of confusion out there in the middle as the umpires eventually decide that that over is finished from Ben Stokes. I think he will have finished as well after his 7-over spell. And Bashir will continue. You just feel that they've been very comfortable against the off-spinner. He has bowled 3 maidens. He's not noted for bowling maiden overs. But, you know, I think he's done well. He's settled into his bowling stint here. Not caused any alarms, but he hasn't been clattered.
There were 2 maiden overs. I felt that he was almost gifted. The one by Jaiswal immediately after he scored his 100, when he just took a deep breath and said, I'm just not going to do anything the next over. Here's Bashir into Rishabh Pant, who played him his first over that he faced him in exactly the same way. It was that both batsmen had decided before the over began that for differing reasons that they weren't going to play a shot. And but he has, I mean, he hasn't bowled as many loose deliveries as he often has in the past. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Pant, taken by Jamie Smith.
And just a slip as a catcher and a short mid-off, silly mid-off you can call it, is about just in front of the crease at the non-striking end.
Bashir in again, air given to this, and a bit of drift, and Rishabh Pant picks up the flight, blocks it again defensively, no run.
That was nice. It was a slow delivery. The trick with that is if you're going to bowl a slow delivery, you've still got to spin it. You can't just lob it there. You've got to spin it and bowl it a little bit slower with flight.
Here he is once more. Pant is forward and plays it almost with exaggerated respect out on the offside. I liked it when mid-off was halfway back. Mid-off's now 3/4 of the way back. Long on is right on the boundary. Cover sweeper. That's just some insurance for the bowler, and there's a man at deep backward square as well for the lofty. Oh, that's much quicker from Bashir, much quicker, and Pant plays it comfortably back to backward point, Duckett Fields.
Carry on with that slower pace. Mid-off has dropped back, he's hovering as you mentioned, because there's that silly mid-off. So if you get it past silly mid-off, it'll get down towards that long off, who's maybe 15 metres, 20 metres in from the boundary.
Here's Bashir. In the absence of exaggerated spin, there's lots of changes of pace as Pant pushes it out to mid-wicket now, and it's gathered by Zach Crawley. No run. Tidy over that from Shoaib Bashir. It's 13 overs, of course 36. That's another maiden. 253 for 3.
two 12th men on again. We will get that bowling change. The 12th men on again. The batsmen have down tools. And it looks as if it's drinks again. We've just had one 5 minutes ago. I don't like this at all. It slows the game down. The umpires should have more authority to say, look, this is not happening, fellas, because the game stopped. There's nothing happening. Drinks are out there on the field. Chris Walks is leisurely marking his run out. There are 3 down at the other end having a chat. And actually, we're watching the grass grow.
Who's brought the drinks on? It's Arshdeep Singh who's run on for a drink, with a drink for Rishabh Pant. I'm not sure who's brought the drinks on for England, but it's impromptu, unscheduled drinks break. It is a warm day, but we're 6 overs behind where we should be. Oh dear. Shame, they're thirsty chaps. It's a hot day.
I was involved some time ago with the ICC umpires, and we went into this, and there was no medical reason why the players should have a drink other than the designated drinks breaks. So the umpires have got to be more proactive. I've seen in women's cricket, Sue Redfern, the umpire, sent them off. No, not having drinks. There's a drinks break coming up.
I think the last senior international men's umpire I saw do that was Steve Buckner.
He would do.
He got very grumpy.
Yeah.
And he was shooing them off, and they were running around him trying to. He was got rid of him a couple of years later. I suppose his decision rate wasn't what it once was, but he had a presence, did Steve Buckner, at his best, and he controlled it. You knew that he was in charge. It is Chris Woakes, just as Bumble said it would be. Wide slip, 3 on the offside. Short, wide, cut, 4. Bang! That's unfortunately been the story of Chris Woakes' day. Short and wide, outside the off stump. He's not got his line right, and that was dismissed by Shubman Gill.
It's a help yourself. I mentioned that Mark Wood was behind the media centre there, and he just offered that he shouldn't get cut. Test match cricket do not get cut.
It's not swung for Chris Woakes, and that has rather emasculated, removed his most important weapons. That's better back of a length, not drivable, straighter, not cuttable, and defended.
And you know, in practice, first up this morning, when the teams were preparing, we are right in line with the practice area that England were using, and Chris Woakes was bowling some beautiful swingers in practice, just in practice. This side, at the Western Terrace side of the square.
Here he is running away from us from the Kirksall Lane end up to the crease now, and it's driven, it's full. Not sure whether they just held that one in the end of the fingers. It just seemed to come out a little bit with less effort, a little bit of a wobble to it. It might just be that he's in his 14th over and he's puffing at the end of a hot day.
65th over, so 15 before the option of the new ball. Quite a defensive field, just one slip, probably second slip, a little bit wider. 3 saving, 1 on the offside.
Deep backward point, as that's pushed away by Shubman Gill through square leg. Bryden Cass will pick up and field. Did you see Harry Brook doing a cartwheel when they came out after tea?
No.
Did, yeah. I thought it was a big smile on his face, and I thought, you know, as far as messages go, we're not done yet. We may be struggling, we may be behind the game, but we're full of beans, and we back ourselves, and we're blah blah. Got our party hats on still. We're not dropping. You know, I thought it was quite nice.
Was he a proper
cartwheel?
Oh, really?
Proper athletic cartwheel. Yeah.
Nadia Comaneci or somebody
well,
like that?
Yeah.
So
Who's that British gymnast who won those gold medals at the Olympics? I can't remember his name. Jason, was it? Jason Smith, was it? Here's Chris Woakes around the wicket, and open face of the bat from Rishabh Pant. He is batting like a librarian at the moment, Rishabh Pant.
There was Phil Wizard who won the gold. Phil Wizard won break dancing, I think it was, at the Olympics. Break dancing.
It was a British athlete who...
Now, Phil Wizard won break dancing, I'm sure he did. It was either that or skateboarding. Yeah.
Hopefully one of our expat English or British listeners will email me, and I think it was Jason Smith. I think it was he won a couple of Olympic medals. Driven on drive, lovely shot, but it will be well fielded by the captain. That's Josh Tongue, actually, isn't it? At mid-on. And there's no run, very nicely fielded. End of the over, 2:59 for 3. Rishabh Pant 13 off 35 balls. Shubman Gill, if he's still there at the end of the day, will almost certainly become India's second centurion after a wonderful 101 from Yashasvi Jaiswal. His 5th 100 in just his 20th test.
Well, he looks a wonderful player. Great opportunity on this pitch. Take full advantage. Just looking at Walk's figures, 14 overs, none for 66.
Bit under 5 and over, and it's just not been his finest day. There wasn't a person in the ground or certainly in the media who didn't think it was a batting day today, but there was a thought, oh, that one is cut from Shoaib Bashir to Rishabh Pant, the left-hander, and it's been cut through the hands of England captain Ben Stokes, who just took his eye off it at the last moment. It was cut straight to him at extra cover, but it will only be a single as it's swept up on the cover boundary by Josh Tongue. 2:59 for 3. Rishabh Pant, Yashasvi Jaiswal's 101 from just 158 balls. 16 fours and a remarkable 6, which he square cut over point against a short ball from Josh Tongue. This one is guided by Shubman Gill, tries to run it down to the unguarded third boundary. Ben Duckett intercepts it to backward point. There's no run. It's a murmur around the ground now. It's just been, we had a quiet period, a couple of quiet overs. Bashir in again, quicker one, punched off the back foot by Gill, came forward, then went back, picked up the length. They'll go through for 2 more runs. It's that time of day. We've still got an hour and 25 minutes, but it's 5 minutes past 5 local time, and it's hot. There's a certain degree of restlessness. They either want some action to pick them up, or maybe they're just talking about, do you think we can fit in another beer? Down the wicket comes Shubman Gill, driving, used his feet there, little step and a half, drove it to extra cover, straight to the fielder. No run. 2:62 for 3. It is that murmur as well, like we've paid good money now, entertain us. Forward comes Gill again, pushing that one to extra cover. Or maybe I'm being unkind to the Headingley crowd. Maybe they're thinking this is good. England are beginning to build a bit of pressure. They've calmed these two down. We've had a flurry of run scoring, and now they're not finding it quite so easy. Are they building pressure though? How much pressure can you build at 2:62 for 3? Driven by Gill. Again, nicely fielded by a diving Zach Crawley at wideish cover. Steve Harmison.
Good afternoon.
Are they building? Are they building pressure?
I think they are. I think Stokes has bowled a good spell. I think Bashir's bowled a very, very surprising, not surprising as in a surprising good spell, but a surprising spell to Rishabh Pant, and he's been let to bowl, if you know what I mean. He's bowled it a bit wider, he's bowled it a bit slower, said to Rishabh Pant, come on, let's have a go at you.
Sorry, Rishabh Pant and Shubman Gill had a drink 2 overs ago.
2 overs ago they had a drink. Yeah, it was a glove change, I think that's what it was, so but the drink came out.
Arshdeep Singh it is, who's running the drinks at the moment. He literally came on 2 overs ago and gave them a drink, and why didn't... surely
That's the umpire's job.
Bumble was here and he just said, the umpires have got it. They can't
Got
let
it.
that.
They've got to get there. Yeah.
If you want to change gloves, do it at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that's what's happened. I think there's a change of gloves with the drink for Shubman Gill. So yeah, I mean, it sounds like an old man, like I normally do, but that should have happened at the drinks break, and that's where you don't want to have be critical of the umpires, but that's where the umpires have got to be better. In modern cricket, we've got 24 overs remaining in what is it, an hour and 25 minutes. We're not going to get all of them in. We'll probably get 20 overs in, so you lose 4 or 5 overs. And that is what, just little incidents like that. That's why.
Works around the wicket to Rishabh Pant, flicks it off his pads very nicely out towards square leg, and they go through for a single. Let's just rewind. Half an hour ago, Rishabh Pant blocked the first ball from Ben Stokes and charged him and smashed him straight back past the bowler for 4. Stokes genuinely burst into kind of laughter, bemused laughter, but which I think obviously had a purpose. I mean, it wasn't just spontaneous. He wanted to. He was quite happy. If Rishabh Pant was going to tee off right from the very beginning, he backed himself. And now, ever since, Pant's gone completely into his shell.
Possibly a word from the captain at the other end going, this bloke's the only one on show. He's got 5 overs. Let's see him off, and we'll catch him in the rest.
Works in again. Forward comes Gill. What an innings it's been from Shubman Gill. I haven't, while answering a call of nature or getting myself a cup of tea or anything, I haven't missed any. I'm sure I haven't missed any chances, or I haven't missed any half chances.
No, I don't think we have. No, he's been very, very selective with the balls that he's had a go at from an aggression point of view. He's left the ball well. Even when they went to the bouncer technique, he didn't try and thrash at it. He just tried to help it round the corner.
2 men catching on the offside mid-off in extra cover now, and this one is very wide of the off stump, so wide Jamie Smith can't gather it cleanly. He knocks it on, tips it around the post, and it's a bye. And yeah, it wasn't a wide, and that is a genuine bye. 264 for 3.
No swing. It went swung after. That's what's happened. Yeah, looking at it, it's pitched. It's pitched. It's nipped away, and then look at this go. Yeah, it's gone big time. It swung big time after the ball's gone past the stumps. That's why Jamie Smith didn't take it cleanly.
Here is Works around the wicket to Rishabh Pant. Leaves it alone outside the off stump. There's no run there. I'm just trying to. We don't get to commentate outside, literally outside, not behind a glass screen very often. And so it's absolute delight, just sort of, it feels like we're sitting in the crowd, doesn't it?
It's brilliant. I love it.
It's the murmur. I'm trying to interpret the noise. Is it thirst? Is it curiosity? Is it frustration? That's outside the off stump from Works again, left alone by Rishabh Pant.
Appreciation, though, I think.
Yeah,
appreciation of good batting, good cricket. Sound like Jeffrey there. It is. It was an appreciation of the contest between bat and ball. The bat's very, very much dominated. England have contributed with some indifferent bowling, and India have put it away. I think there's an appreciation from the crowd that it's been a good day's cricket. Almost
a ring field now for England. Works in again to Rishabh Pant. Forward he comes, blocking it straight back to the bowler. Say almost a ring field. It's just that when you have point cover mid-off, 3 on the offside and 2 on the onside, all saving 1, there is a man out at deep square leg and a man sweeping at deep backward point, as well as fine leg. So this is as conservative and as defensive as you'll see Ben Stokes go, as I've ever seen him go as captain. Pant forward again, just opens the face of the bat, happy to dab it away behind square on the offside. We had that absolute rush of scoring either side of tea, particularly with that hour before tea, something like 70 runs scored. And well, yeah, again, we need to look at it in context, don't we? I mean, Shubman Gill's 89, it's his first game as captain, And so that it just explains in itself why he's batting at the tempo he is. And Rishabh Pant saying, I can be a grown-up.
Yeah, I'm a senior player now. Yeah, I've got to do things. I've got to not do things properly, but I think the situation has been played nicely here.
He's playing for his captain, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and I just wonder, whether when the two of them have a conflab at the end of each over, Shubman Gill is talking to his vice captain and saying, look, these are nearly out on their feet. Let's keep them out here. Stokes has probably got 5 in him. Get through Ben's 5 over spell, and we'll cash it off the rest if they give us some 4 balls.
Bashir in, short, wide, and cut very powerfully behind square on the offside. There's a job to be done out in the deep square leg by deep cover boundary, and it's done very well indeed by Josh Tongue. Good work that. Ball just flies, and when square cut or a pull shots either side of the wicket, and these 45 pitches. So obviously the ball travels more quickly over than the regulation outfield, and Josh Tongue had a job to do there. He did it well, saved 2. Bashir in, down the wicket comes Pant suddenly from nowhere, and then defends. Bashir in his 15th over.
Seen him coming, didn't he, Manners? I think he just seen him coming. He's just held it back and seen him coming. Good bowling from Bashir.
Some turn as well. Slow turn, but
yeah, slow, but it's good signs on pitch.
Catcher at short mid on now. It's Ollie Pope, driven this time off the back foot by Pant down towards long on. Another single.
Comfortable, isn't it? It's nice and comfortable. Now Stokes has gone off. It's nice and comfortable. Just take the singles whenever we need to take the singles. Try and, from Pant's point of view, try and get his captain to that magical 3 figures, and what a great start of a test career, a captaincy career that would be, 100 in England. It just seems as though it's in a little bit of a holding pattern at this moment in time.
Can we just go back to what we were talking about straight after tea, about at which point do England lose realistic hopes of winning the game? At what point of India's total, I mean? So that's punched off the back foot out towards cover, just on the basis of what they have done before, and not based on what I've seen in the 30 years before this era. Because I've had to re-evaluate and reassess what I believe is possible now. But I just think if India are bowled out for 450 at lunch on day 2, Pant now pushes that up towards Bashir, maybe 400, call it 420 lunch on day 2. I can see a way that England can win the game. Score at 5 and over.
I just don't see England get 20 wickets on this with this bowling attack.
Okay. Short top edge pull, it's gone up into the air, it's just going to clear Zach Crawley. Absolute miscue, horrible miscue, long hop from Shoaib Bashir. That might be unfair. It was too short, but it may have had a bit of pace on it, and Rishabh Pant has suddenly got himself into a defensive position on the front foot and then tried to pull it, top edged it, and he's got away with one.
Yeah, he's got away with one there. He's gone to try and hit it too hard, and he's in defensive mode. He's gone to try and hit too hard. It was short. I think it was a short ball, and it just sat up to be hit, and if anything, because of Bashir's overspin and his bounce, it did just sit up that little bit more, and probably bounced a little bit more than Rishabh Pant wanted it to bounce, and he's getting a good piece of it. But even Zach Crawley, the frame he's at and the pace he was running at, couldn't get in a position to catch it. So it's the first sort of glimmer that is Pant getting frustrated trying to play for his captain at the other end. But from what you're saying there, I think if India gets a score with a 4 in front of it or more, I don't see England winning from there. I mean, we've been a little bit critical of the way they've bowled, but I really don't see, on a flat pitch like this, I don't see England getting 20 wickets.
Chris Wokes is going to have to step up, I think. He's in once again. That's defended out towards extra cover. I know that you're not an expert on leads, but let's just talk a little bit about it. 271 for 3 India. Slow pace of play at the moment. Gill 90, Rishabh Pant 20. But my recollections of Leeds, particularly Leeds city centre from 30 years ago, are quite different to the reality. Now, I mean, there's been a lot of rebuilding and repurposing of old sort of post-industrial revolution buildings and old mills and storehouses and those buildings on the canal. That's a little push at that one outside the off stump. That was tentative. That's the problem that Rishabh Pant has. Gets himself into defensive mode. It's not him. It's not his natural game. And then he finds it struggles to break out of it. And I think Shubman Gill's is having a word with him now, saying, listen, like, if you're going to attack hard.
You're going to hit it.
And that was he's just had a little fidget at that, hasn't he?
A little push. Yeah, and he's probably reined himself in because Shubman Gill's in such a good position, and India as a team are in good position. But England, it's time to strike for Pant here.
Little edge, gone past slip. Only one of them down to the boundary for 4. That was equally tentative, and he's just got away with one there. Might be doing it, but don't tell me he's guided that through second slip.
I think he was in more control than he looked. I think he's dropped his hands on it. I think he's probably looking to get that through gully. He's trying to keep it down.
He actually has opened the face, hasn't he?
He's not gone. He's not wanting to be that fine now. He's not wanting to be at that fine. He's dropped his hands. He's opened the face, and he's got it down to past probably what would be 2.5, 3, third slip down to the third boundary.
Around the wicket comes Wokes once again. Looks for the Yorker outside the off stump. It's left alone by Rishabh Pant, and Chris Wokes is running his fingers through his hair, sucking air between clenched teeth. And so is Jamie Smith, so that was evidently pretty close to the off stump. Anyway, back to Leeds. So my earliest memories of Leeds, and it was not a place for the faint-hearted.
No.
But now there are wine bars.
Yes, well, I mean, it's a nightmare to get round. You drive into Leeds and you take the wrong turn. I mean, to go 100 yards the other way, it take 25 minutes.
Full. Driven by Pant straight to to cover, I should say, and fielded by Ben Duckett. The one-way system has been designed by a psychopath.
Yeah, somebody who's never driven a car or passed his test. I mean, London's bad, but I mean, Leeds is. It's ridiculous.
You literally take the wrong turn. You take and you come to, and you don't have long to make your mind up about. And there's like 3 or 4 different lanes. Here is Wokes again, bowls to Pant, who remains in largely defensive mode as that one is collected by Duckett at cover point. But the area around the station, train station, that's really quite debonair, you know. Freshly baked pastries in the morning and cocktails in the evening, and I mean there's
been a lot of investment at Leeds, but there's also, it still has the sort of
rough edges.
It still has the rough edges of what it's always had. So yeah, I mean it's a wonderful, it is a really nice city. My only beef is you get the wrong turn and you end up getting dizzy. The pitch at Headingley was always a great pitch to bowl on. Now it's gone a bit flat. As the players take drinks, India are 275 for 3. 69 overs have gone. 21 remaining. I don't think we'll get 21 in. Gill 90 not out. Rishabh Pant 24 not out. We've had a decent spell from Bashir, bowling that little bit slower, and he's bowled a good line of teasing line and length to Rishabh Pant, who he's had on strike, and Ben Stokes bowled a very, very good spell after the tea break, getting the wicket of Jaiswal, who made an unbelievable 100, a really, really good 100 as an opener in England, first day of a Test series before tea. It was a special 100, and it took a good ball to get him out. And England, Jon Norman, find themselves in a position where the old cliche, the next hour is important, our next hour and 15 is important. But if England don't get this hour and 15 right, they could be staring down a barrel at the end of the day, having won the toss and bowled first, with India somewhere in the region of 330 for the loss of 3 or 4 wickets, and that's India's day.
Yeah, I think England need 3 wickets in the next 70 minutes to make the day evens. For me, even if they take those 3 wickets, India are going to be 325, 330. After being asked to bat first, they're going to have scoreboard pressure put on England. They'll come back tomorrow. They've got, they're going to be pushing up to. I think the best England can hope for now is to bowl India out for 360, 370, and I'm not sure that's what Ben Stokes had in mind when he asked India to bat first this morning. And truth be told, England have been slightly fortunate. Those 2 very quick wickets just before lunch. Good ball to dismiss Jaiswal, you're right. I mean, Punt could have gone just there. He really is a confusing batter, isn't he? You know, second ball he smashes Stokes on the slog charge, then he bats out and over, then he's almost playing like do you know, I can't quite work out how he's playing. When he's batting against Bashir, it's almost like he's not even playing. It's just that thing. It's almost like he's daydreaming about something, and he'll take a single up, push it up to long on, then up to long off, then up to long on, then he'll block, then he'll leave. It's almost like he's thinking of something else. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, horrible cross-batted shot, which could have seen him dismissed. And what's going on?
Yeah, the cross-batted shot, take that out of it for the time being. And I think the observation, I'd say, is there's 2 different trains of thought. You know, when you lose a wicket, you are as a team, you're buoyant, and you're on the front foot, and you've got the momentum going with you because you're just getting Jaiswal out for 100. So I think the Pant run down the wicket, belt and Stokes, is to go, right, we're coming at you, and it puts England a little bit more on the back foot because everybody knows this is how Rishabh Pant plays. So there's that train of thought. There's also a train of thought that Shubman Gill's at the other end and is a captain and gone, come on, you're a senior player now, you're a vice captain, you have to do things properly here and get your head down. Ben Stokes has got 5 overs in him. The rest of the bowling attack look bang average at this moment in time, and I'm trying to be as polite as I possibly can. If we get through Stokes, all of a sudden that last hour and a half could be very, very profitable for us if we're only 3 down going into sort of between 6 and 6:30. And so there's 2 different ways of looking at it, if you know what I mean. I
totally understand that. The passage of play with Bashir and Stokes bowling, totally got it. Since Stokes has gone off, I don't get it. I've stopped getting it. Because then you do also have to factor in the second new ball is due, or going to be due. You want to take advantage of these overs here. Yeah, it's slightly strange, but
India will go, John. India will go with first 69 overs. We're going at 3.99 and over. Why do something stupid and let England back into the contest?
Oh, absolutely, I get that. We're back underway. We've had a few drinks breaks. This one has been scheduled, and Shoaib Bashir continuing bowling from the football stand end. He's bowled quite nicely. There is really that as well. Yeah. Maybe he just hasn't allowed the India batters to get on top of him. Long on is back on the rope as Shubman Gill tucks this ball on his hip to square leg. Fielder on the boundary, runs in. It's just a single.
Yeah, I think, John, in all the times we've been covering England while Bashir's been playing, I think there are times where we've been critical of him because he doesn't give us control. He's bowled 15 overs for 45 in the first day of a game, so he's given us a little bit of control. He's bowled 4 maidens. He very rarely bowls maidens.
Yeah, I think he's bowled nicely. It's Rishabh Pant facing. Could have gone a couple of overs back. Top edge, just dropping over the shoulder of Zach Crawley, running back, and it's Crawley who fields. As Punt pulls to the left of Crawley at mid-wicket. He's got a slip. He's got quite a deep backward point. There is a deep point. There's Stokes at extra cover. It's Bashir's forward, and there's no run. There's Ollie Pope at a catching mid-off, and then Joe Root about 10 yards in from the boundary. That long off. It's also mid-wicket, that's Zach Crawley, and Chris Wokes just below us. Backward a square on the leg side as Punt pushes this to Crawley again. Fires it back at Jamie Smith from about, I don't know, 8 metres. And it's fielded by Ben Duckett at backward point.
Very bizarre passage of play there.
That was, isn't it? 20 overs remaining in the day. We won't get those in. Never do. Hour and 5 minutes. Where's this game going as Punt pushes this to Ollie Pope, running in. And that's the end of another uneventful over. 276 for 3.
You know the stupid thing now in like club cricket, John?
Go on.
What Zach Crawley's just done there, he would get banned for a week.
What's he done?
Thrown the
ball
ball
on the full.
Throwing the ball to the wicketkeeper when the batter wasn't running, and it caused danger towards the batter because it went close to the batter. It did go close to Pant.
Yeah.
Now in club cricket in the northeast of England, he would have gotten banned for a week.
Warned or banned?
Banned. It'll be a level 1, I think level 1 or level 2. And I know this for experience. My younger brother got banned last game of the season. He did it. Went close to a batter and he missed the first game of this season because of that.
He was very close to the batter, isn't he?
Very close to the batter. The ball was close to the batter. That would have gotten a level 1, level 2, and that would have been served a ban in club cricket.
Okay, Josh Tongue yet to pick up a wicket today, and he's going to start the bowling. Short delivery, and this is pulled by Shubman Gill down to Shoaib Bashir, who fumbles the ball at fine leg. Just a single though. Josh Tongue has had 2 spells. This is the start of his 3rd. Pushing the bowlers into their 3rd and 4th spells. That's what we always talk about, isn't it? I'm not quite sure I've seen the best of Josh Tongue today or against Zimbabwe. He really impressed Ben Stokes back in 2023. Played against Ireland, and then he played at Lords against Australia. And then we haven't seen him for a couple of years. Bit of injury. But he's back here, and Rishabh Pant just trying to help this find. He's on the move, tries to tuck it away, but he's beaten by pace. No run. He's got a slip in place to the left-handed Punt. There's a fielder on the boundary. Deep backwards points. There is a point fielder. Ben Stokes is at cover point. No, it's not Stokes. Who's that there?
Ben Duckett.
No, not at point. It's Cars, isn't it? Down the leg side, fielded by Smith. Got Stokes at mid-off, mid-on, and then there's a deep square leg with a fine leg as well. That's it, isn't it?
You're right.
Oh, and mid-wicket as well.
Yeah, you're right about Tongue. There's a lot to like about Josh Tongue. He's aggressive. He bowls it heavy into the pitch. England do like him, and I do really like him. But I don't think we have seen the best of him since he made his debut against Australia.
Here he is again, and this is aerial for a fraction, but it's speared down the leg side and it's clipped. I mean, if there was a leg gully, it would have gone straight to him. But there isn't. There's a fine leg, so it bounces a couple of times before it's fielded by Shoaib Bashir. Another run to the score. It just feels like this game's been in a holding pattern for the best part of an hour and a half. 278 for 3 India. Shubman Gill 8 away from what will be a marvellous century on his captaincy debut in Test cricket. And Rishabh Pant is 25 not out. Over the wicket to the right-handed Gill with a wideish first slip in place. And this is punched to Duckett at point. No run.
Yeah, it isn't a holding pattern, and who would have thought you would have said that when Rishabh Pant batting, wouldn't you? You wouldn't believe that the game would meander the way it's gone in the last 90 minutes with Pant. Strike rate of 42, 25 off 59 balls. So he hit his second ball before.
Here is Gill. He's defending again. His last 100 was against Bangladesh at Chennai 12 innings ago. That was just before the series that India lost, where the wheels started to come off. They beat Bangladesh in an extraordinary test match. I think there was only 2 days play available because there had been so much rain. And somehow India won that game. I'm not sure if it was that one, but it was a 2-test series. Since that 100, he's only got one score above 40. Now, he played at least 2 of the test matches against New Zealand. Was he dropped against Australia? I've got a feeling he might have been. Either way, he's played a fair amount of cricket. He's not scored a lot of runs, so it will mean a huge amount.
For the back end of the series against Australia, didn't he?
I think so, yeah. Bashir is in, and Rishabh Pant playing deep in his crease and with a straight bat defends. Yeah, it's been a chastening period for India, isn't it, with that defeat to New Zealand and then the Border-Gavaskar series result. There's no disgrace to lose against Australia in Australia, as Rishabh Pant will take 4. Short delivery from Bashir, and he rocks back and seizes on it. Zach Crawley, just for a second, thought that was going near him at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Deep square leg just fills the ball. It's cannoned into the boundary. Quite square, and they didn't time it, but it was perfectly safe from Rishabh Pant, who moves to 29 and scored 282 for 3.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as short as the one that went over Zach Crawley's head, and the one that went over Zach's head, it seemed to stick in the wicket and bounce a little bit. So he was caught sort of as he swept, or his rotation of body, he was slow to that. That there was perfectly played.
Here's Bashir, Pant is down the track, the ball's in the air, Longo running forward, and it just dies on the fielder. He collects on the bounce. It's Cars out there just in front of the spectators sitting up in the Howard stand.
Seen him take a couple of catches in one-day cricket this last one-day series, haven't we? Like that, John, he was running in, diving forward. I think there was one down at Bristol, I think, and there was one in the early part of the series.
Do you know who was brilliant there? Brilliant there was England's coach for the summer, Tim Southey. He struck on the pad. Shubman Gill down on the sweep. Bashir turns, asks a question, but almost immediately after the umpire shakes his head, he's back on his feet and all a little bit excitable. Maybe he touched it, maybe he's outside the line.
Outside the line, yeah.
Haven't seen the replay yet. We're just watching the ticker go down. No review. England lost one in the first session to a poor LBW shout. Bashir is in, and Shubman Gill plays back and quite late, cutting the ball to the deep point fielder who runs in. Who is it out there? Who's got
Jacob Bethel.
It's Bethel. I was going to say, I haven't got 82 here.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel is on.
Who's off?
Good question.
Where's Stokes?
Stokes is extra cover.
Stokes is extra cover. Bashir, touch more flight, wide of the crease, drawing punt forward. Is it Wokes? Oh yes, it would make sense if it was Wokes. Tom's just come on, isn't he? Harmy's off. Jeremy's back. Maya Nileva logging into the feed from Johannesburg. We've been joined by quite a few today. It's been great to have you with us here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, then please do so. Check out all of the videos that we've been creating over the last year and a half. There's so much stuff on there, including quite a testy exchange between me and Jeremy in Christchurch, and I dare to suggest that all the catches that have been dropped weren't straightforward opportunities. Jeremy put me straight as Shubman Gill comes forward and defends again. Reached 50 in quick time. I wonder if Gary Morgan is listening. His stats reaching 50 and his stats since. He was going to run a ball up until he reached, I don't know, I would say about 55, maybe 60, but not so since. Rishabh Pant is 13. The score here at Headingley on day one of the first test of 5 that we're bringing you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. India are asked to bat first. They lost 2 wickets before the lunch break, just on the stroke of lunch. 1 at the start of the evening session, but apart from that, it's been England's day as Gill will take 4. They look like an outside edge. Coming forward on the drive, but it's safe because there's only 1 slip in place. And that has reached the boundary at third. The fielder couldn't come round.
Did you really mean England's day there, or was it India's day?
India's day.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sorry.
No.
I might have just got a little bit
excited.
I got a bit excited by
You
this,
did.
this shot here from Shubman Gill, who's moved to 97. No, not England's day. Definitely India's day. They're pushing 300. They've got Shubman Gill 3 away from 100, and he won't pick it up here. In fact, there might be a run-out opportunity. Shubman Gill's drilled this to Ben Stokes at mid-on. Stokes has fielded. It's gone straight to his right hand. Rishabh Pant's going nowhere. Gill realises that. 5 or 6 steps into his run, he turns as slowly as a cruise ship. He's struggling to get back, but Ben Stokes is just too far away from the wicket. And even if it had been a direct hit, I think Gill would have been home.
Yeah, and Smith didn't have the time to get up beside the stumps as well. If perhaps Gill had fallen over, you can see the grass beside this pitch. If he had slid at all and lost his balance, was the only chance, I think, really for a run out in that circumstance.
Maybe just belying a little anxiety from Gill. He wants this 100. This is an orthodox single punch to the left of mid-off, and Gill comes through. He moves to 98. The score 289 for 3, and we have 2 balls left of this over. Josh Tongue, he's kind of not been one thing nor the other, has he, today? He hasn't really threatened a great deal. He hasn't been particularly expensive, but then he hasn't bowled any maidens. He's bowled a bit too short, a bit too wide, but then...
Yeah, it's been a mixture, hasn't it, from him? You can't really think of, a delivery that you would say, right, this is the area I've got to bowl.
Yeah, totally. Round the wicket to the left-handed Rishabh Pant. Covers off stump and defends.
If anything, I think just a tad short.
Yes.
Just a tad short, that's all. But, I mean, look at the partnerships. 91 for the first partnership, then 1, then 129, and now 64, 65, something like that, unbroken. So it has been India's day at the moment. They've outlasted the decision, which was the short-term part of the decision, I think, that Stokes had. If there was anything in the pitch, he might break a few wickets and take a few wickets in the first 2 sessions. That didn't happen. They've seen that off.
They were very comfortable in the afternoon session, weren't they? As this is pitched up, and Rishabh Pant's going to take a single. There's a shy at the stumps at the striker's end, and Jamie Smith again. He can't get behind the stumps. I think Gill's fine there, and he fields, and that does bring Shubman Gill back on strike.
So it brings it to the second reason that he wanted to bowl first, and that was looking in the longer term down the course of this match, and that is they will bat second. They'll be chasing the targets that India set them, and so they've got the opportunity to bowl them out. If they can't do that, then it's a question of what do India want to do. Are they going to leave them at a target to chase, and what will that target be? Or they might be bowled out along the way. So that's where the decision making, I think, lay, and that's the one that we're looking at now, because they haven't managed to break through the Indian top order.
Rishabh Pant, 31 not out, and he comes forward. Shubman Gill takes a couple of paces down the track from the non-striker's end, but Pant's not interested. No run.
And I think this pitch, the way that it's looking here, I don't know what you feel, John, you'd know more about this pitch than me. It's looking like it's going to be a road,
yeah,
for the next couple of days.
Left alone by Pant. Sanjay Patel, who works here, the chief exec at Yorkshire, he pointed out that I think we spoke to the press at about an hour before the start of play, and he was quite keen to point out this is a result pitch. Traditionally, it's been a result pitch. We shall see. We shall see.
It may well be. It might take a little longer than the normal test, which is normally 3 days and perhaps a session or 2 sessions.
Shear again, and he's down on the little paddle sweep. Is Rishabh Pant? He's going to get a 4 here. There's a chase on for Ollie Pope. He's not going to prevent the ball from hitting the boundary down at fine leg. Punt moves to 35. The score 294 for 3.
Clever little stroke, wasn't it, from Rishabh Pant? He's managed to get one just about leg stump. He didn't want to miss it because it might just have turned back and threatened the stumps. But yes, it probably would. So he had to be a bit careful, and he didn't miss it either because it was coming to leg. What might have pitched out just outside leg, but he got just enough on it to run it very fine and beat the man at 45.
It was a cute shot from Rishabh Pant, and here comes Bashir again down the track. Rishabh Pant lofts the off spinner up and over and into the second tier for 6. 300 up for India here at Headingley. Rishabh Pant possibly has just flicked the switch.
Yeah, once that wicket of Jaiswal straight after tea from Stokes, who bowled a very good spell, probably the spell of the day from the England bowlers, and it was 221. You felt that Punt had one go at him, didn't he? Hit him back over his head, Stokes.
Bashir fires this in. This is fast, full delivery that's left alone from Rishabh Pant.
But after that, Gill and Punt have just manipulated the ball around. They've reduced the risk-taking. They wanted to get to, I think, 300 for 3. They've done that now. Now let's just see what they think about it now.
Punt will take a single. No, he won't. He's sent back by Gale. Ollie Pope running around from short, fine leg, and that's the end of an interesting over. 10 runs coming from it. 2 shots from the bat of Rishabh Pant, who's moved to 41. And it means that Shubman Gill is going to face the first ball of over number 75, and he's 2 away from a century.
He's batted beautifully, really. I think he's got onto the front foot mainly. He's played a nice little paddle for the hook shot when anybody's bowled a little bit short at him. He's got down on top of it, hasn't tried to hit it up in any stage from low to high. He's come down on top and controlled the stroke, and he's played some lovely drives and shots through the cover area. So he's been in control, I think, pretty much throughout his innings. I think he's got something like 5 test hundreds so far, and so he's looking for his 6th here, maybe this over.
Tonga's in, straight on off stump and defended by Shubman Gill, whose 50 in this innings was his fastest test 50 in his career, beating the 60 balls it took him to score a half century against England at Vizag last year.
Yeah, that was that first part of the game after lunch, wasn't it, where India really dominated through that second session.
Here is Tong again, and he's driving his Shubman Gill, and he doesn't even take a step down the track. The helmet's off, the bat's aloft, a hug from his partner, and Shubman Gill, India's Test captain, reaches 100 here at Headingley on the occasion of the first day of the first Test of 5. A perfect, dreamlike start to his Test captaincy, and he takes a bow to his teammates, who get to their feet and applaud. Wow, what a shot to reach 3 figures, and what an innings from Shubman Gill.
140 balls for his 102 here, his 6th Test century, and he's really been in control. Serene is a word that comes to me, I think, throughout his whole innings. He hasn't been hurried at any point. He's played around the ground And that's a lovely way to get there too, a lovely piercing drive through the covers.
Beautiful shot there from Gill, who will now get off strike. A little poke to point, and he just signals and he signals up to the dressing room that he wants another drink. And you know what? Fair enough on this occasion. He has just had one, and he's had another couple before that, but camera just focusing in on his face. This means a lot. This means a lot. This is a team that's been beaten, has been under pressure, that's lost some big names, and they need to get there at the start of the cycle again. It's exciting again.
Absolutely. And Jaiswal, 23, Gill, 25, they can be at the heart of this resurgence of the Indian batting. The Indian batting hasn't quite been working so well recently.
Absolutely. Rishabh Pant, who's facing, is only 27, a play and a miss, flat-footed Paul. And Josh Tongue gets the ball to beat the outside or the inside edge of the bat. And of course, they do have a debutant at 3 who's only 23 himself. So suddenly there is a youthful feel to this top 6 and a little bit of experience as well, because KL Rahul has played his part today with 42.
Yep.
He's in his 30s, but
absolutely.
Here's Tongue, and Rishabh Pant tries to take out Paul Rifle on the pull, connects this time, he'll take a single. And 1 ball left of this over. India have gone past 300. They've got 2 centurions today. Rishabh Pant will be fancying a few more as well. 306 for 3 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where you've been joining us all day. Your interaction has been gratefully received. Josh Tongue about to finish up over number 14, running away from us, and in short, and that's a top edge. There's a chance. It's just going to evade Shoaib Bashir, and away for 6 more. It was in the air. Bashir was interested at fine leg. We'll have to have a look to see how close this came. But the escalation has happened. 6 more, 312 for 3. It was a genuine top edge, and I tell you what, Jeremy, I think if Shoaib Bashir is standing on the boundary, he may take that catch.
Well, he didn't move quickly to get in the line of the catch, did he? He was always moving towards it, and he's got into a very awkward position to try and take that with one hand. If he'd moved quickly, seen the line of the ball coming, and he's a tall man, Bashir, and if he had got there and lined it up, maybe he could have got himself right close to the boundary and then leapt from there. He might have had a chance, but really he didn't line it up properly.
I think I will take the occasion of the 4th drinks break of this session to bring Neil Manthorp back in. Jeremy, thanks for your time today. It'll be manners to talk you through the next half an hour or so.
It's a pleasure, and it's a terrific innings from Shubman Gill. He's really, worked quietly away all the day. He's been in perhaps the shadow for a while of Jaiswal and in his slipstream, but he's started to push more now. That's the first time he's really pulled the ball and looked to take it in the air, and it was a little bit close to the fielder.
Shoaib Bashir continues, and there's a very delicate little fine sweep down the leg side. Ollie Pope's chasing. Don't dive. That was always winning, and fortunately Ollie Pope didn't put in a fruitless and potentially dangerous dive right below our commentary position. That was very delicately played by Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, a little cute shot, wasn't it, really, from him? Again, just outside that leg. He gave one last over. This one was slightly wider. He had to catch up with it and almost hit the back of the ball as it went past him, and he got it that fine.
Here's Bashir once again from the football stand end, and this time Rishabh Pant just tucks it off his pad straight to Ollie Pope at 445 degrees on the leg side, 45 degrees behind square. What a day it's been for India. 316 for 3, and they might not still be too short of 350 by the close if they keep going. Bashir in, gives it some air. Pant responds with a drive, a lusty one, but only as far as Joe Root at mid-off. He's maybe halfway, just over halfway back. So the invitation is there to try and clear him. Pant wants to take him on.
Yeah, they'll probably put a man in, I would think, in that area of that drive. If he lofts it on catching, yep, there he goes. So then, they're dropping the man back to the wider. And I wondered whether Punt would have a go at that sort of space behind the bowler.
Here is Bashir again. Oh, it's short and very wide, and Rishabh Pant. Most batsmen would have just left that, because I think Bashir saw him coming. He's pushed it wider on purpose, and Pant has actually taken a step, not down the wicket, but across outside the off-stone. Then jumped into it.
It was like a pillion passenger jumping onto a bike. I'm getting in behind you here. We'll take a trip, wasn't he? Jumped both legs in the air.
Just a single. Now Shubman Gill on strike is a slip and a leg slip, right next to each other, and it's a quicker one from Bashir, and Gill goes back and across and tucks it with the spin, such as there is, through square leg for another single out to Bryden Cast at deep square leg. It's been top quality batting, and I don't mean that from just the shot execution and shot choice. I mean the reading of the match situation at 228 for 3, and the way they've just said, what we need here is 50 to 60 totally risk-free runs. We get it to 300 for 3, then we've got them where we want them, and with no risk, 7 wickets in hand. Last ball pushed away defensively out in the offside by Rishabh Pant, and that's what they talk about, don't they, you experts, you who've been there and done it. It's reading the match situation and picking the right time to be the Rishabh Pant that we know he can be.
I think it's an interesting comment that you make, that you don't necessarily, when you think of England, they tend to go and they keep it going, don't they? That's the way that they want to play. India have just adapted to what the conditions are and where they've got to in the match and where they would like to be at the end of the day. And so it's been a case of just moving quietly, always moving up slightly, but they're at different speeds and at different altitude, and they've got to a position now, 318 for 3, where they have some choices, I think, but they'll still keep going like this until the end of the day. I think they would really quite like to be 3 down at the end of the day.
What a position that would be. I've become distracted by the fact that your spectacles have become a spectacle. You appear to have lost a lens.
You're quite right. I thought I was seeing clearly.
I'm disconcerted. I think you should go and have a look for it, Jeremy. Seriously. Well, perhaps we'll get Scott onto the case. Right, here's Josh Tongue, short, pulled away by Shubman Gill, out towards deep square leg, fielded by Bryden Cast. I do hope that it's around here somewhere and that you were able to repair them. I'll hold the fort for a minute or two while you go and find the missing lens. Do hope that it is retrievable. 319 for 3. Shubman Gill on the Nelson, 111 not out from 144 balls. Rishabh Pant is 43 from 78. He's played very much within himself and has played with enormous maturity and skill. The Western Terrace is now thinned out, and I think that's the way it'll stay. I don't think it's going to be filling up again with just over half an hour's left in the day's play. Here's Josh Tongue again around the wicket. Short and hook shot attempted from Rishabh Pant, and an extravagant one as well. And that's what he can do now. Gone are the days when teams become conservative and shut up shop for an hour, half an hour before the close of play. Instead, the opposite now applies, because with the bowling team at their weakest, with half an hour to go, the bowlers are all hurting, the fielders are tired legs, And this is where you cash in. This is where you really try and accelerate. You know, another 30-40 runs in this part of the day, and it hurts. It hurts almost double than it would in the first half an hour of the day. It's another short one from Josh Tongue. Rishabh Pant just paddle pulls it away through square leg, and they take another single. And I think that now that Shubman Gill has completed his century, his 5th, interestingly, Shubman Gill's record, he's now got 500s, same as Yashasvi Jaiswal. Jaiswal, however, playing his 20th Test match, and Shubman Gill is 33rd, so still both impressive records and ones they can be proud of. That's short and pulled powerfully by Shubman Gill. They know exactly what's coming, and that's the batsman. They know that it's a short pitch field. They know that 5 out of 6 balls in the over are going to be short, and it's still a question, and that's the whole point about the short ball theory, still a question of executing, and you play the shots. Oh, excellent, Jeremy's found the missing lens. I was very concerned there. Was
it missing link, did you say?
Yeah, I know. Has that happened before? Are you able to repair?
I think I can do it, yeah. It's just got underneath it holds. Anyway, it's okay. It's just a piece of nylon. Is it the fishing line?
I see that.
Yeah.
I see that. It's no wonder it fell out. Here's Josh Tongue around the wicket to Rishabh Pant. This time he ignores the bouncer, ducks underneath it. Just a bit too high to be aggressive with that one. And it's fascinating hearing Ben Stokes talk about the short pitch there. Yes, the field is set for it. Yeah, and there's an element of ego involved as well, because you know, batsmen and batters, but all batters have got a bat in their hand. They're top order batters. Their job is to score runs, and so there's an element of ego if you force them into leaving it. That's short again, and pulled away by Pant once more. This time not by any means off the middle of the bat. I think he might even have gloved that one down the leg side to fine leg. Zach Crawley fields. Again, they go through for a single. But Pant is now, when the ball's in the right line and the right length and the right height, is looking to hit it for 6. There's no question about that now. He's going along beautifully on 45, albeit slowly by his standards. Shubman Gill has his 100. The second of the day for India, after Yashasvi Jaiswal's magnificent 101 at the top of the order. Let's not forget KL Rahul's contribution to the day, an opening stand of 91. He made 42. Sai Sudarshan, the 23-year-old tall left-hander, made a 4-ball duck, caught down the leg side by Jamie Smith off Ben Stokes. Stokes has 2 of the 3 wickets to fall today. Now then, Bashir into Rishabh Pant, and again he's forward and just pushing this one defensively out on the offside. Stokes comes in to do the fielding. Just saying, Jeremy, while you were searching for your missing spectacle lens, yes, your sight, that gone are the days. It used to be, we'll be in for a quiet half hour now. Both teams would be happy not to see too much more action as such in the last 30 minutes of the day. That's not the case anymore, and I just think India got a chance here to really hurt England while they are physically hurting. They hurt them with some runs. 322 for 3. Here's Bashir again. It's short and it's wide and it's cut, but there's a sweeper, so it'll just be 1.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. They have the opportunity now, and they'll want to nail it. I think they've earned the right to as well, because of the partnerships I've mentioned. They've just had one small partnership. The rest of them have been working extremely well, haven't they? So they've been put into bat. They've handled that and the movement, a wee bit of swing early on the day. They've handled the bounce. They've handled the short ball. And so they've earned the right to have this choice about what they want to do here for the rest of the day.
Here's Bashir round the wicket to Shubman Gill. It's interesting. Pushed out to Zach Crawley at extra cover. I think that if there is to be a sort of second wave of attack, it'll come from Pant. I think with Shubman Gill, be quite happy just to glide through to the end of the day. So it's interesting that England and Ben Stokes still got long on.
Yeah, I think probably, I mean, I would have thought that Gill's role in this partnership now is to knock it round, give Punt the strike, let him get a rhythm, develop a rhythm in the game and hitting.
Bashir, quicker one. Shubman Gill just tucks it away behind square on the leg side. Bryden Cass out there doing the tidying up. No, it's Josh Tongue. 324 for 3. Hasn't been much in conditions for Shoaib Bashir, but you know, Ben Stokes, he's just a different, we've said it so many times, he's just a different person, different cricketer, different personality, full of confidence and belief when he's playing for England. Who did he describe it as after the Zimbabwe test? Playing for England is my happy place.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice thing to say, isn't it? And I suppose, as you say, a lot of that comes from the captain's confidence in him and saying that, yep, I'll give you the fields that, and you just bowl, and we think you've got the skills. We like your height, we like the bounce that you give the ball, we like the way you can drop it as well, as long as you give the ball a rip.
Josh Tongue is in now again. That's short once more, as we know it will be. It's a short ball field and it's pulled by Shubman Gill. He's played that sort of short arm jab pull.
That little pad pull.
Really,
paddle pull, isn't it?
Really nice.
Yeah, it is. He's, as I say, and it's a very controlled stroke. The only one that lost it was when it got a little bit higher, was that last over, wasn't it? When it got close to Bashir down at sort of a wide, fine leg. But apart from that, very controlled stroke.
When was the first time you came to Leeds, roughly? Or do you remember exactly?
No, I think it was when I played here, 83.
Yeah.
1983.
Here's Josh Tongue in again, short and pulled by Rishabh Pant this time without any great effort. Again, just sort of, I mean, he's a shorter man, so it's a different shot that it's required, and he just gets on top of it. I came the first time in the late 80s, and I find it fascinating. I haven't been back to Leeds since 2012. But the city centre has been transformed in many ways. Not, you know, I was telling Harmy, you can get sort of fresh croissants and coffee in the inner city these days, and there are wine bars and Italian restaurants, and it's not something you associated with inner city Leeds a few decades ago. It's a slow ball bouncer. That's interesting. What a choice of delivery that is from Josh Tongue. Well, he bowled it well too, and Shubman Gill was momentarily nonplussed as he went to pull it, and it didn't arrive.
That's right, he was, and then he just pulled out at the last moment, didn't he? So he's still watching things very closely, Gill. Punt gives it the fall away, look away hook, doesn't he?
That's right. He's trying to hit it for 6. That's the point.
Looking to go up, low to high.
Here's Josh Tongue again. It's another short one, and it's another attempted pull from Gill, and he's missed it, and it's hit him on the hip. It's missed the thigh pad, it's hit him on the hip, and it's hurt too. Doesn't matter how old the ball is, it's still pretty hard, and it's 79th over, and that's hurt.
Just the same as the other Centurion, Jaiswal, wasn't it? He got one on the hip as well. And it's Tongue still running in, trying things.
Here's Josh Tongue once again from the Kirksville lane end, running away from us and towards Gill. Gives himself room outside the off stump and cuts, and there's no sweeper on the covered boundary. And that's just a delight. That's just so clever.
It is. It's because 6 men are on the leg side, and that's where you're wanting him to hit the short ball. He knows it's short. He gives himself some room, so it's not threatening the stumps. He gives himself room outside the leg stump and cuts it through the offside. Only 3 men there, plenty of room. Well, there's 4 actually. There's a very fine kind of deep first slip on the boundary, isn't there?
Yeah.
But it's through a big gap.
Fly slip. Here's Josh Tongue again. Bouncer, harmless down the leg side, and Gill disdainfully watches this one disappear into the gloves of Jamie Smith, and it's 330 for just 3. The men at the crease, Rishabh Pant 47 and Shub McGill 118. And what we should, the reason I was mentioning the inner city, that's where we're staying. Our hotel's right by the central train station. And we should give that new hip of yours a little bit of a walk in the morning. I want to show you the canals and the...
I'd love to see it. Love to see it.
I mean, the buildings from the sort of second industrial revolution, they've now been repurposed into little apartments, you know, those old mill storage, and it's very, there's lots of graffiti spray paint on them now. That makes them a little bit less regal, but the architecture and the, you know, it's and we're right there. So we'll go for a little stroll.
I'd love to do that.
Buy you a croissant.
Yes, yeah, that would be great too. I'll enjoy that. I have invested in titanium, everybody, just the hip part. It sets the alarm off in the airport.
Outside the off stump.
Every time I go through, I just go through and just surrender, put my hands up, because you got to go through that little thing where you, I don't know, it looks at you as...
Do you not just walk through going, new hip, new hip?
Well, I do. I show them. I've got a picture of it. Anyway.
Here's Bashir. Slow ball there. And, no dip, but it was nicely flighted, and Rishabh Pant thought, I like that, block it. No run. What a day, what a position, dominance, what a platform for India here to go on to 500, maybe more. Bashir is in again, and Rishabh Pant just turns it away. Just in at the pads, and he watches it carefully, tucks it away for another single.
That says to me that Pant is not going to take a big risk, doesn't it? That he's going back. He's not wanting to hit the ball through extra cover over the top. He's not wanting to have a go, if it's just slightly shorter, to get outside the ball and hit it to the leg side where there are more gaps. He's just working the ball away relatively safely at the moment.
Here is Shoaib Bashir once more, and Gill forward pushes it away defensively. I've had the sense for the last sort of hour or so when it's like a 5,000 meter race. When does the guy with the sprint finish? When does he kick for home? I mean, we've got 4 days to go, so it's not the best analogy, but just on the day, I thought that Pant might sort of kick for the bell, wait for the bell, and then have a quick final lap. But I think he's thinking, you know what, this isn't a 5,000 meter race, it's not a 10,000 meter race, this is a 5 days. I can kick for home anytime I like. Let's do it tomorrow. Let's have a croissant and some coffee first tomorrow morning. Gill forward again to Bashir, defends, no run.
Well, next thing is, of course, the new ball. And looks like some drinks coming onto the field, is it?
That's the 6th time there's been an impromptu. 6th time there's been an impromptu visit onto the field.
Well, I'm going to go now, and Harmy's coming in. We've got 80 overs bowled. So
the new ball has been delivered, Jeremy.
That's
what are England going to do with it? Are they going to take it straight away? Or should I ask Harmy that?
You talk to Harmy, he'll have a much better idea. He'll tell us what the fast bowlers would be saying in this time. That's great.
I think Harmy wants me to shut up about croissants and coffee and architecture and industrial revolutions and the Leeds city centre. But it is, I love this part of the world, as Harmy and I were saying half an hour ago. It retains its rough edges, and some of them have a certain charm, and I do genuinely mean that. Okay, it's new ball time, which is generally an exciting time for fast bowlers. It's not generally exciting when the scoreboard's reading 331 for 3. And Chris Wokes, who's the new ball specialist, has none for 73 off 16, and his feet, no doubt, will have felt fresher and cooler in their lives.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Jeremy just said that. Ask Coney what he thinks. The bowlers will be thinking about it and taking the new ball on this surface. I think a few of the bowlers will be thinking, well, I was expecting to take the new ball around about 6:10 tonight. But we might have had 330 on ourselves, and we might have got bowled out, and that's the only reason probably wanted to have the new ball. I don't think they envisaged having the second new ball. And it's a big passage. The old cliche, it's a big passage of player, but England have to get this right. If they don't get this right, I mean, there won't be 10 overs. There won't be 10 overs. There'll be 20 minutes. there'll be 4 overs probably. But if they don't get this 4 overs right and pick up 1, possibly 2 wickets, all of a sudden India could be like what you suggested, 360 at the start of the day for 3, and then that is a bad toss to win and bowl first.
Chris Wokes, first delivery with the new ball, and it's immediately defended by Rishabh Pant out into the offside. There's no run. Do you know, I mean, we've covered so much T20 cricket, and as I always get you to say, you know, if you're the death bowling specialist and you've bowled 3 overs for 40, that doesn't matter, it's irrelevant, it's gone, because you've got 11 to defend in the last over, and that's the only one that matters, and it's easy to put those first 3 out of your mind. They're gone, doesn't matter, figures don't matter, but test match is different, test cricket's different. Slog sweep attempted now from Rishabh Pant, and somehow he's got it through mid-on. I'm going to have to let Harmy describe that. He's trying to hit that over square leg's head, and it's gone through mid-on for 4.
Well, Manners, you're talking to a man who played every shot in the book against a new ball and an old ball, and it always went in a complete different direction to where I was trying to hit it, and that's what happened. Rishabh Pant there, he brings up his 50, he's faced 91 balls, he's been out there for just over 2 hours, 5 fours, 1 6, and he's gone to slog sweep Chris Wokes, and I think he's got the toe end of it, you know, the bottom end of the bat, the toe end of the bat, and he's hit it straight back past Chris Wokes for 4.
Are you telling me he's toe-ended it through mid-on for 4?
As in the toe end, as in the base of the bat, not the actual toe of the bat, the actual base of the bat. Put a little bit chalk on it, it's a bit Q-end.
Oh, Wokes goes past the outside edge. Honestly think that less than 10 balls have beaten the edge today that I've seen.
Yeah,
that one has actually beaten the edge.
That's beaten the edge, but I think, I get what you're saying. Beating the edge with the ball in the right area and looking dangerous. I think it's beating the edge when it's been a bit too short or a bit too full, but beating the edge where everything line length and the bowler wins. There hasn't been many of them today.
Well, 2 slips in a gully, deep square leg, mid-on, mid-off cover as Pant goes back and across and blocks it past Bryden Cast, or to the right of Bryden Cast at cover, and they take another run. Do you know, this is one of the many hundreds of beauties of Test cricket, is that India are in a completely dominant position, and yet, given the flatness of the pitch and given the conditions, if England manage to burgle, let's say they get rid of him, let's say they take a wicket, and Shardul Thakur comes out as a night watchman and they get rid of him too, and they take 2 wickets at the end of the day, I'm making it a draw.
Yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't go as far as a stretch. Draw. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch that. Mohammad Siraj, we can see just the left of us, man. That's Mohammad Siraj on the end. He's got his pads on, his bat, and he's ready to go. So Mohammad Siraj is coming in as night watchman.
I don't count his wicket.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
He's a sacrifice.
Is it a draw? Is it a draw then if we knock him over?
No,
340 for 5.
No, Shardul Thakur can make 70 or 80 tomorrow. They wouldn't use him as a night watchman, would they? Of course not. Anyway, we can see Siraj, he's not far from us. Next ball from Wokes is defended again by Shubman Gill, and there's no run. He's a sacrifice, isn't he? I mean,
definitely a sacrifice. Yeah, I think I've got him covered. Yeah, I think my batting prowess has definitely got Mohammad Siraj covered. I wouldn't have sent out Shardul Thakur. He's apparently got big runs in the week in an inter game. Obviously, India are out here at this moment in time as well. I think he might have just gone home.
Here is Wokes again to Shubman Gill, and he turns it. It's a very straight delivery, actually. That was sort of heading towards middle stump, but because of the angle, he works it with the angle of the delivery behind square on the leg side. This might be one of my favourite. It was a no ball, was it? Oh, I have to bowl that one again. I mean, this might be one of my favourite commentary positions.
Great, isn't it?
Ever.
It's great, especially when the sun goes after the first hour. Sun goes behind you, but it's still red hot and warm. Lovely cool breeze. It is.
We're on the 4th floor. I think it's actually the 5th floor, but it's fantastic being outside, the atmosphere.
Horrible looking building though, isn't it? This building,
yes, yeah.
Doesn't even keep with the rest of the ground.
Oh, that one is down the leg side. It's an attempted flick sweep from Rishabh Pant. It's deflected off something. Jamie Smith's appealing. England are not looking convinced. They're considering a review here. It's given not out by Chris Gaffney, the umpire. It's Rishabh Pant. He plays that sort of duck hook. That's a golfing term, but he's ducking and hooking at the same time.
Paddle, innit? He's trying to, what you'd have in one-day cricket, what you'd see in one-day cricket, the sort of ramp, isn't it? But Rishabh Pant seems to find a way of playing the ramp with both feet off the floor. Never mind, you see Josh Buttler go, and you see the good players in white ball franchise cricket with a ramp shot. They get themselves in a position early, they give themselves a stable base. Normally it's the opposite way around, so if you're a sort of right hand batter, your right foot is in front of your left foot to give yourself the base possible to sort of scoop the ball over the top. But it just seems as though Rishabh Pant gets to that point, somebody behind him pushes him over, and as somebody pushes him face front foot over, he face plants the deck and tries to waft the bat at it. So yeah, make of that what you will.
Right, Bryden Carse with the second over with the second new ball. The first delivery is outside the off stump, left alone by Gill. Were you a Kirkstall Lane end man or a football stand end man, or did it not bother you?
No, I was Kirkstall Lane end. Hoggy used to like running up the hill. Hoggy was like golfing. So one-day cricket...
He used to like running up the hill.
Hoggy used to love running up the hill. Goffey used to love running up the hill. I liked running down the hill. I liked momentum going with me. So more often than not, it was happy no matter whichever way the wind was going, Hoggy would bowl from the football stand in.
Here's Carse again, bowls, and a little chip uppercut over the gully fielder and down to... And I mean, literally, that is it's a sort of a chip where he's used the right wrist to just flick it over the gully. I like that chip uppercut. Never used that
chip
before.
Uppercut.
That's what it was, wasn't it?
We've had some quality descriptions of two shots in the last three balls, haven't we? I rambled on about how Rishabh Pant plays that sort of
duck hook,
fall over hook, and Shubman Gill's, he could barely reach that to get it for four.
Very nicely played. Carse in again, bowls, and this time Gill plays a similar flick with the right wrist out, but square of the wicket onto the cover boundary. Ollie Pope's there to tidy up. Let's go for two more. 344 for three. Rishabh Pant 53, Shubman Gill 125. And England going to be feeling a little bit battered and bruised, but Ben Stokes, I'm sure, will let everyone go through their recovery and go through their process at the end of a hard, long, hot day in the field, but he'll be saying wherever they score, we score 100 more. Simple. Carse in again, pushed away by Gill defensively this time, no run.
Yeah, he will think that, but I think Ben's very loyal and he looks after players, and another no ball. Obviously the TV umpire gives the no ball, so Paul Rifle, he's got his arm out, 2 balls left in the over. Ruthless Ben Stokes here should, he's not going to, but for me a ruthless Ben Stokes bowls a next over. He bowls a next over. He's been the best bowler on show for me, seam wise. He bowls a next over.
Carse in again, and that's a Yorker. Nice to see that delivery being bowled and bowlers searching for it, but it's not only dug out but squeezed to deep cover. We know he won't do that, but it would, without being unkind to anybody in particular, particularly Chris Woakes, it's an undeniable feeling that it would represent England's best chance of taking another wicket.
Absolutely. To come back tomorrow morning with Shubman Gill or Rishabh Pant out, I look at Ben Stokes and think, right, he could get 1, possibly 2 overs in. Chris Woakes might go on and get the wicket. He's your new ball bowler, but for me, the way today's gone, the one that's looked the best from a seam bowler's point of view has been Ben Stokes.
Here's Carse again. Down the wicket comes Rishabh Pant. Step and a half. Launch over wide mid-on. couple of bounces, 4 runs. There's no rhyme or reason. Why did he choose to do that at that point?
5th ball of the over. That's all I can think of. He's going right. I think he's.
What's that got to do with anything?
He's in the sweep. 5th ball of the over has to go for a 4 or a 6 in every over. He's batting. It just seems as though you see club cricketers bat by numbers against spinners. They play and miss, whoosh, big shot coming. He is the original play by numbers. It's that Spanish waiter on his shoulder.
Brings up the 350. 350 for 3. Cast in again. Bowls to Rishabh Pant, to edges. Didn't carry to Harry Brook at second slip.
I think it's carried.
Oh no, really?
I think this is carried.
There's very little emotion being shown.
Yeah, I want to see this again, but I think this might have carried. I think you might be right. It might have dropped short because there's very little emotion, but it's a good ball, good area. Oh, it's hit the back, to his back hip.
Oh, I see.
Hasn't come off the back.
Okay,
yeah.
right. Well, it didn't sound right, did it? It didn't sound woody.
No, it's just looped to when I said, it's come off the. He squared Rishabh Pant up.
I think you're right about it carrying.
Yeah, it did carry. Yeah, it did carry, and he shelled it. I bet you Harry Brooks very, very relieved that it didn't get a faint edge. But I think a ruthless Stokes. Stokes should have bowled this over. He's been the best bowler on show. He potentially could get 2 overs in. For me, Stokes would be the one that bowls this over. Jon Norman comes in, Chris Woakes in, side off stump, lovely cover drive from Shubman Gill. Pope just dived and stops it. Extra cover. Tosses the ball to Ben Stokes. Floated, half volley from Chris Woakes. It looks a tired, it looks a weary Chris Woakes. It looks a weary England, Jon Norman.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Did you just say you'd bring Stokes back for now?
I would have bowled Stokes this over. Yeah, I'd have bowled Stokes this over.
He's already bowled, what was it, 14 today, or was it 13?
Irrespective of that.
13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 43. He's been England's best bowler today. And that's a concern.
Massive
a real concern, right?
Especially what 9 test matches we've got to come.
Here is Woakes and Gill forward, playing defensively, takes the inside portion of the bat and is fielded at square leg, well, mid-wicket really. What have we got? We've got 8 minutes remaining on day 1 here at Headingley. It has been India's day by quite some distance. Shubman Gill, one of 2 centurions today, and unlike Jaiswal, he's still there. 126 not out. Rishabh Pant has gone past 50. India getting off to a top start earlier today. A partnership of 91 as he's forward again is Shubman Gill, defending Chris Woakes. Before 2 quick wickets just before the lunch break brought England back into the game. The afternoon session belonged to India. They scored freely, quickly, and without chance. 123 in the afternoon session, and despite a slow start to the evening session where both Rishabh Pant and Shubman Gill were happy to see off Ben Stokes after that dismissal of Jaiswal for 101, started to flex their muscles as England's bowlers have got a little tired. Defended again. Holds the pose there to Shubman Gill. You ain't getting past me. 7 minutes left of the day. Can Chris Woakes walk off with a bashful smile on his face? It hasn't been his day. He's gone for 80. It's not afforded his captain the control that he would have liked. It's not really been that threatening. But we know from that morning session how quickly things can change. Here is Woakes again. Once again, Shubman Gill has to scamper back behind the crease as he comes out of it, as he blocks his straight back to the bowler who picks the ball up, shapes to shy at the stumps. The crowd recognising this. Last ball of the over. It's been a maiden. This will be the last over Chris Woakes bowls, you'd think. And Shubman Gill's quite happy to take his time as well. He doesn't want to face any more deliveries tonight than he needs to. Waves away an imaginary fly. It may not have been imaginary, I can't see from here. And he's ready. He's batting outside of his crease. A little shape towards the bowler. It's fired in quite wide. And Shub McGill really has to reach for this delivery. Steers it to the fielder. About 10 yards in from the deep point boundary. It's Zach Crawley out there. And he comes through for a single. That means he'll take strike at the start of what could be the last over of play.
Yeah, I'll expect that to be the last over of play. Ben Stokes just gives Chris Woakes a pat on the back. You know, it's been a valiant effort. England have kept their energy levels up. There's been a buzz around the field. Things haven't gone for them. I'm pleased Manners is sitting in the back end of our commentary position, because Arshdeep Singh's Manners would have a heart attack by now. There's 4 minutes to go and Arshdeep Singh's just come on with another drink or a change of gloves for Rishabh Pant. So yeah, England's energy levels have been good. They've tried very hard. Just unfortunately their skill sets have been lacking a little bit.
Here is Bryden Carse with the shadows lengthening, running in from the Howard stand with the rugby ground to his back. He looks like he probably grew up playing a little bit of rugby, doesn't he, Carse? It's defended by Gill.
Yeah, he's got the African Zimbabwean. Dad was Rhodesia, I think. His dad was South African. Played in Zimbabwe, played in South Africa. He was brought up in South Africa, so they're always very, very confident with a rugby ball.
2 slips in place then. The Shub McGill with 100 to his name. Faces up, last over of the day. And it looks like it surprises the Indian captain. Touch more bounce or pace. Either way, he gets on top of it and pushes it to his opposing number, Ben Stokes, who's at extra cover. Stokes has been England's best bowler today.
Bashir's gone all right.
That's true, actually.
Yeah,
Bashir has.
First innings of a test match. Bashir
21 overs.
Gone all right.
4 maidens, 0 for 66. 1 over that went for 10. He's bowled well. Here's Carse again. It's Shub McGill high up on the bat. He comes forward for a couple of paces. Rishabh Pant, I think, is already dreaming of his evening's entertainment. He wasn't going anywhere, and in truth, it's fair play because he went straight to Ben Stokes' extra cover.
I can't stop laughing at that. About an over and a half ago, Rishabh Pant's on strike, and he drops one into sort of vacant gully-ish area, and Shub McGill's going nowhere off Chris Woakes. And then that's just happened there. And Pant, I don't even think Pant was looking at his captain. I think he was facing the opposite direction.
He's
I'm not going that
food. I recognise it for myself. That's how I look. Blocked again by Gill. I mean, maybe at the end of the 5 days it will be a case of the pitch. You know, neither team could beat the pitch. But whatever happens, England are going to be batting the first innings under a lot of pressure. And they're going to be coming up against Jasprit Bumrah, a guy where this crowd, and it's a capacity crowd, it's full house for the first 3 days. You ain't going nowhere when Jasprit Bumrah's bowling.
100%. Scoreboard pressure will be massive, and Bumrah will have his tail up, especially with being the first Test match. Get India off to a start.
Here is Carse, and he beats Gill, who comes forward and defends, but this ball just... We'll have to have a look whether it deviates at all, or whether Shub McGill just plays inside the line. Either way, it's no run. It's just coming up on the big screen here. Oh, a bit of bounce, bit of fizz. Bit of new ball pace.
A good bit of bounce.
I tell you what, England could get another over in here. 1 minute to go. The Dickie Bird clock says 6:29. Final ball of Bryden Carse is over. He's in past the umpire, and he beats Shub McGill again past the outside edge. An extravagant forward defensive shot which Shub McGill holds the pose for a good 4 or 5 seconds. And England are going to race through so they can bowl another over. The race is on. Are they going to get there? I think they might do, because it's not about the fielders, it's about the umpires.
Yeah, it's the umpires in position, so he's quite happy. 29 minutes past, it says on the digital clock. Dickie Bird's gone home. He's been sat just to the left of us all afternoon.
Jeffrey's here, you know.
Is Jeffrey here? I wasn't asked that earlier. If Jeffrey was here.
I think it's down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Bumble told me he's wearing his.
He's got his hat.
Yeah. He's got his hat on. We needed a hat for that first session.
Oh, did we? To be fair, I didn't come in the right preparation for that first session.
No.
It was what happened with my body yesterday, falling asleep for an hour in the sun. But yeah, we did need a hat this morning. Hopefully we'll need a hat tomorrow morning, because England need this. England need this wicket to bake now. They really do. They need some good weather. They don't need a thunderstorm. They don't need overheads coming in, especially with scoreboard pressure they're probably going to be put under.
Down the track, Rishabh Pant. He's not seeing the day out. He's just heaved across the line and smashed this good length delivery from Chris Wokes over Zach Crawley at deep square leg.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Rishabh Pant, well, he's saying to the captain right now in the middle, he probably won't be saying this, but he's going, if you're not going to run and I'm going to have to face the last over, I'm going to have some fun. If I get out, well, we'll walk off anyway. He's run down the wicket, picked it up. Zach Crawley's 6'5", and he's more or less on the boundary, probably about 70 metres away, and that's gone sailing straight over his head for 6. What a start to the over.
There's a chap about 8 rows in who's wearing a blue shirt with a white hat, and I didn't think he was expecting to have to duck for cover at 6:31 in the evening as Pant tries to run this ball, which is again on a good length, a touch shorter, through vacant, I don't know, third slip, but he just picks out Ben Duckett, who's at quite deep backward point.
I think Shubman Gill will now try and take the single, won't he? He will. He'll either, if you don't calm down, I'm going to have to take that single and come and face the last 3 balls here.
Shubman Gill's just walked up to Rishabh Pant, hasn't he? Just very slowly walked up to him and just said, he's probably not said anything. He doesn't need to say anything. He's just punched gloves and just looked at him. Suddenly the slips are a little bit more interested as he leans forward and he's going to get off strike with a single. Actually, he's going to come back for a second. Now, at the start of play, there was a little prediction, wasn't it? Scott Taylor, our producer, might be able to tell me if he's listening.
Yeah, me and Neil Manthorp.
Was it you and Manners on comms?
Manners.
The toss?
Manners did say...
No, it would have been in your first session of play.
First session of play. Manners did say that if India have a good day and this toss might backfire England, India could be 360 for 3 at the end of the day.
Well, they're 359 for 3 and there's 3 balls left of the day, and Rishabh Pant just plays inside the line, I think, and then just kind of almost tries to hide his bat between his legs, almost like he's been a naughty school kid who's just been found with his hand in the biscuit jar or maybe the lollipop jar, and he's just hiding the lollipop behind him. And what? No, I wasn't trying to play at that.
No, I don't think he was trying to play that. I think Manners was referring to what constitutes a good day for England and a good day for India.
He was, yeah. Pant just outside edges this delivery to Ben Duckett at backward point. 1 ball left of the day. India 359 for 3. Rishabh Pant 65 not out. Shubman Gill, unless something ridiculous happens here, will walk off, having done what Virat Kohli did on the occasion of his first test match as captain, and Sunil Gavaskar as well scored a century.
He's here for Sonny. He was on the balcony.
Yeah.
When Shubman Gill got the 100, he's both hands above his head, celebrating an Indian captain getting 100 in England.
Right, last ball of the day here at Headingley. Round the wicket from Chris Wokes, left alone by Rishabh Pant, and that brings us to a close. 85 overs bowled, 2 centuries, a batting day on a day that the winning skipper decided to bowl. 2 wickets falling just before the lunch break, none in the afternoon, 1 at the start of the evening. But Shubman Gill will walk off the crease, walk off the field, and he's enjoyed a nigh on perfect start to his test captaincy. 127 not out, Rishabh Pant's still there as well, 65. The two sharing a joke. What was that, 6? First ball of the last over of the day, all about Rishabh. Zach Crawley applauds. The Indian support staff and team await their skipper. There's handshakes all round. The England bowlers wearily troop off. Plenty of work still to be done on day 2, Harmy. And they're going to have to play very well to get themselves back into this match, because as things stand, India look good to be batting beyond tea tomorrow, possibly. And if they do that, they're going to have scoreboard pressure, and they're going to be controlling this game for the next couple of days at least.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. India's day. 2 brilliant innings from Jaiswal and the captain Shubman Gill. From an England point of view, yes, it's a flat pitch. Yes, it's a good pitch. England didn't put enough balls in the right area. We got a bit of control from Shoaib Bashir, which is something we don't normally see from the young off spinner. Ben Stokes was our pick of the seamers, having bowled 11 overs in competitive cricket, 1 game since Hamilton in 2024. That, for me, when people talked about in preparation for this test match, when they were talking about the worry of the bowling attack, I think we've seen on day 1, it's come to fruition.
We're going to wrap things up here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, but a big thanks to everybody who has participated and got in touch with us and sent us messages from some far-flung regions of the globe. The following on podcast will be available on podcast and also via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We are going to film that in about 15 minutes time. Myself, Jon Norman, alongside Steve Harmison, Jeremy Coney. Neil Manthorp is going to be on Super Over hosting duties today. That will be available as well on the channel, and there's going to be lots of fan content over on the talkSPORT Instagram page. So for now, we're going to wrap things up here. Big thanks to all of you for joining us. It has been India's day. They have reached stumps on day 1 here at Headingley, 359 for 3.